The protagonist is a young man named Linuan from Blue Star. He had died once and been reborn. 3 years before the present, Blue Star scientists discovered a massive, sinister celestial body called the Demon Star silently approaching the planet. Only 3 months after the Demon Star appeared, a mysterious company suddenly released a full immersion game called The Immortal World, its technology far surpassing any existing Blue Star achievements, sending shockwaves across the globe. In this full immersion game, each player is assigned a distinct class. Through continuous cultivation and upgrades, they gradually gain extraordinary powers sufficient to confront and slay terrifying monsters. At first, most of humanity paid little attention, seeing the Immortal World as merely an advanced technology entertainment game, until one day some people discovered that the abilities they gained in the game could be used in reality. From then on, these special individuals were collectively called Chosen Ones. From that time, an evil force calling itself the Cult of the Cosmic Dark God began infiltrating the real world, carrying out brutal massacres and plunging humanity into an unprecedented catastrophe. In that bloody, chaotic disaster, Linuan's parents were not so fortunate and became victims of the ruthless invasion. In response, humanity gathered all Chosen Ones to fight the cult, but despite relentless battles they kept failing against the overwhelming dark force. Finally, in the decisive battle for humanity's fate, Linuan fell on the battlefield, ending his life in despair. But no one expected that just 1 hour before the disaster officially began, Linuan was suddenly reborn, returning to the exact moment he first stepped into the Immortal World. In this rebirth, the game system granted Linuan an extremely rare and dangerous class, the Forbidden Profession, and he also possessed a divine, great item rated 3s, wildly anomalous. Carrying the tragic memories of his past life, Linuan quietly vowed to stay one step ahead, level up as fast as possible, and protect his family and Blue Star from annihilation. Enough preface, the story officially begins here. The Immortal World at Black Sand Town lay deep within the shattered stone desert. True to its harsh name, there wasn't a drop of water, only endless cracked earth and rock. A lone lizard crawling from a crevice to bask under the scorching sun. Suddenly a strange sound broke the silence, startling the lizard into alarm as it lifted its head and stared cautiously into the distance. Far off, 2 figures were running desperately, as if death itself pursued them, urging each other to speed up. Behind the 2 fleeing girls were the vicious desert ghost wolves, level 3 common monsters with ADP 20 attack 3 defense, and the deadly bite and tear skill. All 3 girls had been marked as prey by the wolf pack. They could only run forward recklessly, for even a single second's delay would see the beasts tear them to pieces. In the dire moment, the blonde girl ran in a panic, screaming for help and cursing her luck sent to hunt a level 1 sand scorpion, but running into level 3 desert ghost wolves, and desperately asked the captain what to do. The red-haired girl wearing a rabbit armband was a mage, currently level 3 in the party. The panting blonde trailing behind was a level 3 priest, and leading the team was the bespectacled young girl, a level 3 warrior, who had just spotted something important ahead. She immediately pointed toward a cluster of barrel cacti ahead and urgently urged everyone to try to climb them. Since desert ghost wolves can't climb, if they could reach them there might still be a chance to survive. Rage and hatred rose in the warrior's heart toward the beasts chasing them, for she knew the brutal nature of desert ghost wolves. Once they fix on a target, they never give up. Thinking that the team hadn't recovered from the previous battle, their 2 black iron pieces of gear broken beyond use, she felt uneasy and briefly despaired that today they might truly die here. The level 3 mage trailing behind unfortunately tripped on a stone, falling forward and slamming her face into the ground, causing the 2 ahead to turn around in alarm. The 2 girls cried out to Hakes's name in panic, but dared not turn back immediately because the pack was dangerously close. Realizing their prey could no longer flee, the desert wolves seized the chance to pounce. The 2 teammates ahead shouted warnings, but Tayusef still hadn't gotten up. When she lifted her head, she saw the silhouette of a giant wolf lunging straight at her. In her panicked vision, the wolf's razor fangs glinted, about to clamp down on her. Just as death seemed imminent, a mysterious force struck the wolf, making it spew red blood midair before collapsing to the ground, leaving Tayusef stunned. The large wolf rolled heavily and lay motionless beside the mage. The wolf had been pierced through the head by a sword and was dead, utterly still. At that moment someone stepped forward slowly and withdrew the sword, an action that made the mage look on with curiosity. The rescuer's figure was mysterious, cloaked head to toe in a black coat, his true identity unknown. The red-haired mage stared wide-eyed at him, hardly believing that he was the one who had saved her life. The reason was that she saw his level was only level 1. She remained stunned, wondering how a newbie at level 1 could pull off such a feat. When he removed his hood, the face revealed an incredibly handsome man with a cold expression and an aura that kept others at a distance. The man stepped forward to shield the group, standing tall against the snarling wolves with not a hint of fear. In the desperate situation, he calmly uttered a cold line to the three girls, asserting that a level 3 monster's power was no more than that. At that moment, all three desert ghost wolves lunged forward to attack at once, growling fiercely with razor teeth capable of ripping prey apart. The man tightened his grip on the sword, ready to meet them. Without hesitation, he sprang up, channeled energy into the blade, and charged straight at all three wolves simultaneously. Seeing their target rush at them, the wolves grew even more ferocious, leaping high with claws and fangs bared to shred. A slash to the right felled one. He spun left and cut down the second, then finished the lead wolf with a clean stroke across its throat. The entire sequence seamless, powerful, and incredibly skilled. The display was so outstanding and breathtaking that the three young women stood dazed, hearts pounding. He stood tall in the late sun, sword in hand over the wolf carcass, cutting an extremely cool and imposing figure. The scene terrified the level 3 female warrior. He had killed 4 desert ghost wolves in succession with a mere beginner iron sword. Just then, the red-haired mage rushed forward, pointing and shouting a warning, startling the two girls behind. After the 3 wolves were slain, the noise and the scent of blood attracted the rest of the pack, who angrily came charging for revenge. The wolf numbers swelled, surrounding the 4 of them. Even the man up front cursed inwardly when he realized he faced an entire pack. As more wolves closed in, the blonde priest and Tuc backed away in fear, recognizing that the smell of blood had summoned the whole desert ghost wolf pack. Knowing they couldn't fight the entire pack, the level 3 female warrior turned and fled, shouting for the man to run with them, warning that this was a pack capable of destroying a whole novice village. By contrast, the man merely glanced at the wolves and curled his lip in a cold smile, as if he did not regard them as a threat. He calmly summoned the system interface on his hand, 5 cards appearing. He selected slowly while an odd aura radiated from him. The system displayed a prompt asking player Linuan to confirm summoning skeleton soldier, with the cards below showing images of skeletal troops. With a practiced look as if well accustomed, he decisively confirmed. Immediately he swung his arm, and the cards flew straight toward the wolves, proving he was anything but ordinary. The instant the cards hit the ground, they triggered an abnormal reaction. A magic rune matrix flared beneath the man's feet, blinding light covering the surrounding ground. From the dry sand, a sharp bony hand suddenly thrust up through the earth. Skeleton soldiers were summoned one after another, bodies devoid of flesh, crawling up like demons from hell. The system showed skeleton soldier level 3 with extremely ferocious combat stats. The wolves were no less fierce. Seeing the skeletal troops only made them more agitated and violent. Undeterred, the wolves all charged, their sole aim to slaughter the humans before them. Confident in his bone army, Linuan smiled slightly, a deadly glint in his eyes as he wondered which side would be torn apart first. The skeleton soldiers immediately leapt to meet the wolves, their ferocious momentum, as if they relished battle and the taste of blood, while the skeletons held the pack at bay. Each time a wolf attacked them, Linuan rushed in to fell it, one by one dropping beneath his basic sword, severely depleting the wolf force. 15 minutes passed before the last wolf was neatly finished off, its body collapsing onto the hot sand as bright red blood flowed, staining a stretch of the desert. Linuan planted his foot hard on the wolf's carcass, pressed down, then pulled his blood-smeared sword free from its body. The system sound rang out clearly, announcing he had slain 16 desert ghost wolves and received a large amount of experience plus all the materials dropped by the pack. Immediately after the notification, faint streams of energy began to rise from the wolf corpses scattered across the sand. All that energy swirled around Linuan, marking the moment he harvested his spoils to further increase his power. The 3 girls hid behind a nearby rock. The blonde priest stared, wide-eyed and trembling, asking the captain if this was a dream since he had single-handedly wiped out the pack. After confirming it was safe, Tuc cautiously stepped closer and, curious, asked if he was a mage since the skill just now looked like summoning magic she had never seen. Linuan merely glanced at her then coldly replied, denying he was a mage. The little mage's eyes widened in astonishment. She hesitated to ask more, dazed. Without answering, Linuan gave a faint smile, a mysterious, inscrutable curl to his lips. Then he openly displayed his confidence and overwhelming strength, declaring to the 3 girls that he possessed the forbidden profession and a 3's heavenly gift. The system interface revealed all of Linuan's information: level, his forbidden profession, exceptional stats, and rare talents. Linuan's gaze turned back to the vast desert before him. He planted the tip of his sword in the sand beside the desert wolf's corpse. Slowly Linuan extended his hand toward the stiffened body. From his palm a surge of dark arose, emitting a gloomy light. Not just one, all the wolf corpses were drawn up by the dark magic, and the system immediately prompted confirmation to use dark summoning. Linuan's voice deepened with malevolence as he decisively chose to confirm. At once the wolf's corpse trembled violently and a blaze of demonic chi erupted in its black eye sockets. The once dead wolf surprisingly and slowly rose to its feet. Not just one, the entire pack revived as undead. Linuan coldly explained that his profession allowed him to turn monster corpses into combat zombies that retained their living strength. The system displayed full information for the ghost wolf zombie, with stats and skills intact but enhanced in their undead state. After reviewing the info, Linuan raised his hand. A glowing talisman ring appeared as he calmly explained the soul-body skill. He continued, describing the gate to the nether heaven talent that can store summoned monsters by level. As the talisman ring expanded, the ground before the pack cracked violently and wild energy erupted. From the shattered earth emerged a gigantic, eerie gate centered on an enormous skull. Gale winds swirled in, prompting him to speak in a low voice. The mysterious gate slowly opened before everyone's eyes. The two doors swung fully outward, ethereal light poured forth, and the pack of wolves stepped inside in turn. Watching the wolves march in one after another, Linuan thought silently that if he grew strong enough, he would possess an unbeatable spirit army. Seeing the whole scene, the female warrior couldn't hide her fear and asked in a trembling voice what kind of person he really was. Without answering, Linuan looked up at the sky and said in a low voice that the moment had come, causing the three girls to unconsciously look up as well. A system announcement rang out in the sky, warning that the world boss, Great Direwolf of Death, was about to descend. Reading the warning, Linuan smiled with excitement, energy surging as he declared it was time to hunt the boss. Across the desert, many other warriors noticed the abnormal sky. Heavy thunder made everyone uneasy. Then a massive rift tore open the deep red sky. The crack widened endlessly, and behind the darkness two blazing red eyes shone, leaving everyone speechless. On the ground, two young men trembled in fear. One nearly collapsed when he realized the great dire wolf of death had appeared. Everyone panicked and fled, knowing they couldn't withstand this terrible creature, running and screaming for help. No one dared stay to face it. Both men and women were utterly terrified of the impending monster. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy swept through, knocking the fleeing crowd aside and spraying fresh blood. The two youths hiding behind a rock witnessed it all, so frightened they couldn't even breathe hard. Finally, the giant monster manifested, with a doomed body clamped in its jaws. The beast, as large as a moving building, with long drooping fur and massive razor-sharp teeth, appeared and slaughtered many warriors. The system immediately displayed the world boss warlord's details. The two men with blonde and short hair froze behind the rock, eyes wide in fear as the blonde trembled, and asked if anyone in the world could kill that terrifying world boss. Suddenly one of them spotted a figure in the distance, hunched forward to watch and shouted, drawing both their gazes forward. Peeking from behind the rock, they saw Linuan holding his sword, calmly walking toward the boss with not a hint of fear. His demeanor and every step were unnervingly cold and steady, as if the danger before him was unworthy of concern, creating an awe-inspiring figure. Linuan stared straight at the monster. His icy gaze made others shudder to meet it. The blonde curiously stuck his head out and scoffed that he was only a novice. The other nervously added that before a level 6 warlord boss, even everyone together wouldn't be enough for it to worry. In the immortal world, monsters are clearly ranked from low to high: normal, elite, boss, warlord, king tier, overlord, and divinity. Even as the lowest tier warlord among world bosses, to novices it still posed a lethal threat. At last Linuan stopped, standing firm before the boss with unshaken momentum. His small frame faced the giant ghost wolf as it growled, winding up to strike. Everyone around held their breath, paralyzed. Hiding in the back, the short-haired youth waved frantically and shouted for Linuan to turn back, warning he was walking to his death. But Linuan ignored him entirely. Before him stood a beast tens of times larger, a maw capable of swallowing a human, bristling with terrifying presence. Linuan remained calm, tightened his grip on the sword, and coldly said that a level 6 world boss wasn't all that frightening on closer inspection. Those words enraged the ghost wolf. It felt humiliated that its might failed to intimidate the opponent. The wolf opened its jaws and unleashed a devastating torrent of magic like a raging dragon. Linuan immediately dodged at lightning speed, and the system announced the boss had activated Savage Wolf's Roar. Linuan evaded the attack and landed safely in another spot, unharmed. Seeing the previous strike miss, the wolf immediately lunged in a direct attack, and the system warned the boss activated Death Claw. In that dangerous moment, Linuan didn't rush to strike but watched the giant body's movements as it charged. He recalled from his past life that a level 6 Great Direwolf of Death had an actual of 3,400 and a terrifying attack power of 5/10. As a level 3 explorer in the Shattered Stone Desert, the only option was a stealth attack. Back then he nearly died in that battle. But now reborn and hardened by countless life or death fights, he was no longer the weak man he once was. The instant the massive fang came down, Linuan reacted instantly. The attack missed again. The fang slammed into the ground, shattering earth and stone. Moving at terrifying speed, Linuan leapt to the wolf's flank, tightened his grip on his sword, and prepared to counterattack. The short-haired youth hiding behind the rock gasped in shock at the speed. The wolf grew more frenzied, pouring all its energy into the assault. The system warned the boss had entered a state of rage. Faced with the fierce assault, Linuan remained calm, smiling with contempt. He slammed his hand onto the ground, and the earth reacted violently. From the contact point, demonic power erupted, forming shockwaves that spread outward. A hellish gate rose up, its tremors radiating everywhere as malevolent energy surged forth. The demonic beast lifted its head to look at the giant gate, seemingly unaware of the disaster about to fall. In an instant, the gate began to open. Linuan grinned in triumph and commanded, knowing the wolf's fate, summoning his spirit army into action. The gate widened and the desert ghost wolves poured out, turning to attack the boss that once dominated them. Those hiding behind the rocks were stunned, unable to believe the bizarre gate and the arrival of the ghost wolf zombies. As the zombie horde attacked, Linuan fought and calculated. Reaching level 3 had raised the nethergate's storage limit to 30. Under Immortality's hate mechanic, a boss will prioritize attacking the summoner unless a summoned monster strikes first. The wolf pack besieged the boss, but it swept its claws and knocked many zombies away. A ghost wolf zombie howled in provocation, preparing to leap in and tear. The boss immediately counterattacked, aiming to shred the zombie. Linuan seized the moment, murmuring that this was the opportunity. He rushed in at once, using the boss's distraction to shield his summoned army. With the boss unfocused, Linuan struck repeatedly at its weak points, severing tendons in its limbs. Those blows staggered the wolf, and Linuan landed lightly. By continuous strikes, the wolf could only howl in pain, drooling profusely. The boss went mad chasing Linuan, always poised to swallow him whole. From behind, ghost wolf zombies lunged to bite and tear, and Linuan directed his army to draw the boss's attention. Though each hit did little damage, their numbers would wear it down. Linuan stood back and calculated everything was going according to plan. The great wolf was surrounded by the zombie horde. The entire situation unfolded exactly as Linuan had predicted. In a corner of the battlefield, the two youths hiding behind the rock remained dumbfounded by what they'd seen. They admitted in trembling voices that this power was terrifying, truly a world boss at the warlord tier. Behind the two, 3 men with sly faces huddled and whispered, eyes glinting with schemes as they exchanged calculating smiles. Back at the center of the battlefield, Linuan gathered his strength, took a run up, and sprang into the air. The system immediately showed the boss's HP at only 500, while the wolf bit down on a zombie and was off guard. Linuan seized the moment and lunged, aiming the sharp tip straight at its head. Linuan's gaze was icy and murderous, a fierce thrill surging through him at the prospect of the finishing blow. In an instant the stab pierced through. Fresh blood sprayed from the wolf's head, flecking Linuan's cloak as the system registered a sharp hep drop. The giant wolf took a critical hit to its core, howling in agonized frenzy as its wail echoed across the area. After its final roar, the boss's massive body collapsed to the ground, nearly completely immobile. The wolf lay motionless on the dry earth as dust settled. Linuan approached with his sword like a haunting presence, the system showing the boss at only 10 HP and dying. Looking at the giant corpse, Linuan felt a twinge of hesitation, but his eyes flashed with the intent to turn it into a powerful zombie warrior. Suddenly, from a hidden corner, a rapid series of footsteps thundered. It was the group that had been whispering. Its leader swung his blade and charged, shouting to kill Linuan and steal the treasure. Believing the undead legion had been destroyed, Linuan's reflexes were far from ordinary. He immediately sensed their murderous intent and glanced over his shoulder. Seeing this, the short-haired youth shouted loudly to warn Linuan to beware of danger. Linuan turned to face the ambushers. His cold, savage gaze kept them from coming any closer. For Linuan, handling them was effortless. With a casual strike he sent them flying, denying them any chance to touch him. All 3 rushed in and were immediately knocked down, rolling on the ground while Linuan's sword ran with blood. With a single move they were rendered unable to rise. Linuan stepped forward, looked down coldly, and told them they hadn't known their limits. The group hiding behind the rock were utterly stunned, unable to believe a rookie could kill 3 level 3 bandits with one blow. Thinking the boss was dead, Linuan turned back, only to see the wolf stagger up again, though clearly weakened. Not giving it another chance, Linuan immediately unleashed a powerful slash. As it struggled to rise, the wolf took another slash to the belly and was flung aside, howling in pain as the system flagged a weak point hit. The world boss Great Direwolf of Death's Blood was completely exhausted. The system confirmed Linuan's successful kill and awarded experience and a soul gem. The wolf lay utterly still. Linuan approached the colossal body, curious about the rewards from his first world boss. A chest and a bag of spirit stones appeared on the system interface. Linuan picked up the bag of spirit stones to inspect it. The system displayed it as a soul gem containing soul power. Once enough are accumulated, They can be taken to the Eternal Council to exchange for legendary equipment. Linuan stared at the gem in his hand and murmured that such plans only mattered once he reached level 60. However, soul gems are the fastest path to acquiring legendary gear. In the immortal world, equipment is ranked across tiers from white up to mythic. New players usually only have white gear, while black equipment is extremely rare. From memories of his past life, Linuan recalled using a warrior's bone to lure monsters and obtaining a bronze-grade robe. The system announced Linuan had received the hunter title, boosting damage and critical chance. Linuan pondered, then grew intrigued by the title mechanics in immortality. The hunter title offered extremely powerful enhancements. The system then displayed a silver chest reward, which surprised Linuan greatly. Many items appeared, including the weapon Moonlight Cleaver, imbued with lunar energy attack and agility both significantly increased. A silver tier accessory greatly boosted spirit. The skill Corrosive Beam dealt massive erosion damage to targets. Recovery potions restored a pen up instantly. A skill scroll greatly increased mastery when used. Monster essences dropped from powerful foes. They could be used for alchemy or consumed directly. All items were quickly stored away in the inventory. After reviewing the rewards, Linuan was overjoyed at the huge haul from his first world boss. The system updated his data. Linuan was pleased to see his power rise noticeably. He quickly allocated attribute points according to his plan. The system displayed Linuan's current status in full detail. After reading the info, Linuan was quietly satisfied that his attributes ranked top in the region. A line about the nethergate caught his attention. Though regretting his fallen summons, he comforted himself that the summon limit had increased. Linuan approached the corpse. Dark energy covered it and the system asked whether to use dark summon. Linuan decisively chose to accept. Immediately the wolf rose again in zombie form. Its massive body slammed the ground and then stood upright. The zombie boss bowed to Linuan. The system displaying the full profile of the undead great direwolf with superior strength and skills. Linuan stroked his chin and stepped closer to the monster, eyes evaluating just as he predicted. The world boss not only had wide area damage, but also terrifying crowd control capabilities. After turning into a zombie, besides the soul body skill, it awakened the rare immortal rage. With the support of the undead great direwolf, filling the nethergate's ranks quickly would become much easier. Watching Linuan's back, the group of soldiers gathered in fear and admiration, none daring to speak, for turning a world boss into a zombie and commanding the summoning gate was even more terrifying than the boss itself. Hearing a disturbance, Linuan immediately turned, eyes filled with vigilance. The figures hiding behind the rock hastily cowered, unwilling to meet Linuan's cold stare. A glance revealed someone trembling and hiding nearby, both amusing and awkward, and only then did Linuan realize they still hadn't left. Linuan glanced at the sword left by the three ambushers, judging that the black sword was excellent for low-level players, but he now had the stronger moon cleaver. He then stepped forward and bent to pick up the sword. Holding two swords, Linuan slowly walked toward the group hiding behind the rock, sending them into utter panic with thoughts that he intended to kill and seize their gear. Linuan stopped before the short-haired youth who had warned him and asked coldly to confirm. The short-haired youth trembled, sweat pouring from his face, stammering an answer in a pitiable state. Contrary to everyone's expectation, Linuan did not strike. He directly handed the black sword to the youth, leaving him stunned with surprise. The youth looked up, bewildered and cautious, asking what the gesture meant. Linuan waved his hand, turned his back, and left after a brief thanks and the message that the sword would be useful. Everyone expected Linuan to slaughter them, but instead he generously gave away the black sword, causing an uproar. The short-haired youth watched his retreating figure with deep respect. 10 minutes later, under the scorching desert sun, Linuan walked alone, the sword scraping the sand as his solitary silhouette stretched out. Suddenly a strange force spread out, giving Linuan a premonition of danger. His body reacted automatically as he warily scanned his surroundings. Darkness fell over the space, sparks flashed, and Linuan's vision was completely cut off. The scene shifted to the real world as the VR device on his head sent a red warning signal. In reality, Linuan removed the device and discovered the battery had died, forcing him to be logged out. It turned out everything had been happening in the game. After the boss battle, his battery drained, so Linuan had to pause to recharge. Taking off the headset, Linuan sighed, thinking about needing money to upgrade his gear. On the computer screen the words Immortal World appeared, and Linuan stared without blinking. The hyper-real VR game is divided into servers by country, each server containing multiple distinct regions. Linuan's LPOD server consists of 4 major regions: the Western Ruins Kingdom, the Southern Kai Empire, the Northern Ming Empire, and the Tide Archipelago. The character creation screen opened to a selection interface, requiring the player to choose a birthplace among the 4 regions. Faced with the 4 options, Linuan did not hesitate and chose the Western Ruins Kingdom again, as in his past life. Without a second thought, he confirmed the choice, since he had discovered an important secret in his previous life. Recalling his past life, the final days were overrun with mutated beasts, screams for help echoing everywhere. Back then Lin Yuan lay dying in a pit, his body buried, surrounded only by cries of despair. Through fading vision he saw a flap of cloth drifting toward him. Lin Yuan was shocked to realize his body had completely withered in those final moments. Before him appeared a cloaked man hovering in the air, under a blood-tinted sky. Countless others like him covered the world. The man in front caught Lin Yuan's eye with a strange insignia. On his cloak the yellow gem clearly marked the guild of the Western Ruins capital. The person regarded as the first follower of the cosmic evil god turned out to have an astonishing identity. He was another human player. In Lin Yuan's mind he felt a stream of corrupt power, the one leading the forces, plotting to seize the world. Alone in the silent room, Lin Yuan kept thinking about the coming apocalypse. He remembered clearly that this man was the key to summoning the evil god down to Blue Star. There were still exactly 3 years before that catastrophic moment would arrive. If he could kill the man early, the tragedy of his past life might never recur. The only clue now was that insignia, since only guilds in the Western Ruins capital possessed it. The command insignia in the capital is inlaid with a yellow gem. Entering there requires level 10. So to track down that lair he had to level up quickly. Thinking this over, Lin Yuan realized it was a tough problem. But at that moment an idea sparked and he exclaimed, "Got it." Immediately after, Lin Yuan quickly summoned the skeletal soldier card in his hand. Sitting in his chair, Lin Yuan seemed to have found the key, eyes fixed on the card, amazed that he truly could summon power into the real world. When he squeezed the phantom card, it shattered instantly. Lin Yuan recalled that in immortal worlds some players could bring in game power into real life. They were called chosen ones, or children of heaven, each possessing a hidden class of immense power and luck far beyond ordinary people. These chosen ones would be the core force opposing the evil god in the future. In his last life, he only awakened his in-game power once the catastrophe erupted. This rebirth felt like a rare gift from heaven to Lin Yuan. He eagerly planned his next steps. Clearly the forbidden soul hunter profession was far from ordinary. Hearing a noise at the door, Lin Yuan reflexively turned to look, remaining vigilant even though he was inside the house. After calming himself, he went to check the door and suddenly remembered something. A while later in the dining room, Lin Yuan's parents sat before a table full of delicious dishes. His father even thought there was a big celebration. After rebirth, Lin Yuan had deliberately prepared a lavish meal for his parents. Knowing this peaceful future wouldn't last, this was his way of showing filial piety. His mother teased him happily. Rarely did their son cook, and his father nodded in agreement as he picked up his chopsticks. Watching his parents eat happily, Lin Yuan felt this was the happiest moment. After the losses of his past life, he understood that only by losing do people learn to cherish. He recalled his parents worrying when he spent all his time buried in the game, their reproaches mixed with love. Only when the disaster took everything did he painfully realize how shallow he had been. After losing his parents, Lin Yuan truly understood the value of family, then drifted through endless days of fighting and self-reproach. Back in the present, Lin Yuan was different. He served food to his mother and gently asked about his younger sister. His parents explained cheerfully that Xiao Dan was studying for exams and reminded him to bring her meals when he had time. Seeing their obedient son, his mother praised him nonstop. She smiled, claiming the wing portion, and his father laughed, indulging her. Seeing his son serve food to her, his father was surprised. This was rare indeed. Lin Yuan said softly he would learn to cook new dishes, leaving his father stunned and wondering what had come over him today. The couple suddenly sensed a strange change and quietly looked at their son with a surge of emotions. They smiled happily. His mother's eyes filled with tears at the rare change in their son. The scene shifted. After rebirth, Lin Yuan no longer obsessed over the game, but began seriously improving his fitness by running. At home he practiced push-ups and sit-ups to build physical strength. He also learned boxing to improve his combat ability, since physical fitness was the foundation for controlling in-game power. Not in a day or two, Lin Yuan persisted in daily training and his body quickly became firm and muscular. After a long day of training, he checked his running record on his device. 5 seconds, not bad, but with plenty of room for improvement. Glancing at the clock, Lin Yuan had organized an extremely clear and scientific daily schedule. Lin Yuan looked up with determined eyes, ready to face the coming apocalypse. And it was time to return to the game. The scene shifted rapidly as his vision was overlaid by a blue system interface, countless streams of light and motion spinning like infinity. Lin Yuan officially logged into the game. In a blink he changed gear, and an announcement confirmed he had entered the rubble desert area. As he set foot in the desert, Lin Yuan clearly felt a strange atmosphere. New challenges awaited, and strange cries of giant birds echoed from above. Lin Yuan looked up and saw the birds flying in dense flocks. their gigantic shadows blotting out the ground, many times larger than his body. Sensing danger, Linuan narrowed his brow and scanned rapidly in all directions, his whole body entering a heightened state of alert. At that moment the giant birds dove straight down to attack. But thanks to long-term physical training, Linuan was now full of strength and feared no enemy. A bird opened its fierce beak to reveal rows of sharp teeth and lunged at him. The system displayed the monster details for the common whaling bird and all its combat stats. The first monsters posed no threat to Linuan. He sprang up onto a rock, swung his sword hard, sending feathers and fresh blood flying. The bird's head fell to the ground, and the system immediately confirmed the kill. Linuan turned to look at the notification. A little surprised that the experience gained was so small, his gaze grew deeper as a new plan formed in his mind to find more efficient ways to increase experience. Some time later, in another part of the desert, more birds appeared, shrouded in a gloomy aura. Those were the zombie bird squad he'd sent to scout. Beneath the sand, a wolf footprint suddenly slammed down, signaling danger approaching. This area was the territory of a new pack of desert ghost wolves, more numerous than before and just as ferocious. Hidden behind a rock, Linuan gripped his sword and slowly revealed himself, successfully drawing the entire pack forward. Without hesitation, he forcefully popped open the cap of the vial he carried. Facing the wolves closing in, Linuan seized the moment before combat to drink the vial's contents. The system immediately announced a comprehensive stat boost. Monster essence erupted his power. He surged forward like the wind and shouted to continue the fight. Seeing his move, the pack went berserk, baring fangs and growling as they charged en masse. Against Linuan's skill and speed, the wolves were helpless. Precise sword strikes killed enemies in an instant, and the system continuously logged his achievements. Two wolves on the edge of the formation, watching their packmates fall, suddenly counterattacked and lunged at Linuan. Linuan flipped aside nimbly. A lightning-fast riposte felled the two wolves, and the system instantly updated his kill count. He planted power into his legs, steadying his center to avoid being toppled in the encirclement. Despite being surrounded, Linuan stood tall without fear, his demeanor cold. While the pack grew larger and more vicious, the wolves shifted to a circular siege tactic, tightening their ring step by step to make Linuan the central target. Realizing the wolves' intent, Linuan tightened his grip on the hilt and focused all his energy into the blade. He cast a cold glance and, in a low voice laced with contempt, addressed the pack's strategy. In an instant he darted like a lightning bolt. His silhouette flashed through, and the wolves, unready to react, were cut to pieces as the system kept tallying kills. When the wolf kills reached 30, the remainder were quickly dispatched by his mastered sword techniques. Linuan single-handedly wiped out the pack. The system officially recorded the achievement when the total wolves killed reached 40. Immediately after, a prominent notification appeared, congratulating Linuan on leveling up to level 5. As usual, the entire pack transformed into zombies under Linuan's control. Groups marched into the spirit gate, swelling his forces. The system refreshed his character information, clearly displaying Linuan's name. His rank and the forbidden caste profession were shown explicitly. Attribute stats and unique skills were fully listed on the system interface. After reviewing the stats, Linuan was confident that with his current power, facing elite monsters of the same level would no longer be difficult. He finished and turned his gaze toward a distant area in the desert where houses clustered like a town. Linuan headed straight there, secretly resolved to find that person. The place he was heading for was Black Sand Town, a region famous for its large buildings, wide streets, and a constant bustle of people coming and going. Once inside the town, Linuan strolled along the main street, surrounded by lovely trade, chatter, and everyday sounds that never ceased. After walking a bit further, his eyes stopped at an old house with peeling walls and a rotten wooden door that looked like it would shake at the slightest touch. Linuan decided on that house. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, daylight spilling in to reveal several large wine jars scattered about the room. Inside sat a portly man clutching a wine jar, his nose flushed from drink. He looked up and called out. This was Kong's master mage of Black Sand Town. Upon entering, Linuan proactively stated his purpose to learn skills, but Kong Sai only glanced at him casually, showing no intention of rising as he continued hugging the jar. Linuan thought to himself that in the immortal world most skills came from skill books, dropped by defeated monsters or found in treasure chests. Yet each profession also had a master responsible for teaching and passing down the foundational skills. The man before him was the old master who had once guided him when he was a mage in his previous life, Kong Sai. Seeing someone arrive, the fat man became instantly excited, thinking only of getting money to fund his drinking habit for the next half-month. Recalling his past life as a mage who battled monsters, Linuan pondered that although Soul Hunter was a little-known forbidden caste, its combat nature was still magical, so before mastering its unique skills he could learn common mage abilities. Lin Yuan produced a heavy purse and placed it before Kong Sai, his voice cold and decisive as he directly demanded to learn 3 skills: Soulfire Magic, Healing Art, and Stealth Technique. The moment the purse hit the table, the old wine lover's eyes lit up, and he answered excitedly without hesitation. Money solved everything. Inside the purse glittered countless coins, which further thrilled the old man. He couldn't take his eyes off the money. Kong Si immediately raised his hand and formed a radiant orb of mana in his palm. His expression grew unusually solemn as he spoke encouragingly with great ceremony. The mana orb expanded rapidly, a powerful energy stream pouring directly into Lin Yuan's body. He stood absorbing it fully, making sure not to waste a cent, and the system promptly notified that he had learned Soulfire Magic at Black Iron rank. At the same time, Healing Art at Black Iron rank was activated, allowing basic EP recovery, very useful in prolonged fights. Finally came Stealth Technique, an important survival support skill that let Lin Yuan temporarily vanish from enemy sight. Studying the skill panel, Lin Yuan propped his chin and considered. Each skill had clear uses but remained at a basic level, insufficient against greater dangers. To go further, he understood he needed to gather more resources to unlock advanced skills. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan decided to continue the grind for levels, feeling a mix of worry and excitement. The scene quickly shifted to East Black Sand Mountain, a treacherous area where the path into the caves wound perilously and danger lay around every turn. The system detected Dog Head Cave before Lin Yuan yawned, a deep cavern full of jagged rocks, darkness enveloping it in a chilling way. From experience, Lin Yuan knew dog heads were pack-dwelling monsters in caves with extreme noses, ambushing in the dark. Each pack could number in the hundreds. Aware of the danger, Lin Yuan grew serious, carefully calculating and deciding this was an ideal target to upgrade his zombie army. Earlier he had bought a night vision potion from the system to see in the dark, and wisely used it before venturing deep into the cave. At the same time, Lin Yuan opened the spirit gate to summon his zombie wolves, both grinding levels, training new skills, and getting a chance to collect treasure chests. 40 zombie wolves filed into the cave. Lin Yuan held a torch high to light the way and ordered them forward as the flame lit only a limited area. By that faint light the wolves moved deeper. Their keen noses detected the scent of danger, each taking up an attack-ready stance. After 15 minutes of deeper progress, the journey remained oddly calm with no sign of ambush, heightening the tension. However, Lin Yuan noticed a slight fluctuation in the space, though he maintained a composed exterior. Peering into the darkness ahead, Lin Yuan advanced, brightened the torch, and murmured. Finally something appeared. Instantly he hurled the torch forward. The flame shot ahead at incredible speed. The fire flared, illuminating a wide area ahead, and from afar Lin Yuan could see the shadows of creatures in the cave becoming clear. At the sudden light, the creatures in the dark opened their eyes wide and reacted with ferocity. A huge pack of dog heads lunged from the cave, far outnumbering the zombie wolves, quickly charging to bite and then turning to attack Lin Yuan. The system immediately displayed monster info, confirming these were level 5 dog head miners with clear stats, signaling a tough battle. The torch Lin Yuan threw hit the cave floor and the flame burst up, light and heat rapidly spreading around. Using the torch's dim light, Lin Yuan immediately led the wolves in a direct charge forward. His cold voice rang out, ordering the total annihilation of the enemies, allowing no one to live. On the other side, the dog head miners reacted in unison, leaping up and swinging the axes in their hands. Several in front launched powerful bursts, charging with sharp claws to strike back fiercely. A chaotic melee erupted instantly as Lin Yuan launched himself into the air, swinging his sword in a powerful whirl that severely wounded 2 dog head miners, while a zombie wolf bit off an enemy's arm. The system quickly confirmed 2 targets had been killed. When the rock smash skill activated, fierce collisions followed. The dog head miners were no pushovers, coordinating their weapon use to fight back hard against the zombie wolves. Although the wolves were not numerically dominant, Lin Yuan's presence changed the situation quickly. He repeatedly split enemies with his sword, the system reporting 8 kills, and he judged that simply dodging weapons was enough to overwhelm them. Though the zombie wolf formation was sizable, this was the enemy's stronghold. Wave after wave of dog head miners surged out, continuously closing in and pressing Lin Yuan. Faced with the fierce attack, Lin Yuan only smiled faintly and muttered, then activated invisibility. The system immediately confirmed it as his body grew hazy and then vanished. 2 dog head miners leapt up swinging axes, but they struck nothing but ere Lin Yuan had completely disappeared, leaving them stunned and unaware of where their enemy was. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan deftly circled behind a dog head miner. A mocking voice rang out, startling the beast to turn its head. Before it could react, it was struck by a terrifying slash, unable to pinpoint Lin Yuan's location. Each dog head miner torn apart, blood spraying, screams echoing through the cave, the system confirming 20 targets eliminated. After clearing the surrounding enemies, Lin Yuan landed on a rock and gradually reappeared, spiritual energy still swirling around his body. The system displayed that invisibility had reached a new level, and his proficiency had increased. Linuan looked at the heaps of corpses, and judged that these foes were too weak and unsuitable for fast leveling. Without hesitation, Linuan immediately ordered a summon, preparing to expand his army. The fallen dog head miners were quickly converted into zombies and joined Linuan's ranks, the new formation of warriors standing neatly awaiting orders. The system showed full information on the dog head miner zombies, indicating stable combat stats and characteristic skills for fighting and digging. Standing on the rock, Linuan raised his hand to command the new zombie army to advance and replace the old unit. Their objective to quickly find the leader of the cave. Going deeper as the darkness thickened, Linuan chose to go with 3 powerful dog head miner zombies, fully armed to escort him. Walking slowly through the gloomy tunnel, Linuan suddenly stopped, sensing something amiss. Observing the surroundings, Linuan noticed many forks in the path, each road hiding unknown dangers. He glanced toward a specific direction and murmured as if weighing which path to take. Before him lay a deep cavern, so dark he couldn't see, only vague growls echoing menacingly. Focusing on that passage, Linuan produced a small blue flame to illuminate it, a cold smile forming as he recognized his target. Linuan unleashed a burst of blue fire energy forward. The impact shattered rock, revealing strange creatures that were struck and dissolved. The system confirmed 2 mud slimes eliminated. Just behind, another cavern appeared. From the darkness 2 points of light like staring eyes emerged, accompanied by threatening growls. In an instant the noise intensified as a malformed creature lunged at Linuan's group at incredible speed. The creature had the shape of a wild dog but a human-like body, a swollen belly, matted fur, wielding an iron whip as it suddenly charged to attack. The system immediately confirmed it was a dog head overseer at elite rank. Having endured countless lives and deaths in his previous life, Linuan understood the world's brutal laws, where predators could become victims. Danger was ever present, hiding in every shadow and corner, unpredictable. Thus Linuan grasped the nature of survival. Conquering and controlling such creatures was inevitable. The dog head overseer behind proved utterly superior. It lashed the whip down with such force the ground exploded and dust and debris blinded everyone, obscuring the scale of the casualties. Linuan's eyes narrowed, his focus locked on the monster before him. The decisive life or death moment had arrived. Through the choking dust, Linuan gripped the barbed whip still stained with blood. His face was grim and cold. His whole presence exuded a ghastly, death-like aura. Clenching the whip's handle, Linuan bowed his head, his expression terrifyingly expressionless. His low voice sounded like a verdict, declaring the prey was in his hands. Linuan vaulted into the air, swinging his arm hard so the whip skimmed the ground before locking the whip's head. Using the enemy's own weapon, he yanked the overseer dog head along his arc. The overseer's massive body was slammed flat onto the stone floor, the ground shaking and cracking. Linuan didn't stop, driving his weight down to add force to the impact. Struck with a fatal blow to its back, the overseer dog head staggered to its feet, its whole body rigid as it roared in rage and pain. At that moment, a shadow flashed before its eyes, leaving the monster stunned, its pupils contracting too late to react. Linuan appeared like lightning, delivering a horizontal slash at an indistinguishable speed. By the time the overseer realized, its life had been cut short and the system immediately confirmed the kill. The blade carried pure killing intent, and the overseer dog head's enormous body collapsed as blood gushed out, bringing the battle to a complete end. A clawed arm fell motionless. In the distance Linuan stood silently, his cold, resolute presence seeming to freeze the air. Linuan quickly scanned behind him, his vigilance heightened. A rumble echoed through the cave. The fight had clearly alerted the other monsters inside. Groups surged out en masse to surround Linuan. Ahead, ranks of dog head miners poured out like a flood. Behind them 2 overseers cracked their whips to incite them, the formation plunging into a berserk state with speed and attack power surging. Howls reverberating through the caverns. Counting the enemies and reading the notifications, Linuan curled a lip, secretly calculating that despite their numbers, his side was by no means outmatched. Linuan immediately activated his power. A shout burst out as green aura flared. A summoning gate opened and the first wolf silhouette appeared. Soon after, the entire legion of desert phantom wolves filed out in succession. Linuan raised his hand to command, each wolf stepping forward with overwhelming momentum. Seeing the formidable formation before him, Linuan smiled calmly and coldly declared the massacre begun. Linuan pointed straight at the enemies and ordered the attack. The lead wolf howled and charged first, its teeth bared in bloodthirst. The wolf pack surged forward together. The 2 sides collided head-on, impacts and screams erupting into chaos, neither giving ground. The wolves under Linuan's command attacked ferociously, each pounce, biting and tearing, spraying blood across the battlefield. A phantom wolf stood amid the fray, its aura steadily rising. The phantom wolf crouched and howled, a shockwave blasted out, tossing dog, head miners aside, leaving many stunned and severely wounded. One dog head miner lost its footing and fell face first, its head slamming into the ground. The system marked the target as critically injured. Seizing the moment, Linuan loudly signaled the counterattack. In the midst of the overwhelming formation, he swung his sword and shouted the order. The wolves erupted in assault, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. A barrage of notifications rang out as the system confirmed Linuan had successfully leveled up. When the battle ended, a cold aura radiated from Linuan. Around him piled the lifeless bodies of dog head miners. The system confirmed the successful recruitment of an elite zombie corps, expanding Linuan's forces with a powerful, utterly loyal battalion. Although most had been subdued, a few survivors tried to sneak away through other passages, but Linuan had already noticed. He sprang up to block them, and his shout terrified the two into petrified fear. Linuan moved in a flash, delivering several sword strikes that tore the enemy apart. Black blood sprayed as his cold declaration echoed. As he landed, a blazing object bearing violent light hurtled toward him, freezing Linuan for a moment. The system warned in time. Linuan immediately stepped back to dodge, narrowly escaping danger. From deep within the cave the final leader emerged, swinging a massive hammer filled with killing intent. The system instantly displayed high-level boss information. The boss immediately launched an extremely fierce attack, bringing the giant hammer down on Linuan. His reflexes were razor-sharp. He dropped his body to evade, causing the heavy hammer to smash into the cave wall, sending stone and debris flying. From the force of the strike, the boss's enormous hammer embedded itself deep in the rock wall, unable to be pulled free for the moment. The dog-head boss, having overexerted itself, found its weapon stuck and struggled to wrench it out, while Linuan stood not far off, coldly watching its clumsy movements. Seizing the rare opportunity, Linuan wasted no time. He clenched his sword, leapt high, quickly converged energy into the blade, murmuring the familiar phrase that signaled the decisive moment. While the boss was still fumbling with its weapon, Linuan lunged in and swung his sword hard across its chest, knocking the dog head back with a look of terror in its eyes. Not giving it time to recover, Linuan repeatedly struck the boss's chest, but to his surprise, despite taking many blows, it was nearly uninjured. Finally the boss abandoned the hammer and faced Linuan directly, its whole body tensing as it bared fangs and growled threateningly. Linuan stepped aside calmly, noting that the leader's defense was indeed formidable. His attacks could not pierce it. After a struggle, the boss at last freed its weapon and immediately repeated the old move, swinging the hammer with such force that boulders cracked and shards flew everywhere, the impact sparking like an explosion. Witnessing that terrifying power, Linuan flinched and reassessed the true might of the boss before him. The boss, seemingly long pent up with rage, suddenly leaped into the air and unleashed a full force strike that generated successive shockwaves as the hammer hurtled toward Linuan in an instant. The hammer slammed into the ground, cracking the stone and violently shaking the whole cavern. Fortunately, Linuan reacted in time, leaping aside one beat slower, and he would have been crushed. After evading the killing blow, Linuan stopped quickly to adjust his position and combat stance. Linuan deliberately stretched the distance, observing and analyzing. He realized the leader's fighting style far surpassed that of an elite monster. The overall strength was at least 2 to 3 times greater. With that in mind, Linuan silently channeled hellfire energy to the tips of his fingers, his eyes flashing with calculation as he decided to prioritize keeping distance and continuously suppressing the opponent. Linuan then ordered all dog-head troops to encircle and attack. Shouts rang out, the system sent constant notifications, guard beasts howled, and all forces swarmed toward the lone boss in the battlefield. A large wolf charged forward to attack, but the dog-head leader instantly swung the hammer in counterattack. Light flared as it cleaved down on the wolf's head. The system reported a heavy hit with a critical, the unleashed energy raging like a violent vortex in the cavern. From behind, Linuan decisively pointed ahead and loudly ordered the troops to press on. Immediately the desert wild wolves behind surged forward in mass, swarming the boss like ants, biting and restraining until it was pinned in the formation. Under pressure, the boss frantically unleashed its power. Sparks flew thickly, its eyes blazing red as it roared and activated the Undying's rage, increasing attack and critical hit rate. Another desert wolf lunged up and bit the boss's bicep, unleashing a violent thunderous force. The system signaled rage skill activation, causing the dog head to scream in pain. The boss's entire body was wrapped in stormfire. Its wails echoed through the cavern as the system directly reduced its combat strength, and thunder exploded nonstop around it. From a distance Linuan watched as his desert wolves surrounded and tore into the huge boss. Despite its massive frame, the overwhelming numbers clearly put it at a disadvantage. The system immediately announced Soulfire skill activation. Deep blue spirit energy condensed in Linuan's palms, forming a blazing orb. Linuan stood back, raised both hands and fired cluster after cluster of energy like falling meteors, all converging on the boss being suppressed by wolves from above and below. During the assault, Linuan recalled the dog head leader's very low magic resistance, so it was repeatedly tormented, unable to retaliate, only screaming as its combat strength drained. Despite the continuous blows, the boss did not fall. Instead it grew more frenzied, opening its maw to roar, eyes blazing red with blood-soaked hatred. Channeling all its fury, the boss lunged blindly at Linuan, but he stood calmly, a confident smile twitching at his lips. The system announced stealth skill activation. Before the boss's eyes, Linuan's figure blurred and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Linuan appeared behind it, raised his sword and coldly warned, "If you came seeking death, don't blame me for acting," leaving the boss panic-stricken at losing its mark. Linuan's gaze locked onto the furry part of the boss's neck, recognizing it as a weak spot poorly protected by armor. Aiming precisely, Linuan gathered force, leapt high, and drove his sword down into the exact spot at the back of the boss's neck. The boss had no time to react and was struck in an instant. Bright red blood sprayed across the air. The sword plunged deep into the boss, blood gushing nonstop as Linuan pressed down to sink the blade further. In unbearable agony, the dog head opened its mouth and screamed in despair. In a mad fury, the boss swung its hammer in counterattack, but Linuan nimbly leapt aside, causing the blow to miss and fueling the boss's furious rage. Immediately after, Linuan snapped his fingers, pointed at the boss, and ordered a full assault. As the command was given, all the phantom wolves surged forward at once. Linuan gripped the fur on the desert wolf's back, holding his position, riding the lead wolf. Linuan shot into the air as the wolf snarled, staring down at the boss ahead. The wolf quickly dropped to the ground, bearing Linuan on its back, while the desert wolves below kept charging up to attack the boss. Surveying the battlefield, Linuan realized the boss's defensive armor had been broken. It had been mauled by the wolves to the point of severe depletion, its combat effectiveness sharply reduced. Just a few more strikes would finish it. Linuan steadied himself on the lead wolf's back, began gathering swirling energy, and lowered his voice to announce the next move. Linuan commanded annihilation, repeatedly launching massive energy blasts straight at the boss, creating violent explosions that steadily drained its combat strength. At this point the boss was engulfed by Linuan's hellfire, suffering continuous layers of pain and only able to scream in despair. Though many had been slain, the number of dog-head miners in the cave remained terrifyingly large. Groups kept pouring out from within, running and snarling, the area erupting with chaotic beast cries. Linuan narrowed his brow at the scene, his face cold. He sneered that they were only thrashing uselessly before death. The system kept popping notifications, recording that Linuan had slaughtered dozens of dog heads and their jailers, the kill count rising from 20 to 30 and then past 35. The desert wolves under his command surged like a furious tide, wiping out each group of dog head miners. While in stark contrast, the dog head boss in the distance panicked and turned to flee for his life. No one expected that the next moment Linuan, cloaked head to toe, would suddenly block the fleeing dog head, appearing directly in its path. Linuan gripped his sword, still radiating intense heat, slowly withdrew the blade, stared icily at the enemy, and asked with pressure, planning to run. He coldly issued a brief command to spare its life, his hand tightening on the hilt, as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Then Linuan used that force to propel himself up and delivered a heavy kick that stunned the dog head, while channeling a wave of hellfire energy into its body. What seemed like an ordinary strike became clear in an instant. The dog head's head was cut clean off, blood spraying violently from its neck, marking the moment Linuan utterly finished his foe. The massive body collapsed to the ground, blood pooling everywhere. The system immediately notified a successful kill and awarded 50 experience points, while Linuan turned and left at once without a backward glance. Decisive. The system's final notification confirmed the feat and the extra 50 XP. Linuan smiled with satisfaction as he viewed the status panel. Shortly after, the system panel updated and displayed a message congratulating him on officially reaching level 7. Linuan studied his stats on the system, murmuring that level 7 was indeed a decent step forward. He quickly calculated in his head and realized the distance to level 10 was no longer far, just a bit more effort. Besides his level, his two main skills, Stealth and Soul Fire, had both been upgraded to level 2, doubling their effectiveness. Linuan read every detail carefully, memorizing duration, mana cost, and mastery for each skill. While focused on the system panel, Linuan suddenly noticed something else that caught his attention. He stepped closer to the boss's corpse and found a brilliantly glowing object hovering above it. On closer inspection, he recognized it as a bronze chest, prompting an astonished exclamation. Linuan reached out and opened the chest. The moment it swung open, a blinding light burst forth like a floodlight, making him pulse with anticipation for the contents. The system immediately began displaying notifications, recording that he had received several items, including a leather pouch, an eternal candle, and the obsessed fist set. Shortly after, the system added that he had also received 20 gold coins. Holding the glittering pouch of coins, Linuan pondered that soon major banks worldwide would open channels to exchange in-game currency for real-world money. The system continued to display item details. The eternal candle can illuminate a 3-meter radius with no time limit, and the skull mask, when equipped, reduces physical damage while significantly boosting physique and strength. Linuan eagerly picked up the glowing glove, unable to hide his delight as he exclaimed that its appearance was truly eye-catching. The system instantly provided details. This was the Obsessed Fist Gloves, silver white grade, a weapon that significantly enhances both defense and attack. Linuan raised the glove to inspect it with satisfaction, marveling at his luck in getting a silver, white grade weapon from the bronze chest. Not far away, a man wielding a heavy weapon stood amid the sprawled desert wolves. The system immediately identified him as guild leader of Bloodshade, Huang Fai Long, profession fighter, level 8. He stood on high, pointed his weapon, and loudly proclaimed the results of the training, claiming to have slain 30 wolves in a minute. Beside him, a blonde teammate brandishing twin swords responded enthusiastically. The system identified him as Deputy Captain Huang Fai Hu. The members behind them burst into praise, lauding the skill of the guild leader and deputy leader, even boasting that they could wipe out Guild Laming without issue. The blonde deputy captain was visibly displeased, insisting that if Linuan hadn't shown up they would have already secured the world boss kill and faced no competition. A system announcement rang across the entire server, confirming the colossal beast had been slain by Linuan. All players inside the instance were stunned. An image of Linuan standing atop them, the massive boss's corpse, was displayed clearly on the system for everyone to see. Deputy Fai Hu continued to hurl threats, while leader Fai Long sternly warned him against acting rashly. Fai Long looked into the distance, his voice steadier, saying Linuan was not someone easy to deal with, and it would be better to recruit him to their side. After speaking, Fai Long hoisted his spear over his shoulder and moved forward, telling the team to rest and await orders while he went to confirm the target. The deputy captain seethed inwardly, growing angrier at being scolded repeatedly because of Linuan. In his fury he wildly pointed and shouted, vowing to teach Linuan a lesson one day in front of the boss. A bald man suddenly spoke up to dissuade him, pointing ahead to draw attention. Fai Hu immediately turned his head, frowning as he asked. He vaguely saw the silhouette of a woman approaching from afar and stood dumbstruck, unable to speak. Before him appeared a beautiful female mage, a perfect figure with smooth pale skin, looking solitary and somewhat lost. The guild members immediately leered lasciviously. Fai Hu laughed loudly with relish while those behind covered their mouths and snickered with lustful eyes. The scene cut back to Linuan. After completely clearing the dog head cave, he quietly left alone, walking under the blazing golden sunset, his tall figure radiating a full, oddly solitary air. As he walked, Linuan checked the system panel and reviewed the level 7 dog head undead's attack, defense, and its powerful heavy stroke skill. He calculated that he had gained another leader, rank undead. Boosting his combat strength, the total number of beasts in his domain reached 70, and maintaining this pace would be enough. At that moment a piercing scream rang out nearby, making Linuan stop instantly and reflexively turn his gaze to the side. It was the voice of the female mage from before. She trembled, clutching her staff, stepping back while trying to shout threats despite her obvious fragility. Not far off, Fai Hu's men were surrounding her. Burly men displayed their malicious intent, and the bald man with a sword grinned lewdly, taunting her with vicious words. Fai Hu stood beside them, smug and lecherous, treating it as amusement rather than cruelty. The bald man raised a hand, waggled a finger with a perverse grin, and shamelessly propositioned her as if she were trade goods. The mage gritted her teeth, preferring death to submission. She swung her staff repeatedly to keep them at bay, crying desperate warnings. Fai Hu showed no hesitation. He struck her directly, sending her reeling backward while laughing loudly in excitement. Not stopping there, he roughly grabbed her hair, his voice dripping contempt as he treated her like someone utterly powerless. Fai Hu completely lost control, pinning her to the ground and growling in a frenzy. The mage could only struggle hopelessly beneath his overwhelming force. His face pressed close, his animal instincts exposed as he taunted her grotesquely. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. He fully gave in to his instincts, roughly yanking at the girl's clothes as her desperate cries for help rang out in vain, a twisted smile revealing his madness. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, a sudden punch smashed into his face, teeth shattering, his body instantly losing control. The one who struck was Linuan. He casually activated his new treasure, clenching his fist with raw power. With a single simple blow, Fai Hu was sent flying dozens of meters, his body rocked by a terrifying impact as screams of agony rang out. His companions froze in horror, clutching their heads and frantically screaming the deputy captain's name. The next punch hurled Fai Hu straight into the rock face, dust and stone bursting out like an explosion. His body sank deep into the cliff, leaving a large crater. He lay limp, grievously injured and motionless. Linuan stood there with a cold aura, looking at his gauntleted fist and dryly noting the effect far exceeded expectations. Recognizing how terrifying their opponent was, one man immediately turned and fled, thinking only to warn the captain. The two remaining trembled as they faced Lin Yuan, pointing and making threats, while the badly injured mage looked up at her savior with astonished eyes. To those threats, Lin Yuan was completely indifferent, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. His eyes settled on the badge on their chests. Lin Yuan realized inwardly this was the Bloodshade Guild, a rising power in the nearby town. In memories of his past life, Bloodshade had been all red players, symbols of crime and danger, those marked by the system for killings and looting with high crime points. Although death in the game didn't affect the real world yet, losing gear and dropping levels was still a heavy blow to any player. Only then did Lin Yuan speak calmly, recalling that in his previous life these people had caused him no small trouble. The two remaining looked at each other awkwardly, avoiding direct eye contact and answering vaguely. The bald man regained some courage and loudly proclaimed his guild was number one, trying to intimidate with reputation. He put on a fierce act, rolling up his sleeves and making confident threats. Overestimating himself, he arrogantly issued a humiliating demand, thinking he could force Lin Yuan to submit. Lin Yuan responded in silence with action, a flash of his sword, his expression as cold as ice. In the blink of an eye both arms were sliced clean off and flew into the air, blood streaking in long arcs. The two armless men screamed in agony on the ground as Lin Yuan walked past, hurling a murder-laced taunt. The mage shakily propped herself on her staff and rose, her eyes full of shock and gratitude as she looked at her rescuer. Fai Hu still lay motionless where he had fallen, breathing weakly and not yet conscious after the fatal blow. His hand trembled as he reached for a nearby potion. The system quickly signaled partial restoration of HP and mana. Fai Hu struggled to his feet, his face twisted in pain as he ground his teeth and muttered with hatred. As his strength slowly returned, Fai Hu erupted with savage energy, his demonic power surging as he advanced, vowing to make his opponent taste hell. At the spot where Lin Yuan stood with the mage, the subordinate who had fled earlier came back in a panic to fetch the captain. Soon the whole group arrived. After hearing the report, the captain let out a cold, hoarse laugh, declaring he wanted to see who was reckless enough to court death, and the informant immediately pointed forward to identify the target. Lin Yuan had just stepped closer to the mage and hadn't opened his mouth when both of them sensed movement behind them and turned their gazes in the same direction. The lackey immediately pointed at Lin Yuan, shouting that he was the one who nearly killed the deputy captain. Hearing this, Fai Long hefted his spear from his back, roared threateningly, and loudly demanded to know who dared cause trouble. But as he gripped the spear, Fai Long's body suddenly stiffened, his face frozen as if sensing something amiss. When he looked straight into Lin Yuan's eyes, Fai Long couldn't help but be shaken, a thought flashing through his mind that indifference carried a terrifying authority. Just as the rumors had said, those eyes were cold like a coiled serpent, sharp enough to cut everything. Fai Long unconsciously focused on the sword in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan stood there, a surging aura of demonic power dense as darkness radiating from him. The mere presence was enough to choke those facing him, an invisible fear spreading through the air. Meanwhile the lackey, oblivious to the shift, kept egging on, shouting insults and urging the captain to act. In contrast, Fai Long stood rooted, eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, wavering. In Fai Long's mind, Lin Yuan had become an obsession, spear in hand. He still dared not strike, quickly reasoning that aura and that sword might come from a level 4 monster. And the man before him was most likely the legendary Lin Yuan. Behind him the lackey continued to gloat and threaten, certain of victory. Fai Long felt furious and panicked, both afraid and regretful, wanting to slap the fool for causing needless trouble. Facing Fai Long, Lin Yuan asked in a very calm tone whether he was the leader of the Bloodshade Guild. Though shaken inside, holding the spear, Fai Long knew his pride wouldn't let him back down easily. He frowned at Lin Yuan and sighed inwardly, realizing the fight today might be unavoidable. Just as Fai Long moved to act, a massive figure wielding twin swords suddenly appeared in the air, the recovered Fai Hu charging in. The mage immediately cried out in alarm, warning Lin Yuan to watch out for danger from behind. After regaining his strength, Fai Hu swung his swords and lunged forward, screaming with hatred, wanting to unleash all his anger on Lin Yuan. Wounded and humiliated, Fai Hu's eyes bulged with rage, his gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with fury. Seeing the deputy captain charge, Fai Long no longer hesitated. He raised his spear high and loudly declared that opposing the Bloodshade Guild would be the most foolish decision of Lin Yuan's life. They attacked simultaneously from both sides, but Lin Yuan stood motionless, not rushing to counter, which terrified the mage beside him. Suddenly Fai Long froze midair, exclaiming in shock at what unfolded. Linuan simply summoned the dog head boss he had just tamed. Its massive form and enormous weapon instantly drew every eye. The dog-headed man appeared with a vicious, murderous grin. It swung its muscular arm down, delivering a heavy hammer strike. The first blow struck Fai Long directly. His body instantly bent and was blasted back like a shrimp. One hit sent Fai Long flying dozens of meters, showing just how terrifying the dog-headed man's strength was. Only then did Fai Long realize the situation was out of control, his heart filled with dread. Linuan calmly regarded his opponent, and in a cold voice, announced that he would be the next target. Fai Long completely lost his confidence, his face drained, knowing he could not stand against Linuan. Linuan made a slight move. With a single simple strike, Linuan sent Fai Long flying flat to the ground. In just a few simple blows, both the captain and the deputy captain were disastrously defeated, while Linuan stood in the dusk light, imposing and dignified. Linuan sneered coldly. Moments later the system warned him for killing a human player. The crime points increased by 2, which made him flinch slightly. He smiled faintly, reassuring himself that as long as he didn't commit any more offenses for a week, the crime points would automatically clear. The sorceress looked toward the distance and saw people fleeing through the smoke and dust, hurriedly asking Linuan whether they should pursue them. Linuan replied indifferently that those people weren't worth worrying about. At that moment Fai Long's corpse began to dissolve, and the weapons on him gradually reappeared. Linuan acquired the weapons of both Fai Hu and Fai Long, including the Bolit Master at White-Silver tier, capable of wide-area explosions with considerable attack and power stats. Long Na Crossblade was also a White-Silver weapon, able to unleash sticky flame that clings to targets, increasing burn damage as well as speed and attack. There was also the Thorn Dust Saber at Azure Bronze tier, which moderately boosted attack and speed. After collecting the spoils, Linuan judged that even unused these weapons held significant trade value. The sorceress unconsciously stepped closer to Linuan. Once rescued, she showed gratitude. Her face flushed as she proactively thanked him and asked for his name. Her forwardness made Linuan momentarily embarrassed, especially since she was a beauty. The girl looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to give his name. Linuan withheld his identity, only leaving a promise that one day his name would appear on the global top 10 leaderboard. Hearing that, the sorceress's heart raced, both surprised and excited, stammering the words, "Top 10. Linuan quietly walked away without another word, leaving the sorceress behind regretful and loudly calling after him to accompany her. The scene shifted to the desolate Ahau Desert, sandstorms whipping into blinding dust. On the endless sand road, Linuan walked alone, with no companions, a solitary figure in the vast world. While Linuan was focused on traversing the desert, a strange creature suddenly lunged from behind, crawling swiftly beneath the sand straight for him. The system quickly displayed information. 6-level Ahau Scorpion. Simultaneously 2 or 3 rose from the sand to surround Linuan. Faced with this, he pulled his black cloak tighter and calmly stepped forward without panic. Spotting the monster's ambush, Linuan immediately lowered his center of gravity, gripped his sword with both hands, and prepared to counterattack. Linuan sprang into the air, unleashing a flurry of spinning, furious sword strikes that shredded the scorpions' bodies into pieces, their claws and shells pulverized by the storm of force he generated. A heavy slash fell. Linuan's gaze was cold and indifferent, his killing intent so distinct it made the surrounding air oppressive. Using his jump for momentum, Linuan became the center of a frenzied dark force, like a great vortex crushing every scorpion attacking around him. The system announced the area had been cleared. 60 Ahau scorpions in total were slain. The system sound chimed. Linuan's level officially rose to level 8. After a few simple sword strokes cleaned out the scorpions, Linuan wiped his sweat, secretly praising the direct jump to level 8. Although collecting paralysis herbs was a bit troublesome, the haul exceeded expectations. Recalling 2 days earlier, Linuan had met an old man in a dark secret chamber. The man wore a mage's hat and moved mysteriously as he slowly approached. The old man suddenly stretched out his hand toward Linuan, his voice low and mysterious, as if he'd long awaited this moment. Before Linuan could react, the system displayed a delegated task from Alchemist Amor, asking whether he accepted it. The system detailed the task. Go to the Ahau Desert and collect 100 paralysis herbs with lightning attribute. Deliver them to Amor within 1 day. After reading it, Linuan immediately thought of the special dungeon set to open in the main city's region in the future. That dungeon is filled entirely with lightning-type monsters. To clear it you must have extremely strong lightning resistance. Therefore high-grade anti-electric elixirs will become exceedingly rare, their value possibly reaching tens of millions. In a past life some people got rich relying on them. Completing this paralysis herb collection task will reward the recipe for crafting a high-grade anti-electric elixir. Today is Amor's first visit to Blackcart, After this task he will retreat into seclusion forever, meaning this is the only chance for players to obtain this precious recipe. Without hesitation, Linuan immediately confirmed the task on the system interface. After entering the desert's secret realm, Linuan wiped out scorpions along the way, fighting while assessing that 6-level Aho scorpions posed no real danger to his current strength. Linuan sat by the roadside, touched a blade of herb, collecting while practicing and perfecting the new skill he'd learned. The system displayed Gathering Art Level 2, increasing gathering speed and rare herb drop rate. Proficiency reached 120 out of 200. After gathering, Linuan stood and decisively moved deeper in. Just as he stepped forward, Linuan immediately felt an unusual tremor rising from beneath his feet. The ground cracked and the area shook violently, leaving Linuan astonished. From underground, a monster with a giant pointed snout burst through the earth, dust and sand blotting out the view. The monster swung its venomous tail to attack, but Linuan evaded in time, gripping his sword and shouting as he executed a technique. Linuan stepped back to steady himself, avoiding being knocked off balance by the shock. He stared straight ahead, lips pressed tight in concentration. The system repeatedly warned of a mutated monster appearing. A giant scorpion emerged like a titan, an overwhelming pressure engulfing the entire area. Linuan didn't expect a level 10 mutated beast to appear. The system displayed full details along with a glowing spirit stone embedded on the creature's body. Facing the giant monster, Linuan showed no fear. He smiled with excitement, admitting the fight wouldn't be easy. He declared he'd use this beast to test his white-silver sword, then focused energy into the blade and charged like a storm. Linuan unleashed a terrifying assault, striking the monster with successive lightning and shock attacks. But the thick armor still held. His sword tip struck directly against the monster's steel like carapace. Standing on the beast's back, Linuan realized the armor was nearly flawless, with no weak point to pierce. The system reported lightning paralysis skill activated. Bolts erupted from the monster's legs, closing in on Linuan as he gritted his teeth to hold the sword. The situation grew dangerous as lightning spread through its body. Linuan recognized he was suffering a lightning calamity. The system warned of the pierce venom skill. The venomous tail spun back to strike Linuan, putting him on immediate alert. Linuan withdrew his sword in time to dodge, causing the scorpion to stab itself. Its lightning burst then rebounded onto itself as well. The scorpion screamed in fury, the lightning field continuing to lash at Linuan, forcing him to brace for the blows. Realizing the beast's power exceeded expectations, Linuan decided he must first disperse the creature's combat force. The monster convulsed violently, lost control, and madly charged at Linuan. Linuan poured power into a summon, his cold eyes fixed on the beast as he called the name of his summoner. The gate to the demon realm opened. The army Linuan had subdued desert wolves and dog-headed miners poured out, slaughtering with overwhelming fury. By Linuan's command, a dog-headed miner leapt forward and swung his giant hammer down on the massive scorpion. The blow only slightly dented its combat power, but the aftershock rippled outward, shaking a swath of the desert. Seeing the strike's result, Linuan narrowed his brow, thinking to himself that a double critical effect had clearly been triggered. The giant scorpion instantly went berserk. It slammed its sharp pincers to smash a huge rock ahead, sending desert wolves and dog-headed miners flying in all directions. And the system warned that the boss had activated the Savage Earth Roar skill. A frenzied surge of energy burst from Linuan toward the battlefield, the counterattack move he had deliberately unleashed for a direct confrontation. Watching his subordinates flung aside, Linuan immediately changed attack direction, concentrating all killing intent on the scorpion's tail, making it howl in pain as he shouted to see if it could withstand his enhanced fire technique. Allowing no breathing room, Linuan continuously intensified his assault. Successive surges of energy hammered the monster, severely depleting its combat power as he resolved to finish it in this fight. With his usual cold expression, Linuan slowly raised his hand, a faint curl at his mouth, as if taunting the enemy to hand over its life. Suddenly ropes shot in from multiple directions, wrapping tightly around the scorpion's giant pincers and immobilizing it. Below the battlefield, the dog-headed miners coordinated flawlessly, throwing ropes and tightening them again and again, forcing the scorpion into frenzied thrashing and fierce screams. With the scorpion restrained, a dog-headed miner hoisted a great hammer and, gathering all his strength, leapt up to strike the target. The hammer slammed into the scorpion's core. Linuan couldn't help but shout when he saw a double critical occur, and the system immediately announced the heavy impact effect had been triggered. Unable to bear it, the scorpion went completely mad, roaring wildly as it tore apart the binding ropes encircling its body. Once free, it slammed into the ground, and then shot up into the air with brutal momentum. At that moment Linuan hovered above the giant scorpion, his eyes locked on the target without wavering. Linuan activated the gloves he had just obtained, clenching his fists as lightning radiance exploded. He calmly declared that if there was no weakness, he would simply crush it entirely. The system immediately displayed the hunter title activation. All of Linuan's combat stats surged, one eye flashing red as murderous intent erupted. Lightning from Linuan's body struck down onto the scorpion. The sheer pressure made it scream in agony and claw the ground to pieces. Using that momentum like a meteor, Linuan delivered the decisive punch, shattering the outer armor as black blood spouted violently. With no strength left to resist, the scorpion's body was ruthlessly ravaged, emitting only faint, horrific sounds. The battle ended, the mutated scorpion was torn apart and fell into the sand, and Linuan landed with full vigor as the system announced the boss's defeat. The system immediately displayed all details, the scorpion's full information, skills, and rewards. From afar came the sound of movement. Dozens of other scorpions were converging, putting Linuan on alert. Having turned the boss into a subordinate, Linuan faced the advancing swarm alone, confronting the entire horde by himself. The scorpion army closed in, a ferocious momentum swallowing the battlefield. Linuan gave a low order. The timing is perfect. Linuan leapt into the air and ordered his pet to activate the lightning crystal skill. A volley of lightning crystals shot straight into the scorpion swarm. Suppressed by the lightning force, each scorpion was blasted away and their combat power quickly dropped. Seizing the chaotic moment, Linuan charged into the fray, swinging his sword ready to slaughter. He kept striking their weak points, spinning, kicking, slashing without pause, causing the scorpions to fall one by one. A decisive sword stroke pierced the last scorpion's body. In the end, the entire vast horde was wiped out, and Linuan's level rose again. Amid the boundless dunes, Linuan stood alone atop a mountain of scorpion corpses. The system displayed Linuan's full character info and his updated stats after the battle. Feeling his strength increase, Linuan looked up and smiled. Jumping 2 levels left him thoroughly pleased. A slew of silver-grade items dropped. Linuan silently calculated how much money he could earn to improve his family's life, then stood in silence for a long moment, eyes fixed on the distant sky ahead. Seeing the piled monster corpses, the system confirmed the entire area had been cleared. A congratulatory notification sounded as Linuan received a rare gold tier skill book. Spiritual energy gathered in his hands. The brilliant light riveted his gaze. Bizarre book appeared. A tear on the cover revealed a red eye that stunned Linuan. Energy from the golden curse erupted, enveloping Linuan's entire body. Touching the book, Linuan immediately sensed an ominous aura. The skill engraved itself into his memory, and an energy circle burst beneath his feet, transforming his body. A colossal lightning column descended from the sky, striking Linuan as the exclusive skill activated. Gray-green smoke and countless skulls whirled about as the system detailed the level 1 dark curse skill. Linuan slowly raised the hand wrapped in soul energy before his eyes, feeling life force pulse in his palm as he murmured that this power could restore 20% of health. At that moment he suddenly spun his head around, his gaze sharpening and growing more alert. Linuan watched the captured scorpion lying barely alive from the fight. He stood motionless for a long while as if weighing an important decision. After a moment's thought, Linuan swept his hand, a brilliant firelight shooting out. He spoke in a low voice as if testing to see how effective it would be. The energy Linuan unleashed struck the scorpion's head, glowing and spinning slowly before seeping in, causing the creature's body to exhibit abnormal reactions. Immediately the scorpion screamed violently and trembled, and the system notified that its life had been restored to 80%. Linuan clenched his fist, resolve clear in his eyes. He said in a deep voice that the end phase had begun and it was time to leave and head to the first objective amid the sea of sand. But as he prepared to leave, he sensed a strange movement. A pitch-black hand of unknown origin placed on his shoulder as if to stop him. Startled, Linuan turned his head, a guess flashing through his mind. Could it be that thing? The scene immediately shifted back to the real world. Linuan's mother hurried up the stairs. Under the light she panicked, and shouted that his father had sprained his back and asked him to come help, jolting Linuan awake. Without hesitation, Linuan rushed downstairs, carefully helped his father onto the sofa, and gently told him to take it slow. His father was in so much pain his face went pale. Linuan's mother worried and scolded him for being old yet insisting on fixing the air conditioner himself instead of calling a technician. And now he'd thrown his back out. Linuan's father sighed softly, his voice tinged with melancholy, saying they should save wherever they could, like the last time the washing machine broke. He only fixed it roughly to get by. He glanced at his son standing in the doorway and reassured him that this was a minor injury, that a sleep would make it better, and that tomorrow he still had to go pick up Xiao Dan. Standing at the door, Linuan watched his father in silence. Countless thoughts rose in his chest, but he chose to remain quiet. The next day the weather was pleasant, the sky clear, no rain and no harsh sun. After the injury, Linuan's father still slept soundly, while his mother was awakened by strange noises coming from the house. She helped his father up and stepped outside, surprised as she asked if it was him and why it was so noisy so early. When she reached the living room, she was stunned to find many people installing new furniture. And everything was high-end. An installer hurried over to confirm identities, saying all the furniture had been ordered by Linuan and asking the two of them to inspect it, leaving his parents dumbfounded and confused. After speaking, the worker went back to work. Linuan's mother whispered to her husband, asking if she was dreaming, while the crew continued installing throughout the house. Scene cut to the gym. As his parents awoke, Linuan was already there training, his toned body and handsome face drawing attention from many girls. Linuan focused entirely on his workout, paying no attention to his surroundings as he quietly ran alone on the treadmill. Suddenly, a pretty long-haired girl in neat attire approached to chat, introducing herself as a gym staff member and asking if he'd like to sign up for an annual VIP package. Without hesitation, Linuan handed her his bank card, thinking he'd sell a few extra items. And with the house just renovated, it was convenient to register gym memberships for the whole family. Thinking of his family, Linuan felt his parents and Xiao Dan should start training early so they'd adapt when the world entered its changing phase. The attendant held the black card, blushing as she realized this patron had trained a long time yet showed no sign of fatigue, his breathing steady and physique perfect. She couldn't help wondering if such an admirable man really existed. Then her expression abruptly changed as she realized something. Examining the black card closely, she brought it nearer to confirm and couldn't believe it was the top-tier VIP card issued only to those with 50 million yuan in their account. Meanwhile, Linuan was on the phone with his parents, explaining it was prize money from gaming competitions and telling them to rest, which made the attendant even more flustered as she looked at him. Completely captivated by Linuan's looks and means, the attendant thought to herself that such a young man could be so outstanding. Scene shifted to Tushui No, one high school, the courtyard bustling as students planned outings after classes. Among the crowd, a petite blonde girl with a blue ribbon in her hair slowly descended the steps. That girl was Lin Dan, Linuan's younger sister, who walked carefully and modestly. Nearby, two schoolgirls chatted animatedly about birthdays and their brothers, and the conversation happened to reach her ears. Lin Dan's expression flickered with sadness as she lowered her head, wondering if her brother was truly as admirable as they claimed. In Lin Dan's memory, her brother buried himself in games, kept irregular hours, and rarely paid attention to her. She stomped off in a huff, not wanting to hear anyone mention her brother. Inwardly she muttered that she didn't need him. Suddenly, a group of people blocked Lin Dan's path, teasingly calling her the school's belle. Facing Lin Dan were four young men looking for trouble. One with a weird haircut sneered, while a blonde behind him crossed his arms arrogantly and taunted provocatively. Standing before the bullies, Lin Dan remained calm and unafraid. She spoke up forcefully, asking them directly what they wanted. Her two friends behind her suddenly stepped forward. The black-haired girl gestured energetically and shouted, "Class president, who are they?" While the blue-haired one stayed silent but stared at the others with steady eyes, surprising Lin Dan that her friends would defend her. The brown-haired guy couldn't contain himself. He closed in on Lin Dan, leering at her smooth skin and spewing crude provocations. Angry, Lin Dan dodged and yelled for him not to touch her. The brown-haired boy snapped and cursed in fury. Bravely, Lin Dan pointed straight at the ringleader and warned that she'd call the police if they kept following her, which infuriated the boys at being defied by a girl. Provoked, the brown-haired boy turned violent, swinging a hard punch with curses, catching Lin Dan off guard and striking her. The boy's superior strength knocked Lin Dan to the ground. She cried out in pain while her two friends panicked and called her name, stunned at the cruel attack. He didn't stop, continuing to threaten with an arrogant tone, claiming touching her was because he had set his sights on her and mocking her resistance. Unable to fight back, Lin Dan curled up and covered her face, shrinking back in desperation with no one to turn to. Suddenly, a powerful hand appeared and seized the arm that was swinging. Lin Dan thought she was done for. But when the blows stopped, she cautiously opened her hands and looked around. Before her stood her brother Linuan, radiating a terrifying cold presence. With one hand he had the brown-haired boy bent and controlled, his voice icy as he demanded who allowed them to bully his sister. Realizing the man before her was her brother, Lin Dan froze, unable to believe it as she blurted out. Linuan glanced at his sister for a moment without saying a word, his face still cold as he turned to the troublemaker. Though restrained by one hand, the thug wildly thrashed and tried to fight back, cursing Linuan arrogantly. Three henchmen immediately rushed to attack Linuan, shouting threats, some cursing, others urging each other to be ruthless. They were no match. Linuan felled two of them with a single punch, leaving them vomiting in pain and crying out miserably. Right after, Linuan delivered a fierce kick to the red-haired boy so violently he felt as if his back would break. Not stopping there, Linuan followed with a direct kick to the brown-haired one, sending him sprawling while the others lay scattered on the ground. Finally Linuan stomped his foot onto the brown-haired boy's face, blood immediately spreading over a face once considered handsome. Linuan acted ruthlessly. Anyone who dared lay a hand on his sister would not end well. He used his foot to forcefully grind the boy's head against the ground. In an instant, the four troublemakers lay motionless like dried fish. Linuan stood proudly at the scene, drawing admiring glances from onlookers. To his sister, Linuan appeared both strong and magnetic. He calmly told her to leave, and Lin Dan stood stunned by everything that had happened. On the way home, Lin Dan curiously asked why he had come to pick her up today, wondering since he usually stuck to gaming. Lin Yuan briefly explained that their father had a bad back, and their mother had to stay home to care for him, which made Lin Dan immediately worried. Lin Dan hurriedly asked about their father's condition. Lin Yuan replied slowly that it wasn't too serious. After that they fell silent again, quietly walking home. Lin Dan suddenly realized it had been a long time since she felt this close to her brother, and she blushed with embarrassment. Looking at her brother now, Lin Dan saw him tall, strong, and more mature than before, and the change felt unfamiliar. From afar, two schoolgirls waved enthusiastically and called out Lin Dan's name. The blue-haired girl ran over to whisper that her brother was so considerate, and the black-haired girl eagerly agreed, surprised she had never heard Lin Dan mention such an impressive brother. Hearing her friend's praise, Lin Dan glanced at her brother and thought to herself, is this the one they recalling handsome? Round Lin Yuan, the girls murmured in admiration, curious and praising him as far more dashing than the other boys at school. In an instant, Lin Yuan became the center of attention. Lin Dan couldn't help thinking her brother was truly captivating. A pink-haired girl stepped forward to greet him. Lin Yuan replied politely, and Lin Dan quietly noted how striking his height was. Lin Dan guessed he must have been training at the gym for a long time. His firm muscles and the strength he just showed surprised her. She suddenly recalled the shy, insecure brother from before, always with his head buried in his phone, clearly the same person, yet so different now. Previously, Lin Yuan had been the image of a gaming addict, holed up in his room with fast food and a sloppy appearance. Now Lin Dan was deeply confused, sensing how drastically he had changed and unable to understand how everything shifted so quickly. The conversation ended there. Her two friends smiled, waved, and said they'd see her tomorrow, and Lin Dan returned a gentle wave. As she turned to leave, Lin Dan looked ahead and froze, unable to react. In front of her, Lin Yuan had crouched down, signaling for her to climb onto his back. Students from afar murmured in amazement while Lin Dan fumbled, uncomfortable and unaccustomed. Embarrassed and unwilling to be the focus of everyone's gaze, Lin Dan kept waving him off, insisting she could walk on her own and inwardly protesting being carried in public. But Lin Yuan wouldn't accept her refusal. He pulled her hand, making her cheeks burn and preventing her from looking up. Lin Yuan decisively hoisted his younger sister onto his back. Although Lin Dan was grown, the gesture embarrassed her, and she kept pushing him away in protest. Lin Yuan paid no mind to the surrounding gazes. He calmly carried his sister and softly said that her friends had all left, and if it hurt she shouldn't push herself. It turned out Lin Dan had just twisted her ankle. Her ankle was visibly swollen and bruised, and Lin Yuan glanced and immediately realized she'd been shoved and sprained it. Leaning against her brother's back, Lin Dan was surprised and couldn't tell when he had noticed her condition. So Lin Yuan carried his sister straight home. As soon as they came in, he greeted their parents, and Lin Dan politely returned the greeting, leaving their parents surprised at the sudden closeness between the two children. The couple exchanged looks. Without words they both understood the thought crossing the other's mind. Even though Lin Yuan's father still had a sore back, he turned and said it was good they were home, then watched as his son carefully took his daughter inside. Not long after, Lin Yuan took the initiative to wash the dishes for his mother. His quick, skilled movement surprised everyone. Their mother glanced at her son and told her daughter that her brother seemed like a different person now. The whole family buzzed with talk, while Lin Dan could only stand in silence, staring at her brother's sudden change. Their mother leaned in teasingly that the sibling bond had returned like when they were little, even better, which made Lin Dan blush and hastily deny it. Blowing on a steaming cup of tea, Lin Dan wondered whether her brother had really changed. Lin Yuan focused on tidying up the house. After putting away the dishes, he told their parents that everything was done. After that, he took off his apron and said he would go rest in his room first. Lin Yuan quickly returned to his room, while Lin Dan stood outside holding a cup of tea, looking at his room with a suspicious gaze. Lin Dan chastised herself for expecting too much, thinking her brother was still just a gaming addict as before. Just then, Lin Yuan unexpectedly held out a pink box of medicine in front of Lin Dan, leaving her stunned and confused. Though his tone was somewhat cold, Lin Yuan still instructed his sister to use the medicine after bathing because it was very effective, which surprised Lin Dan. After speaking, Lin Yuan returned to his room and called from inside that he would be playing games and to not bother him if there was nothing important. Lin Dan gripped the bottle of medicine tightly, a strange, indescribable feeling rising in her chest. Thinking it over, she felt her brother was much warmer now than before and blushed as she replied she wouldn't enter his room. Lin Dan gave a small smile and happily held the box of medicine. Their mother continued teasing her about school, making Lin Dan blush and deny it before hurrying off to bathe, while Lin Yuan inside the room heard it and felt too embarrassed to come out. Leaning back in his gaming chair, Lin Yuan thought to himself that the recent family troubles might have been temporarily resolved. He then looked up toward the gaming rig in front of him. He put on his gaming headset, ready to return to the in-game world. The scene shifted to the game world. Lin Yuan was teleported to the capital Feng Sai. The landing slam cracked the ground, and behind him rose structures with Indian-style architecture. Looking ahead, Lin Yuan smiled with excitement, preparing to hunt his target. The system notified him he had entered Fengxe, cloaked in a black robe. Lin Yuan stepped into the wind-blasted deserted palace. Inside, a man had been kicked to the ground, repeatedly crying out that it was all a misunderstanding. The chief official, gripping a sharp spear, pinned the man down and shouted that the captive was clearly a thief. At that moment, Lin Yuan approached and witnessed the whole scene. The chief official immediately turned his head with a suspicious, probing look. Although he sensed someone approaching, seeing nobody, he couldn't help but suspect it was just an illusion. The chief official shoved the man toward another direction, berating him, while Lin Yuan hid behind a nearby wall. Silently, Lin Yuan analyzed that the patrols were very sharp to erase criminal traces. One needed to hide for at least 3 days. Finally, Lin Yuan decided to step out, clenching his fist and lowering his voice as he said it was time to act. Long time no see, old friend. The scene shifted to a massive cathedral-like church, its grounds spanning thousands of hectares, the architecture majestic, every detail exuding luxury and prestige. On the high steps, Bishop Lawrence donned regal vestments like a supreme figure, and solemnly declared to the man kneeling before him that he would wash away past sins, purify his soul, and guide a new path through the ritual of baptism. Just then, Lin Yuan slowly entered the church from the doorway and greeted loudly, breaking the solemn atmosphere. The bishop flinched slightly when he saw Lin Yuan, narrowing his eyes as he studied the newcomer. Behind Lin Yuan were parishioners lined up for baptism. He calmly said he had come because he heard someone gravely ill needed treatment. Soon after, Lin Yuan was led into a private room while outside someone reported Doug's condition and received a brief confirmation that it was understood. In the sick room, Dog Wayne lay gasping, his chest coated with green mucus. He had once been a knight of the scorpion-tailed lions, one of the strongest warriors of the ancient West Desert Kingdom. In his previous life, when Lin Yuan reached level 15, it was Doug who helped him obtain a golden weapon. Memories of the scorpion-tailed lion cavalry squad were vivid in his mind. Lin Yuan looked Doug straight in the eye and stated his purpose clearly. He had come to deal with the poison coursing through Doug's body. Hearing that, Doug laboriously lifted his head to look at Lin Yuan, his eyes showing exhaustion and pain. The system displayed Lin Yuan at level 10. He stood motionless before Doug with a calm demeanor. Seeing Lin Yuan's level, Doug laughed, mocking that a level 10 mage was inferior even to the patrolman on the street. No sooner had he spoken than Doug coughed violently, spitting black, full blood. His body was pale and veins bulging, clear signs the toxin had spread. Lin Yuan looked at the black blood and said sternly that the toxin had invaded his organs and that Doug had no choice but to accept his treatment. Lin Yuan confidently asserted that if Doug refused, he wouldn't live more than a month, causing the priest to worry while Doug fell into deep thought. Understanding his condition, Doug retorted that detox required 1,000 ram of rotten mana fat, daring Lin Yuan to go to the Gobi Muds to fetch it. Immediately the system announced that the quest issued by Doug had been activated and awaited confirmation. A detailed quest panel appeared, listing Doug's task as completion sword rank, requiring the collection of 1,000 ram of rotten mana oil to cure the poison. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and agreed without hesitation. The scene swiftly shifted to the Gobi Muds, where rotten mantis swam thickly, skulls bobbed on the slime, and the stench of corpses was overpowering. Despite the sunlight, the area remained gloomy with heavy yin energy, and countless rotten mantis stirred beneath the sludge. Suddenly, a level 15 elite rotten manta leapt up to attack. The system displayed its stats, sending many flying while others scrambled to draw their weapons and counterattack. A blonde knight charged forward leading the assault, warning everyone to avoid the manta's sharp teeth and ordering an attack. But the vanguard were immediately struck hard, screaming in agony. A rotten manta whipped its tail and struck a man, flinging him away like a struck ball. The powerful tail strike even terrified the blonde knight, and a number of people were sent tumbling into the mud. Those who fell into the sludge were immediately swarmed by rotten mantas, cries for help rising into chaotic clamor. The rotten manta reared up and thrashed its tail violently. The system announced it had activated the wave tail skill. Going all out, the manta lunged with its gaping maw to attack the leading knight, throwing him into a precarious, dangerous situation. The knight clenched his sword, desperately trying to defend against the direct onslaught. He could even see the grisly red, black interior of the manta's mouth. A horrible stench hit him as it charged. In that instant the knight despaired, convinced he wouldn't get out alive this time. At the critical moment, Linuan appeared from the sky, hurtling in at incredible speed. Linuan reached out and grabbed the knight by the collar. He pulled the knight out of danger while gathering energy in his right hand, coldly warning the foe before him. Linuan's gaze was icy, killing intent radiating. One hand held the knight, the other poised to strike. The rotten manta sensed the terrifying firepower, its eyes widening in panic as it shrieked. A stream of flame shot forward. The manta exploded midair, engulfed in blue fire as it writhed in agony. Linuan landed, bracing with one hand while holding the knight with the other, tremendous energy erupting as he emitted a low, gruff sound. The blonde knight was completely stunned, his mind full of questions. He seemed unable to grasp or adapt to what had just happened. The blonde knight staggered up, propping himself with his hands, his eyes still dazed, clearly unable to believe he had just escaped that maw of fangs. In his head a vague thought kept repeating, "Am I really saved?" Only then did he remember the benefactor who had saved him. He turned quickly and saw Linuan streaking through the air. The knight shouted out, as if trying to call him to stop. Linuan completely ignored the call behind him, his focus entirely on the battlefield. He unleashed his power, soaring upward to confront the swarm of rotten mantis. Watching him, the knight could only exclaim in terror that this was the great figure from before. Suspended in midair, Linuan spun his arm, and terrifying streams of energy rapidly converged, condensing into a radiant blue sphere that flashed with blinding light. Without hesitation, Linuan swung and hurled the energy sphere downward. A barrage of beams rained out, piercing the rotten mantis in the swamp, continuously sapping their combat strength as their screams shook the area. One rotten manta finally succumbed to the pressure, thrashing its giant tail and launching into the air, flinging mud everywhere and creating utter chaos. The mantis went berserk, all driving power into their tails as they lunged at Linuan, aiming to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and tear him apart. Seeing the danger, the blonde knight couldn't help but shout a warning, his voice full of worry, urging Linuan to be careful. Many mantis leapt up to bite and tear, but each time they struck, Linuan had already dodged, vanishing in an instant. They only tore into the sludge. He slid past coldly, his words taunting their helplessness. In a flash Linuan landed firmly, one hand bracing on the ground, his gaze lifting to face the surrounding monsters. Linuan crouched slightly, channeling all his strength into his legs, preparing for the next counterattack. A flash of light, and his familiar weapon instantly materialized in Linuan's hand, its aura sharp and chilling. Linuan held his sword horizontally before him, his eyes ice cold and murderous, his voice dripping contempt as he declared that even in a swarm they would not escape being crushed. No sooner had he finished than Linuan surged forward like a fierce wind, his figure constantly shifting directions, leaping over each manta as his sweeping strikes kept them colliding into one another in chaos. Watching from afar, the blonde knight was utterly floored, astonished by such overwhelming power. The group had nearly been wiped out moments ago. Yet this one man felled many in an instant still. He thought it would be hard for a single person to clear the entire swarm. But no sooner had that thought surfaced than the blonde knight froze, his face drained of color at the sight before him. Before his eyes, the entire swarm was cloaked in blue electric sparks. Linuan's aura filled the air, making each creature ferocious yet unsteady. Linuan continued to diffuse the blue aura, forcing it to spread across the battlefield, creating an invisible pressure that enveloped everything. He narrowed his eyes as he watched ahead, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he let out a cold murmur. Centered on Linuan, a fierce tide of evil energy erupted like a storm. The system immediately notified that an area skill had been activated, throwing all enemies within range into chaos and sensory disarray. A sigil quickly formed above his fingertip, exuding a chilling, terrifying aura. Linuan spoke slowly, asserting he would not fall easily in this world. No sooner had he finished than Linuan loudly summoned, and a dark gate opened. A giant wolf stepped out with ferocious momentum, baring its fangs and growling to intimidate on its master's command. The giant wolf immediately leapt onto a high rock and howled, the echo leaving the rotten mantis dazed and disoriented. The system confirmed the skill's effect as many targets fell into a stupor. Linuan quickly raised his hand to his face, activated the system interface, and a low voice sounded to signal the next step. The system interface displayed an item, a single-use gas mask that maintains alertness. Moments later the mask materialized on Linuan's face. He bowed slightly, tightened his grip on his sword, and prepared to dive into the next fight. Beneath the cold mask, Linuan's eyes flashed with clear excitement, as if the battle had only just begun. Behind him the giant wolf stamped and growled menacingly. Linuan launched forward from before it, charging straight at the enemies. As he surged, Linuan's aura exploded, his speed spiking, and his battle cry rang out like a death sentence for the monsters. One by one the mantis were struck at vital points, their mouths gaping in agony. Linuan hovered like a hawk in midair, his blade tracing continuous arcs, cleaving through every target, the system chiming rapidly to confirm fatal strikes. At last, Linuan ended the large manta with a killing stroke, blood spattered like lava, screams tore through the air. And he had done it all alone. Linuan stood atop the piled carcasses, solitary and imposing as he advanced. The surviving mantis panicked and fled, fully aware of the power gap. Linuan clenched his fist, his low voice edged with killing intent as he mocked the slow, weak creatures who only knew how to hide in the sludge. Heved, Linuan hurled his sword. The blade streaked like lightning as storm energy erupted along its flight path. The sword locked onto a fleeing target. A blinding burst of light exploded, and the fetid swamp shook with a thunderous detonation. Thanks to the gas mask, Linuan maintained clarity and a surge in combat prowess, each strike precisely hitting enemy weak points. Seeing the continuous skill chain, Hencheng couldn't hide his amazement and voiced admiration, though the staff-wielding mage remained grave, warning that complacency now would still be very dangerous. Having killed only a few, vast schools of mutant catfish suddenly converged from afar. Their numbers so great the sand surface trembled. Realizing the dire situation, everyone panicked and shouted, pointing ahead as the swarm advanced. At the sight, Linuan showed no panic and instead coldly sneered that the more there were, the easier to deal with. He then ordered his undead army to begin deployment. The boss-level scorpion officially entered the battle, raising its razor tail as twin purple beams converged to activate the powerful skill crystal Thunder Fury. The crystal on the scorpion's head flared violently as energy peaked, firing countless razor-sharp crystal shards at supersonic speed in all directions. The shards combined into a deadly rain, falling from the sky onto the swarm and piercing their bodies, making the battlefield feel like it was being bombarded. The glass fragments carried immense force. Each fall felt like a meteor strike, dazzling flashes lighting the scene. The crystal shards embedded in the monsters' bodies, causing them to scream pitifully in excruciating pain. This should have been a moment to cheer. But the knight panicked, clutching his head and shouting that the situation remained grim. The disparity in levels and numbers was too great to wipe out the entire swarm in one wave. Linuan stomped hard on a manta's head, using the force to spring upward. That fish had been finished off by Linuan. Its body went limp and slowly sank beneath the sand. In the blink of an eye, Linuan dashed to the cliff, turned to the others with confidence, and coldly asked who had said they couldn't wipe out these monsters. He quickly donned the gas mask again, every motion completed neatly in an instant. At the same time, Hencheng stood frozen, then suddenly noticed something amiss. He urgently pointed and shouted that the scorpion seemed to always aim straight for the female fish's belly. A thick fluid oozed from the corpses, and Hencheng immediately warned everyone to be alert. He spotted male fish beginning to appear, and in the distance a school of dark spheres with glowing red eyes was approaching. Unease spread quickly. Hencheng could only guess the fish were about to launch an all-out attack. The male fish lunged at the carcasses, ripping and tearing wildly. When a female dies or gives birth, she releases large amounts of pheromones, driving the males into a frenzy to guard the eggs and attack indiscriminately. Amid that chaos, Linuan calmly explained that he was simply exploiting the school's instincts, letting them slaughter each other. Just when it seemed everything was under control, another fish suddenly lunged in at blinding speed. The fish burst up from beneath the sand, its jaws wide with razor teeth, prompting everyone to shout warnings to Linuan. Its body convulsed violently as it shot straight for the ledge where Linuan stood. The force of its charge raised a sandstorm that blew into the group, causing panic, especially the knight, who cried out in horror, suspecting this female fish might be nearly the size of the males. Contrary to everyone's fear, Linuan looked strangely excited, thinking to himself that it had appeared at the perfect moment. Knowing he still had several aces to play, Linuan raised his hand and ordered the undead wolf pack to strike. The wolves sprang from the ground, biting deep into the prey with razor jaws and rotating positions to maximize damage. The giant fish was quickly surrounded, its body covered in wolf bites worthy of an elite level 15 monster with terrifying resilience. The fish was nearly torn apart by the attacks, but despite taking significant damage, the situation remained tense for Linuan. Even with many undead wolves deployed, they couldn't land a killing blow. The fish still thrashed and screamed, yet Linuan remained perfectly calm, drawing his sword and asserting that once the creature was restrained, everything would become simple. As the wolf pack continued its assault, Linuan unleashed greenish bolts of lightning aimed at a new target, the elite gillfish. At the right moment, Linuan delivered a horizontal slash across the fish's belly, causing all the eggs inside to spill out. He then bent down and scooped up a handful of the fish eggs. He gently observed, and checked the number of eggs in his hand. That odd action left everyone there bewildered, unsure what Linuan was calculating. Suddenly Linuan turned and loudly ordered everyone to move to the central rock. At his command, the undead wolves immediately sprang into action. They moved nimbly from ledge to ledge, carrying in their mouths the heads of egg-filled fish and heading precisely to the designated spot. Unexpectedly, a wolf dropped a fish head to the ground and let out a ferocious roar. The smell of fish eggs quickly spread through the surrounding air. That scent immediately drew the attention of other schools hiding below. They surged forward without hesitation, pouring straight at Linuan's group. At that moment, Linuan growled loudly, taunting them all to charge. In their frenzy, each fish recklessly hurled itself against the cliff without hesitation. Those with him were stunned by the perfect trap as the school fell completely into a daze. Hencheng suddenly remembered that fish eggs have a special attraction for males and realized this was how Linuan continuously generated pheromones to Sauteas. Hearing this, Linuan only replied that it still wasn't enough, then immediately cast the next summoning. He declared it the perfect moment, and a wave of massive monsters were summoned, hoisting picks and roaring across the battlefield. In a single short onslaught, the entire group of Gilmans was left gasping, their huge bodies strewn along the cliff, motionless or weakly thrashing. Before them stood Linuan's monster knights, towering figures radiating emerald light, picks in hand like a wall of steel. The beastmen were ecstatic, rough faces breaking into satisfied smiles as they tore into the fish, eyes blazing. They struck without hesitation, slashing mercilessly. A syrupy green fluid suddenly gushed from a carcass, causing the knight to gape in shock. It was the green venom sac formed inside the male fish. Drawing on experience from a past life, Linuan immediately explained the mechanism. The green venom sac in the male acts like capsaicin, and when released it produces a toxic gas that forces surviving fish to recognize danger and flee. As the dark green fluid spread, no aggressive counterattacks occurred as expected. Instead, only sporadic cries of panic rang out. All the guild demons immediately turned and fled, distancing themselves from the slaughtered kin and keeping at least 5 meters away. They dared not stop, for they were not fully immune to the toxin themselves once affected. They could only abandon themselves to fate. Seeing the situation stabilize, Hencheng couldn't contain his excitement and leaped up, cheering loudly. The school had truly retreated, no fish dared remain. Before them lay a field of dead fish mixed in tangled green mud, yielding massive experience. Linuan gently rose into the air, knowing the battle was over and only loot collection remained. The archer still couldn't believe what he'd witnessed, stepping forward with his mouth agape. One lone man clearing an entire nest of monsters was beyond imagination. To Hencheng, Linuan was like an idol, eyes shining with worship, and even wanting to follow him unerringly. After the somewhat over-the-top reaction, attention returned to the matter at hand. Linuan wielded his weapon, each cold slash striking the guild demons' bodies, with such force that bones shattered into fragments and the corpses were cleaved into pieces, ending them cleanly. He landed on the ground with powerful presence, leaving the surrounding soldiers stunned by his authority. At that moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes, confirming Linuan gained 12,000 experience points and officially leveled up to level 11. Standing at the pit's edge amid mud and piled carcasses, Linuan felt quiet joy. Thanks to extensive experience from a past life with this dungeon, he had progressed so swiftly. When Linuan touched the support item, it slowly dissolved into the air as if its mission were complete. That mask had clearly played a major role in the battle. Holding the collection vial aloft, Linuan couldn't help but sigh. Spending 5 gold for a single-use item felt a bit steep, but the effectiveness made it worthwhile. The rotten gill head weighed 1,000 grams, refined from the fatty gland of the rotten gills in the Gobi Marsh, and was an important ingredient in advanced DC2 treatments. It had special effects on poisoned or necrotic wounds, helping dead tissue regenerate into healthy flesh nearly forgotten by Linuan. Suddenly Linuan gasped, remembering another important item and inwardly scolding himself for nearly forgetting it. He immediately opened his inventory, summoned the item, and placed it neatly in his palm. The rogue wave's nose is a silver, tier gadget made from rotten gill skin. It looks like an elastic spherical nose that emits a strange sound, vibrates slightly, and glows when squeezed. Its primary effect is to disperse the rotten gill pheromones, creating a fear effect on small to medium aquatic creatures. Although the item's effect wasn't bad, one glance at Linuan's expression showed he utterly disliked it. His look was pure exasperation. Just imagining himself wearing it on his face sent a chill down Linuan's spine. He'd look like a clown. He suspected the bizarre item stemmed either from an overly generous quest reward or the game's designer's weird tastes. While Linuan was still unsure what to do with it, Han Cheng stepped forward, face flushed with excitement, whispering that it was so cool and even glowed. Clearly Han Cheng adored the item. His eyes widened and sparkled, and he nearly shouted with excitement when he discovered it could vibrate. Seeing that reaction, Linuan held the item up. The nose vibrated gently, reflecting a shimmering light, and he tilted his head, asking if the boy really liked it that much. Hearing this, Han Cheng's eyes went wide in astonishment. Then he leaped for joy like he'd won the lottery, eagerly asking if the great hero could sell it to him. Price entirely up to him. Seeing Han Cheng so overexcited, the knight could only awkwardly apologize, saying the boy was always like that. To Lin Yuan, the item had no practical use, so he turned and tossed it away, effectively gifting it to Han Cheng. Han Cheng hastily caught it with both hands and tried to offer to pay, but Lin Yuan waved him off coldly, firmly refusing. In Han Cheng's eyes, Lin Yuan seemed bathed in golden light, wings of white at his back, truly an angelic existence. Such a small gesture nearly moved Han Cheng to tears, leaving the knight and teammates staring in puzzled silence, unable to believe someone would pay for that item. The scene quickly shifted to another place, inside the cathedral, where robed priests stood guard at the entrance. Upon entering the room, a hand immediately inverted the vial, letting the smoke within spread through the space. The smoke quickly converged and merged into the body, and in an instant Doug suddenly awakened, eyes filled with astonishment. Doug shot upright on the wooden bed, utterly stunned that Lin Yuan had truly managed to bring that item back. As soon as the quest was completed, the system immediately announced Lin Yuan had fulfilled Doug's golden quest, rewarding him with the gold tier weapon Soul Cleaver. Without delay, the sword appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. His eyes flashed with cold satisfaction. He finally had Soul Cleaver again, the first gold tier weapon from his past life. Soul Cleaver is a gold tier weapon granting 150 attack, 150 magic damage, and 100 spirit. Its skill Soul Cleaver Seal has a range of 150 meters, deals 150 spirit damage to the target, has no cooldown, and costs 10 mana per use. While the base stats aren't overwhelmingly superior, Soul Cleaver Seal possesses a fearsome combat attribute, especially a very potent hidden effect. Each time the skill hits, soul energy accumulates in the enemy's body. On the third hit it triggers an additional 250 spirit damage. In my past life, Soul Cleaver helped me sweep across the western desert, climb to the top step by step, become the region's top mage, and stand above thousands. Clutching the treasure blade, Lin Yuan lightly stroked the cold edge, feeling that familiar power. The system also granted additional reputation rewards, 1,000 renown in the main city and 500 with the Scorpion Lion Knight Order. This information didn't surprise Lin Yuan much. The renown gained remained neutral as before, but it was enough for him to operate freely in the main city. As he was about to leave, another notification popped up and stopped Lin Yuan in his tracks. He made a small surprised sound. The system announced that for completing the quest, Lin Yuan received an Pa's favor reward. Doug's favor increased by 10 points. Doug stared at his hands, moved them slightly, and felt an unbelievable sensation. This time something seemed to have changed. Escaping the brink of death, Doug hugged himself and repeatedly thanked Lin Yuan with deep emotion. He admitted that without him he'd likely have died in a few months, and Lin Yuan only smiled, saying that was his duty. Overcome with gratitude, Doug immediately decided to grant Lin Yuan a special welfare benefit, and solemnly said there was one thing he must warn him about. This left Lin Yuan slightly puzzled. Could those 10 favor points have triggered some hidden event? Doug warned sternly that if Lin Yuan ever met someone named Quincy, he must stay far away. The man was like a blood wizard, possessing extremely dangerous crimson blood magic. Hearing such a grave warning from Doug, Lin Yuan was stunned and confused. Quincy was clearly his mentor, so why was he described as a danger? If Lin Yuan's shock was level 1, Doug's was certainly tenfold. He couldn't hide his astonishment and blurted out in panic, "What, he's your mentor?" Doug braced himself on the bed, sighed, and decided to tell the truth. Although Lin Yuan had carefully concealed his profession, there had still been a slip. Doug suddenly sprang up, his gaze unusually serious, and bluntly asked to confirm, "You are a death hunter, aren't you?" Exposed, Lin Yuan immediately raised his guard, eyes cold and hostile. He ground out each word. "How do you know I'm a death hunter? After I hide my info, even Quincy can't recognize my identity." To prevent further misunderstanding, Doug quickly explained his own background. He had once been a Scorpion Knight serving the king, carrying out covert missions including hunting death hunters, and had thus learned a special skill called dark sensing. Hearing that, Lin Yuan paused and repeated skeptically, "Dark sensing." Doug went on to explain in detail that dark sensing was an exclusive skill of the Scorpion Knights. Whenever a death hunter appeared within a certain range, the senses would react automatically. The closer the distance, the stronger the sensation, like a direct to the consciousness. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately realized Doug had long since detected his identity. He was shaken. He hadn't expected a skill specifically designed to counter death hunters to exist. Doug shook his head, looked at his hands, and explained that because he had been severely poisoned earlier his awareness was dulled, and he hadn't noticed. But now that the poison was cleared, the special aura bearing the mark of the Dark Lord on Linuan could no longer be concealed. Doug's words mentioned a name that caught Linuan's attention, the Dark Lord. So Doug decided to recount the whole story, and to understand it one had to start from a very ancient age. Doug said that popular legend held there were 5 supreme gods, but in fact from the very beginning there was a 6th deity, the Dark Lord. He was also called the King of the Undying and was the strongest existence among all 6 gods. Becoming too powerful, the Dark Lord grew arrogant and acted without restraint. He bestowed dark power upon his loyal followers, turning them into death hunters to carry out his divine will, spreading plagues and death across tens of millions of lives. Not stopping there, he even turned souls into reanimated corpses, unleashing disaster across the continent. Faced with the threat of extinction, the nations allied and struck back, destroying his temple, burning all records, and issuing immediate death sentences for any death hunter found. From then on, death hunters were classified as a forbidden profession, becoming objects of universal hatred and pursuit. Doug tugged at the right hem of his robe, revealing his painful past. Years ago he'd been poisoned by a death hunter in battle, plagued by illness for 10 years, and resigned to die until Linuan appeared. That blood-soaked history was something people preferred not to speak of, so Linuan only had a vague sense of it. In his past life he'd merely been a mage. He hadn't expected such a brutal secret behind the legends, nor that death hunters would be taboo. Luckily he'd remained hidden. Despite his efforts to hide, misfortune seemed to follow him. Thoughts racing, Linuan's face tensed as things began to spiral beyond his control, contrary to his plan to quietly investigate the metal in the main city. Now he realized that unless he found a way to conceal the Dark Lord's aura soon, his identity as a death hunter could be exposed at any moment. Facing this dilemma, Linuan had to ask Doug whether there was any way to evade the Scorpion Knight's dark sensing. Doug clenched his fist and said the solution seemed close but was extremely dangerous. Only if Quincy agreed to help was there hope. But if Quincy learned Linuan's true identity, he would certainly kill him. Doug explained the reason. Years ago a death hunter had slain the woman Quincy loved most, leaving him with an unquenchable hatred. For that reason Doug advised Linuan to stay far from Quincy. Hearing the warning, Linuan was silent, his eyes glowing a dangerous red, and making the air feel threatening. Linuan resumed his journey across the shattered stone desert, cloaked and walking beneath the blistering sun. Entering the new area, a notification confirmed he had arrived at the shattered stone desert. 10 minutes earlier Doug had yelled to stop him, calling him mad to seek out Quincy, who hated death hunters enough to tear them apart. Despite understanding the danger, Linuan had no other path and simply replied he had no choice. As he walked he anticipated that if he kept carrying this dark aura, not only the main city but other regions would become dangerous too, so it had to be dealt with completely. Suddenly several white arrows shot out of thin air with terrifying force. Thanks to his honed senses, Linuan immediately noticed something was off with a single glance. The arrows struck the ground as Linuan rolled to evade, and suspicion rose in him what was happening. He landed firmly on one foot, maintaining perfect balance. From a distance, a heavily armed group rushed toward him. It was a formidable force in proper armor. Shouting as they advanced, the leader laughed, saying they'd tracked him for days in this godforsaken place, and finally caught him. A few ringleaders stepped forward wearing grotesque grins, eyes flashing with malice, declaring that since he'd tricked them before, this time they'd brought over 30 men for revenge. They threatened in gruff voices that old debts must be paid, naming head, tuft, and blonde hair as the 2 ringleaders. One of them grinned ear to ear, revealing sharp, horrifying teeth, and cruelly said that when Linuan's head hit the ground he should scream loud. He loved that sound. A small fly lazily flew toward the crowded area, seeming to carry an inscrutable purpose. Just as the fly drew near, everyone's devices chimed simultaneously. The Bloodstained Guild they'd been tracking had begun broadcasting live. Almost everyone on the submarine was watching the live broadcast. The audience felt incredibly lucky to witness the scene. Blonde hair stood in the crowd with a confident look, aggressively declaring they were about to demonstrate how to torture someone until each limb was torn off. Immediately the system recorded viewers climbing quickly from 88 to 123, then surging past 200. People in offices tuned in, exclaiming in shock that the Bloodstained Guild was live, streaming the torture of the week again. A passerby who happened to see it was puzzled. Over 30 people beating one man. What had the unlucky victim ever done to this gang? On closer look, they began to watch intently. The face seemed familiar and not bad looking. A pity that he was about to die. Linuan manifested now, his voice extremely calm. 2 rabid dogs aren't even enough to get started if they offer their lives. He wouldn't mind taking another. The arrogant words excited viewers. Some praised him as cool. Others awaited the massacre, while the Bloodstained Guild angrily demanded he repeat himself. Seeing it couldn't be prolonged, Head Tuft shouted an order for all his men to charge. The moment the order issued, the soldiers surged forward in a relentless attack. A charger in front immediately activated his ability and launched an attack. At the same time, another drew a bow, spat a curse, and loosed an arrow straight at the target. The rest also leapt forward, springing high and attacking from multiple directions. The system immediately displayed a notification confirming a malicious surround, allowing counterattack for 15 minutes without crime points. Seeing the notice, Linuan assumed a combat stance and calmly remarked that 15 minutes would be enough to take down a few. The opposition quickly amplified their power and summoned an army of zombies to the battlefield. The Hellhound summoned roared and charged straight at Linuan's orb. By contrast, the purple orb hovered motionless, seemingly waiting for the opponent to rush in. The Hellhound looked at the orb with contempt, mocking that a few weak sparks dared to call themselves thunder. A warning rang out. The Thunder Scorpion zombies have been poisoned. Suddenly someone was struck in an instant, panicking and repeating that the Thunder Scorpion zombies were poisoned. It turned out to be the Thunder Scorpions themselves, advancing silently without warning and attacking. Sensing things were wrong, Head Tuft frantically ordered defensive formations, assigning clear roles to each unit. All soldiers quickly obeyed and began deploying battle formation. Just then the mages stepped forward and slammed their staves into the ground. The mages chanted in unison, combining their power to amplify the strength. After gathering energy, one stood to receive the power and activated the purple orb. At the right moment, he threw the orb toward the swarm of Thunder Scorpion zombies. Bolts of lightning from the orb struck down onto the zombies' bodies. Behind them, the archers simultaneously drew and fired their arrows. Arrows pierced the zombies, gradually weakening them. Before long, each zombie was slain one by one. The system updated, viewership skyrocketing, accompanied by countless mocking comments claiming the summoned beasts were mere food for the elite squad. Head Tuft warned cautiously that even summoned zombies would be crushed, while Blonde Hair confidently declared Linuan would die today. Instead, Linuan only gave a cold smile and casually asked a question. Seeing that smile, Head Tuft involuntarily stepped back, a rising sense of unease filling him. Viewers were stunned by the scene, and the notification panel showed equal astonishment. As the mages advanced, they suddenly sensed something wrong. Immediately the ground beneath their feet collapsed, dragging them down as screams echoed everywhere. The remaining mages panicked, utterly unsure how to respond. Those swept up in the sandstorm cried out in desperate anguish. The knights who witnessed it stood frozen, unable to react. Suddenly behind them, a hellhound emerged from the sandstorm, weapon in paw, charging and terrifying one man. Without a word, the hellhound struck the opponent, sending him flying and causing a panicked shout to retreat. One after another, hellhounds surged forth to attack the soldiers. The soldiers were overwhelmed, left only to cry out for help in despair. The two who had been confident moments ago were now utterly stunned, exclaiming in shock. The incident caused viewership to spike, with comments full of astonishment and ridicule at the ambush. The surviving mages warned anxiously that the wounds were poisoned and needed cleansing first. Before they could finish, they were struck by an unknown force, only managing to cry out in pain. Onlookers fell into utter chaos as events unfolded one after another. It turned out the attacker was Linuan, who calmly stood observing from a distance. Alone, facing an overwhelming force and blistering sun that seared flesh, he remained unmoved. Linuan continued to summon the Soul Chai token, concentrating emerald mana to prepare his next strike. When an enemy thug lunged close, before he could understand what was happening, Linuan pierced him through in an instant. Blood-shadowed dark blades coated his body as Linuan sneered that he wasn't stupid enough to hide in the open desert. The rest he left to the Minotaur and Scorpions to sweep away, while a sonic wave swept through with screams as even the strongest fell. As each comrade was slain one by one, Blonde Hair ground his teeth in rage, his eyes full of hatred. His fury made him lose control, veins bulged as he cursed his men as useless. He leapt into the air, reversing his sword to create a blazing red streak, shouting that he would personally cut Linuan down. For Linuan, rebirth wasn't meant to stop here. He calmly watched each of the enemy's moves. As the opponent struck, Linuan responded by summoning the Soul Chai token. Without closing distance, Linuan from afar sliced out a stream of blood magic. Countless skulls hovered, and when they neared they became gaping skulls, activating the Soul Chai token seal. The technique descended, causing Blonde Hair to gape in terror, a feeling as if countless skulls surrounded him on all sides. Once aggressive and threatening to kill, he now trembled like a coward, eyes rolling white with fear. Just as he tried to turn and flee, Linuan lunged, a single slash grazing across his body. It was the moment Blonde Hair's foot landed after his dodge. Mana exploded as Linuan descended to the ground steadily after the strike. The two stood back to back, cloaks billowing in the wind, forming a scene like a duel in a Western film. Linuan bowed his head and coldly began the countdown. In an instant, the enemy's ferocity vanished, a deep-seated fear awoke, making him break out in a cold sweat. When the final number sounded, a horrific explosion erupted, burning Huang Tu to black charcoal and shattering the surrounding earth and rock. Lin Yuan slammed his sword into the ground, gripping the hilt tightly, privately admitting that an old weapon still felt the most familiar. The system kept flashing notices as viewership surged, and the chat erupted with stunned and mocking comments at the one who threatened now lying dead. Watching their forces slaughtered one after another amid pitiful screams, fear blanketed the entire battlefield. Takcham's face went pale, his eyes trembling in panic, unable to believe what he saw. After only a few days apart, the one once despised now stood like a devil incarnate, cloak billowing, eyes like thunder overwhelming all. Takcham was consumed by utter terror, feeling as if he stood before a hellish demon holding the life and death of countless corpses beneath its feet. By contrast, Lin Yuan merely glanced back indifferently. That single look was enough to make him kneel and beg for his life. If you dared hunt me, don't expect to survive, Lin Yuan said coldly as he drew out the soul chi token. As he closed in, Lin Yuan uttered one cold word. He sent the sword flying with mana, a violent force piercing straight through Takcham's head. The strike was terrifyingly precise, sending the enemy flipping back and spitting blood on the spot. Hand still holding its stance, Lin Yuan declared it over as a blue explosion flared. For a moment, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. The wasp camera still swooped in for close-ups without fear. Seeing it, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and swiped his hand to the side. The mana touch exploded into a veil of jade green smoke. Having dealt with the last nuisance, the space finally fell quiet once more. At a high-rise villa on Blue Star, night fell and someone shouted angrily because their livestream had been destroyed. In a luxurious office, people buzzed about the identity of the elder who once killed Luvong Kulang. Everyone was curious about the elder's whereabouts. Rumors said the mercenary guild had sent an S-rank invitation. In the dark, a mysterious figure sipped wine and slowly spoke Lin Yuan's name. New storms seemed imminent as in Black Sand Town Quincy slept slumped against a wine barrel. The door cracked open, and Lin Yuan's silhouette appeared in the light. The sound made Quincy open his eyes, recognizing Lin Yuan's arrival. Drunk stiff, Quincy lazily refused to train, saying he didn't want to lift a finger today. Entering, Lin Yuan dispelled his hidden profession and bluntly said he wanted to talk. An information panel appeared, displaying Lin Yuan's full rank, forbidden profession, and outstanding stats. As warned, the wine bottle in Quincy's hand slipped and smashed to the floor. Quincy's eyes burned red with agitation as he ground out confirmation of Lin Yuan's identity as a necro hunter. Lin Yuan and Quincy faced each other. Between them countless splinters of shattered wood still suspended in the air, not yet fallen. Quincy clenched his teeth, his voice low and full of hatred compressed over many years. Green emerald bolts of lightning began to gather in Quincy's hand, the aura of a necro hunter slowly spreading. He frowned and roared in anger. The air in the room shifted to a cold green, and the wood splinters were instantly propelled by an invisible force straight at Lin Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan vanished from his original position, leaving the wooden fragments driven deep into the empty floor. Quincy stared in astonishment, unable to help exclaim at the sheer speed. At that moment, a shadow streaked past Quincy so fast he couldn't react. In an instant, Lin Yuan's blade was pressed to Quincy's face. The razor-sharp edge was only a few centimeters from Quincy's eye, revealing his panic. Lin Yuan slightly narrowed his brow, his voice calm but heavy with pressure as he asked if they could now speak properly. Quincy clenched his fists and asked in a low tone what Lin Yuan's true purpose was. Dogue suddenly appeared behind them, sighed helplessly, and said that if Lin Yuan insisted on leaving, he would consider this clue repayment enough. Years ago, when the immortal world was shrouded by the darkness of the Lord of Night, Quincy and his wife rose up for justice to fight against the necro hunters, loyal servants of the Shadow Force. After the disastrous battle, the necro hunter was killed, but Quincy's wife, saving her husband, was struck by a death curse, her soul consumed by darkness, memory erased, forever unredeemable, leaving him collapsed in despair. To break the curse and save his wife, the only way was to personally destroy the corrupted soul. Yet Quincy was so badly wounded after the battle that he could no longer hold a sword, leading everyone to assume he would spend the rest of his days in drink until the mysterious mission was announced. The mission promised to save his wife, and would award all the treasure to the righteous, while the necro hunter would receive the method of release and an attunement to the darkness, a relic Quincy had taken from an old foe. Quincy intended to use the spoils as bait, hoping both to rescue his wife and lure the remaining necro hunters to their deaths, but of the 1 in 58 who accepted the mission, not one has returned alive to date. After hearing this, Lin Yuan still held his sword before Quincy and calmly asked him to explain the mission. Quincy squeezed his eyes shut, his nose flushed, and sneered that Lin Yuan came to him of his own accord, just when Quincy lacked someone to play with his wife. A system window popped up showing the mission Quincy commissioned. To free his wife's soul within 10 days. Silver rank. After reading it carefully, Linuan decisively confirmed he would accept the mission. Linuan turned and left. Behind him Quincy called out a wish of good luck, fending anticipation of the outcome. Quincy curled a vicious smile, thinking to himself that the prerequisite was Linuan returning alive. To the north of Black Sand Town, the memorial sanctuary rose like a solitary castle at night, surrounded by mountains, forest, and river. Linuan walked slowly down the long corridor, his cloak stirring gently with each step. The system activated night vision. Linuan's eyes shifted to a faint red. He continued forward, accompanied by a giant blue scorpion at his side. Ahead walked 2 wolves bearing torches, and in the distance coffins flickered into view. Linuan surveyed the surroundings as information appeared in his mind. The sanctuary had 5 levels, the burial place of all dead Nimsees in black sand. Suddenly, a Jiangshi with blue eyes, a purplish body, and nearly all its teeth gone burst out of its coffin, growling ferociously. Before Linuan could act, the scorpion casually pierced the Jiangshi's body with its tail. Seeing that, Linuan realized that spectral monsters would occasionally appear here. Monster levels rose with each floor, from low-level Jiangshi on the first floor, to corpse-eating fiends on the fourth. A 2-horned beast with a spiked back and a long green tail stood towering atop a mound of corpses. It grinned, a grim smile stretching to its ears. Its aura marked it as a level 10 monster. Blue Gate appeared, drawing an intrigued exhale from Linuan. Linuan took a deep breath, preparing to push through the first 4 floors in one go. The building lay shrouded in thick darkness, a biting chill filling the air. This was the 4th floor of the mortuary, a place heavy with oppressive gloom. Linuan stood still, his expression somber, eyes deep in thought. Before him, dozens of red eyes flashed in the dark, making him hesitate as vague sounds echoed. A blue-skinned worm with a muscular body, sharp claws, and a ferocious face crawled toward him slowly. Not just one, dozens of worms appeared, all wearing sly grins as they stared at Linuan. They were corpse eaters, adept in dangerous skills like venomous tearing, wall climbing, and hanging upside down to attack. Each monster crawled forward, closing in on Linuan step by step. A hoarse voice ordered them on, urging the beasts to charge. Instantly, the pack activated their ground clamp skill, their tails glowing jade green as they surged forward. One of them whipped its curved, sharp tail, lightning flashing as it thundered ahead. Linuan gripped his sword, leaped into the air, and swung hard. Blue light flashed in an instant. A series of slashes knocked the worms back, sending their pained howls through the air. The battle immediately grew fierce and intense. One by one the corpse eaters were felled and collapsed, yet one survived, its vicious gaze locked on Linuan. Linuan turned his head, coldly saying he nearly spared it. With that he stomped hard, sending the beast crashing to the floor. When it was over, Linuan left, leaving countless monster corpses scattered across the floor. He mentally noted that his progress was far faster than initially expected. He regretted that the dark Jiangshi control art could only command Jiangshi and was useless against large, ferocious spectral beasts. Without hesitation, Linuan left the place indifferently. Sensing something amiss, he immediately turned his head in surprise. From afar, an intense beam of purple light suddenly shot straight toward him. Linuan looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In an instant, his body was lifted up, hovering in midair and enveloped by the purple light. The scene shifted to an empty, frigid corridor. Linuan fell to the ground, then steadied himself. He quickly surveyed the surroundings. Above, someone was imprisoned in a glass cage, bound with thick iron chains, making Linuan realize he had been transported to a different area. Inside the glass cage, the dungeon lord stood motionless, eyes half closed and unmoving. A burst of gleeful laughter echoed through the space. The she-devil licked her lips greedily, her voice ringing as if she had finally found her prey. In an instant, the dungeon lord shattered her chains with a violent explosion and lunged out. She stood defiant, long razor claws dripping the stench of blood. Linuan raised a hand to shield his face, inwardly guessing this was the 5th floor. The she-devil opened her maw and roared, rushing forward with threats of tearing Linuan apart. Linuan immediately drew the greatsword in his hand, ready to meet her. The dungeon lord activated the Dead Blossom skill. Countless massive tentacles swept in to annihilate everything, forcing Linuan to leap aside. They clashed fiercely as the dungeon lord spewed a dense, corrosive toxin, and Linuan realized the poison could eat through flesh and stone. Each tentacle strike crushed even large boulders. Linuan calmly assessed the attack's force. He tightened his grip on the sword, preparing to counterattack. He swung his blade, severing a tentacle, loudly declaring that this assault was useless against him. Linuan vaulted into the air, both hands clutching the greatsword, pouring all his strength into a decisive downward strike that cleaved the massive purple thorned vines blocking the way. The shockwave so powerful it left the dungeon lord reeling and sent her flying back. Even the dungeon lord had not anticipated Linuan's level of combat. The sudden blow threw her into chaos, fear and confusion clear in her eyes. Unable to contain her fury, the dungeon lord erupted, eyes wide and feral. Letting out a shrill howl as veins stood out on her face, the rage had peaked. In that moment she seemed to slip into madness. Throwing her arms wide and screaming maniacally, a shockwave burst forth, sweeping everything aside. The boss had triggered her signature skill. The she-devil scream forced Linuan to fall back. He lowered his center of gravity to steady himself, quickly realizing this was not a normal area of effect skill but a summoning ritual. Suddenly, a great rumble came from behind a distant wall. An ancient door trembled as a slit slowly spilled out a strip of gloomy, demonic purple light. The strange omen put Linuan on high alert. He tightened his brow, ground his teeth reflexively, and watched every movement ahead with razor focus. Then a ghastly arm reached through the crack, nothing but bare white bone, no flesh, clawed like knives, surrounded by a sickly, dark blue aura full of evil. Linuan's face remained cold and composed, but his whole body went into high alert. His eyes swept the battlefield, hands tightening on the sword hilt as he prepared to fight, a grim suspicion flashing through his mind. Seeing the scene before him, Linuan froze. Could these be the NPCs of Black Sand Town who had been buried? Dry skeletons wore tattered clothes, wielding heavy weapons like scythes. Their empty, pale eye sockets and gaping jaws lunged forward with hostile intent. Keeping up the combat tempo, Linuan quickly swept away the grotesque skeletons, and in his mind he immediately surmised. Besides the town's original residents, it likely also included those who had failed the Kuntai challenge. Linuan glanced to the side, brow knitting, silently cursing. Could this dungeon lord be deliberately resurrecting all those corpses? Pale gloom-tinged skeletons kept surfacing from the ground, their twisted, distorted forms creating a chilling, horrific scene. Realizing the situation was worsening, Linuan seriously analyzed the odds. The number behind the door was certainly not small, and he couldn't help but be surprised that this boss possessed the power to revive the remains. On Linuan's side, an army of beast men had gathered, huge, muscular bodies, feral faces with razor teeth, each wielding its own weapon. He stood among them, raised his hand, and loudly ordered them to advance. At his command, the beast men immediately surged forward, swinging sharp scythes toward the door, while Linuan quickly calculated tactics and decided to use the Jiangshi squad as a temporary shield. Behind the door appeared a giant scorpion, like monster steel-sized pincers, a body covered in claws and sharp spines, extremely dangerous. Linuan did not hesitate and pressed forward, pointing straight ahead with a resolute expression, continuously issuing orders as his bloodlust state activated. Upon receiving the order, the beast man leapt into the fray, roaring fiercely and whipping a deadly barbed tail, its ferocity enough to unnerve opponents. All the beast men charged eagerly, launching a barrage of attacks at the giant scorpion. With bloodlust triggered, their combat power surged noticeably. Their eyes shifted from the original green to a deep red, a violent aura spreading as they seemed on the verge of losing control, their aggression escalating. Linuan himself was wrapped in a cold, deadly intent, his face stern and gaze determined as he quietly called the dog-headed leader's name, Tine Satlai Hiat. Spurred by the command, the battlefield atmosphere grew suffocating and tense. The formation roared and charged straight at the target. The giant scorpion unleashed its power, unlocking a new tier and using the Muvengao Kimliat Daya. The ground violently trembled, rocks shattered and flew everywhere, while the beast men activated heavy strike. The whole force surging toward the dungeon lord. Faced with the onslaught from all sides, the dungeon lord instantly glided sideways in midair, evading the blows with extreme speed. The attack's ferocity was so great that the surrounding massive stones couldn't hold and cracked into fragments. The dungeon lord quickly sensed danger when a huge boulder began to fall. Horror and surprise flashed across her face. The shock, damaged rocks cracked and cascaded down into the abyss below. Just when the strike seemed certain to hit, the dungeon lord still escaped easily, lifting her head and throwing a taunting smile at Linuan. Even Linuan hadn't anticipated that. Her effortless escape left him momentarily stunned. Observing her triumphant look, Linuan quickly analyzed. This spirit belonged to the Yuling tribe, with an intangibility that allowed it to phase through objects and greatly reduce physical damage. Still, Linuan remained unmoved. Having found the enemy's weakness, he swung the greatsword hard. Though the Yuling resist physical attacks, they take multiplied magical damage. With that, Linuan scattered his sword technique, summoning eerie skulls steeped in dark aura, which swarmed toward the dungeon lord. He shouted, then used the soul-sealing inscription to attack. However, the dungeon lord proved no pushover. She continuously dodged every strike with astonishing speed, which left Linuan astonished. Her speed suddenly spiked abnormally. Not only that, the dry skeletons all rose up at once, layer after layer surging forth. Realizing the situation was turning dire, Linuan had to urgently devise a counter. The Tombapics could breach the Jiangshi lines at any moment, so this battle had to end swiftly. Clearing his mind, Linuan's expression instantly grew confident. He raised his hand as tiny purple sparks coiled around it, tightened the golden ring that radiated overwhelming authority, curled the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice that they must first seal the enemy's actions. No sooner had he finished than Linuan clenched the ring. The moment it activated, his power erupted noticeably. Linuan's punch unleashed a faint, mystical purple energy. Its force was so fierce that lightning simultaneously struck the dungeon lord's body, leaving her unable to react. Thrown into extreme panic and blasted away defenseless, the precise hit triggered a paralysis effect. A spreading toxin froze the dungeon lord's body instantly, as if striking a vital point, leaving her completely immobile, giving the opponent no breather. Linuan kept his icy composure and unwavering gaze, seizing the precious moment to unleash successive killing blows. His voice rang with authority. This fight is not over. The eerie skulls kept appearing, all homing in on the dungeon lord. The relentless barrage overwhelmed her, leaving her to weakly raise her hands in desperate defense. Struck by a fatal blow, the dungeon lord's body was sent crashing into the rock behind her. The impact was so tremendous the boulder exploded into fragments. Not far away, Linuan landed decisively, his cold stare fixed on the foe, tracking the dungeon lord's slightest movements. At this point the dungeon lord was utterly exhausted. Her body fell uncontrollably to the ground with a heavy sound that echoed through the space. Linuan watched silently, calm-faced but sharp-eyed, frowning slightly as he assessed the situation and inwardly judged his luck to be not bad. As expected, after being hit by the soul-sealing inscription, the dungeon lord's speed dropped noticeably. Wasting no time, Linuan activated the savage wolf howl's skill, gestured an order, and a colossal shaggy beast with towering horns, fierce blue eyes, and razor teeth appeared behind him, roaring. A brand new power was unleashed as the giant wolf howled, the sound reverberating through the space with a majestic force that chilled onlookers. While the dungeon lord was completely drained, stunned, and a sinister blue formation shimmered beneath her. Linuan glanced down at the sword in his hand and quickly calculated strategy. Though the stun lasted only a few brief seconds, that was more than enough for him. Immediately, Linuan poured all his strength into a string of brutal killing strikes, his voice oppressive as he challenged. Let's see how many hits you can withstand. Still stunned, the dungeon lord could not dodge and could only weakly raise her hands to block, her defense pitifully fragile. Abruptly, the dungeon lord's expression twisted violently, her teeth ground, her mouth tore, and blue veins snaked across her face. She screamed in agony as her body convulsed, throat bulging with a piercing howl, and a strange purple, black energy flared around her. Seeing this, Linuan instantly went on high alert. His face hardened as a thought flashed through his mind: the enemy was activating Death Surge. The energy within the dungeon lord suddenly detonated, sending a shockwave that hurled everything aside and filled the air with dust and smoke. Purple lightning shot straight into the ranks of monsters. The pitiful screams that rose showed just how devastating this counterattack's power truly was. After a long moment, the aftershocks gradually faded, leaving the battlefield littered with ruins and choking dust. Thanks to the monster army shielding him, Linuan avoided serious injury from the violent explosion. Linuan planted his sword into the ground to steady himself, bracing with one hand, and quickly realized the enemy had detonated all the Jiangshi Nessis to annihilate the Tom. After surveying the battlefield, Linuan saw only 3 Jiangshi remained. This loss was indeed significant. Linuan clenched his sword, adjusted his fighting stance, and faced the dungeon lord head-on. With a serious face and a cold voice, Linuan declared the battle was coming to an end. Pouring in his remaining strength, Linuan launched the finishing move, leaping forward as countless eerie skulls sliced through the air toward the dungeon lord. Each skull slammed violently into the dungeon lord's body, creating an unending chain of attacks. After the continuous strikes, the dungeon lord utterly lost the ability to fight back, repeatedly struck in the chest and screaming in panic and despair. The boss's HP plummeted rapidly, repeatedly falling into critical condition, each severe drop in life showing the end was near. Finally, the dungeon lord's life returned to zero, her body dissolving amid screams of fury and unwillingness. A system sound announced victory, confirming Linuan had destroyed the vengeful dungeon lord and received generous experience. When the battle ended, Linuan gently landed on the ground, standing alone amid the wreckage, his cloak stirring slightly. Linuan wondered silently whether it was truly over. Suddenly, purple sparkling particles fell around, catching Linuan's attention and causing him to turn and look. A young woman wrapped in purple light appeared, looking like a beautiful witch with long hair flowing. She smiled gently at him and thanked him. The witch gradually dissolved into the air, her lingering, sorrowful gaze the last thing Linuan saw. Her figure turned into a stream of purple light and flew away, and a strange item appeared in Linuan's hand. Before him was a gold-plated ring set with a mysterious purple gem, exuding an enigmatic aura that promised considerable future value. Contrary to expectation, Linuan couldn't hide his disappointment. He stared at the ring and thought the reward seemed too meager. Suddenly another item appeared before him, a red book embossed with a grotesque skull, jingling enticingly. Linuan narrowed his eyes to examine the red book closely, his gaze showing curiosity and contemplation. Seeing the information displayed on the skill book, he was surprised to find the technique was a golden, grade skill reserved exclusively for the Xiling Lythand. He pondered, wondering whether this special origin was related to the identity of the one who had used the skill. When the book was activated, light spread and the system confirmed the skill had been recorded in his data. A powerful beam of light shot into him, and Linuan calmly received it all. The system quickly displayed the skill details: high damage, large cost, and short cooldown. Linuan judged this to be an extremely practical skill. Despite its price, it was wholly worth it. The scene shifted to Black Sand Town. Seeing the ring, Quincy was stunned as he recognized the keepsake tied to his past. Quincy explained, his emotions rising, about the rules governing sealed souls. He cautiously asked about his wife's final moments and received a definite answer from Linuan. The ring's purple light drew his gaze. In an instant, the image of his wife surfaced in his mind. He couldn't hold back his tears. Having finally unburdened his heart, Quincy sincerely expressed deep gratitude to Linuan. Quincy quickly regained composure and presented a special item. Quincy handed over the item in a box, mentioning a prior promise. The system confirmed it was a rare equipment piece exclusive to the Xiling Lythand. Linuan realized the true value of the gear lay in its stealth effect. This equipment would relieve him of many dangerous constraints. A prompt to choose the equipment appeared before him, and he didn't hesitate to decide. The magic activated immediately. The equipment fused with him, making him believe he had taken a significant step forward. The scene shifted to a bustling but gloomy city. He observed the situation and assessed the guild balance within the city. The ranking system showed the 10 strongest guilds dominating Feng Sai San. He began to suspect his target was hiding among the major powers. He realized his current standing was still far too low. He chose to observe for the time being rather than act. An unusual sound put him on alert. His combat reflexes kicked in immediately. The metallic sound rang out clearly. Hencheng was irritated at losing the target's trail. In an instant, he fell into a dangerous situation. A cold sound rang out from behind. He froze in panic. Hencheng recognized the other's identity and immediately became agitated. Hencheng's lunge ended in a miserable fall. He recognized an old acquaintance. He was overjoyed despite struggling to get up. He doubted Hencheng's information source. He recounted how he discovered Linuan. Hencheng boasted about his own persistence. He casually mentioned how much money he spent to verify it. He couldn't hide his suspicion. He accidentally revealed his powerful family background. He fell into hesitation upon realizing Hencheng's dangerous status. Hencheng grew extremely enthusiastic and excitedly proposed that Linuan team up with him for the upcoming S-rank hunt. Lost in his story, Hencheng failed to notice an obstacle and accidentally tripped. Hencheng fell flat with a yelp, leaving Linuan to stand silently and watch. Not wanting to be entangled, Linuan bluntly walked away, deciding not to continue arguing with Hencheng. Despite being rejected, Hencheng didn't forget to flatter Linuan's superior ability. Hencheng revealed additional important information about the Black Tree Guild's involvement in the hunt. Linuan ignored it and continued to study the data the system provided. Hencheng resigned himself to acting alone. Just as Hencheng grew despondent, Linuan suddenly spoke up with a question. The unexpected question immediately snapped Hencheng's attention. Linuan pressed for the exact time. Hencheng hastily gave the departure time to keep Linuan from leaving. He told Hencheng to speak normally and stop idolizing him. Linuan reminded him there were still matters to attend to before the trip. Hencheng was left speechless, only looking at him in puzzlement. The scene shifted to the Vulture Bandits' base. The raid began with a violent explosion. Linuan observed the battlefield and guessed the leader's location. Linuan adjusted his stance, ready to fight. Detailed data on the monsters quickly appeared on the system panel. Facing overwhelming numbers, Linuan took the initiative to provoke them. Linuan spotted the leader watching from the rear. The monsters revealed clear killing intent, adopting a threatening posture. The leader issued the order for a full assault. He gave a terse command and launched the counterattack. Man erupted, quickly subduing the target. The remaining monsters retaliated with long-range skills. He remained unshaken by the strike. Linuan precisely dodged at the final moment. The dodge took the opponent by surprise. Linuan arrogantly finished off the monsters. Achievement notifications kept appearing. The number of defeated monsters rapidly climbed. The battle ended in an overwhelming victory. He began to sense something was off. The leader was no longer in his original position. Data on the chieftain updated in time. The chieftain suddenly ambushed from behind. A dangerous surprise attack was launched. He remained completely calm. He prepared to unleash a decisive skill. Linuan struck decisively. The final motion completed the cast. The destructive explosion ended the entire battle. The Vulture Bandit showed obvious excitement, laughing with arrogant pride. Without hesitation, Linuan surged straight at the opponent. His charge was so fast the vulture bandit was stunned in shock. In the next instant, Linuan delivered a decisive blow and the system immediately confirmed the Shadow Fist set had been activated. Both of Linuan's hands were now enveloped by the Shadow Fist set. A flurry of strikes rained down, leaving the vulture bandit in pain and confusion as Linuan roared his verdict. After the assault, the opponent was blasted away, crashing to the ground with a pitiful cry. The system confirmed the vulture chieftain had been slain. Linuan exhaled in relief and received a level up notification to 13. At the same time, the system displayed a series of new skills, including the level 3 Golden Dark Curse and level 2 Golden Tyrant Strike, with full detailed stats. Skill information continued to update with cooldowns and current proficiency levels. Linuan studied each line of skill information shown on the status panel. He also memorized the detailed stats of Tyrant Strike carefully. The system offered the option to use the upgrade tome, and Linuan confirmed without hesitation. Linuan evaluated the upgrade's effects, noting clear benefits compared to before. He considered the state of his undead legion and was pleased to see an additional 130 undead beasts. The system sequentially resurrected both the leader and the vulture chieftain as undead, showing their stats and skills in detail. Linuan realized the chieftain had gained an extra skill upon resurrection. He compared this situation to the previous giant hound and reviewed all its skills. Linuan silently speculated that chieftain rank monsters might gain special skills when resurrected. The system announced the hunt would start in 2 hours. Hearing the news, Linuan smiled with satisfaction. Filled with excitement, he loudly declared he was setting off. Linuan immediately headed toward the Blood Forest cave. Upon arrival, he hesitated at the sight before him. Seeing Hencheng in a strange pose, Linuan couldn't help teasing him. Hencheng excitedly showed off his expensive golden armor and promised he wouldn't bring trouble. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hencheng's belt suddenly snapped. His pants suddenly slipped down, leaving Linuan staring in astonishment. Hencheng froze in embarrassment, and Linuan was too shy to say anything. Afterward, Linuan deliberately praised him to ease the awkwardness. Despite his fluster, Hencheng still tried to explain that it was the latest armor model. Seconds later, another armor piece slid down and blocked his view. Blind and panicking, Hencheng cried for help, leaving Linuan awkward and unsure how to react. In the frantic scramble to remove the armor, Hencheng accidentally stepped on someone's foot. Not only that, he bumped his head into the other person's abdomen. The heavy collisions caused the armor pieces to fall one by one. Thanks to that, Hencheng finally saw clearly and was instantly stunned. Standing before him was a tall, large-framed man. The man stepped forward to inquire and introduced himself as Zhao Ku, Captain 3 of the Black Tree Guild, a level 15 warrior. Hencheng's face showed clear doubt. A strange apprehension rose in him when facing Zhao Ku. Though the man smiled, Hencheng felt a chill down his spine as if touched by a venomous snake. Wondering if it was just his imagination, at that moment, Linuan suddenly tugged lightly at Hencheng's shirt, the abrupt motion startling him and leaving him confused. Then Linuan directly told him to quickly take off the strange gear he was wearing. Hencheng nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion sensible. Across from them, though Zhou kept a polite smile for Linuan, inwardly he was surprised to see him appear here. By contrast, Linuan showed no attempt to hide his displeasure. His cold, unfriendly gaze fixed squarely on Zhao Ku. That look annoyed Zhao Ku. He ground his teeth, thinking that this kid dared to stare at him like that, truly someone impossible to like. Just as the atmosphere tensed, a loud voice suddenly rang out, startling both Hencheng and Linuan. Zhao Ku also turned to look toward the caller. The caller paused for a few seconds, then shouted, "Who is Hencheng?" The speaker was Zhang Huang, who stood with a large group behind him. Instead of answering, Hencheng quietly handed over a paper that listed his name and his profession as a swordsman. Zhang Huang frowned and studied the lines written on the paper. Then he pointed directly at Hencheng and asked suspiciously if he was indeed the oddly dressed fellow. Furthermore, Zhang Huang and his cronies burst into raucous laughter, mocking Hencheng's taste and the gaudy golden outfit that looked like over-the-top cosplay. Contrary to their taunts, Hencheng kept a cheerful demeanor, admitted he was the oddly dressed one, guessed the three were members of the Black Tree Guild, and casually introduced Linuan as his friend. No sooner had Hencheng finished speaking than Zhang Huang suddenly drew his sword from its scabbard. The next instant, the blade was pointed straight at Linuan. Zhang Huang said coldly that they had no interest in the reputation of a newcomer, and that allowing him to go along was solely the captain's mercy. That provocation immediately angered Linuan, his expression darkening noticeably. Zhou Ku loudly restrained Zhang Huang, telling him to treat the newcomer more courteously, but Zhang Huang only sneered, saying he was only joking. Right after that, Zhang Huang sheathed his sword and slid it back into place as if nothing had happened. Still, Zhang Huang didn't forget to warn Linuan. reminding him not to act arrogant. Just because the captain was lenient, Hencheng hurriedly laughed it off to avoid conflict. Not long after, Leming clapped his hands and loudly ordered everyone to stand at attention, announcing the start of roll call. Everyone quickly gathered. Hencheng muttered nervously as he removed his armor, while Linuan quietly observed the members around them, and Zhang Huang continued fretting about gear. After a glance, Linuan judged that most present were newcomers who had just arrived in the main city area. Xiao Ku led the way into the cave entrance and ordered that once everyone had assembled they should prepare to depart immediately. At the cave mouth, Zaku suddenly stopped, turned to reassure everyone that with the Black Tree Guild here, even death would give them a wide berth. No one hesitated, all followed Zhao Q and shouted their assent in unison. Zhang Huang trailed the group, but kept a discreet eye on Hencheng and Lin Yuan. By then Hencheng had switched into white armor. Seeing Lin Yuan lagging, Hencheng waved a red flag to urge him on, while Zhang Huang shot an annoyed glare, muttering that he looked like he was out on a picnic. Despite Hencheng's prodding, Lin Yuan remained unhurried, stepping forward with composed calm. After some distance, Lin Yuan lowered his voice to Hencheng and said he had detected a scent that made one feel exhilarated. Before long, the team had pushed deep into the Blood Forest cave. After a while, Zhao Ku remarked they'd reached a fork too early and analyzed that the Bloodfang was nocturnal and might be hiding deeper, resting. Lu Tam hurriedly asked for the captain's decision on which direction to take next. Zhao Ku glanced at Lu Tam and replied that the best plan was to split the team. Hearing that, Zhang Huang reacted angrily, and Hencheng and No Bao also worried about encountering a high-tier elite. Mage Thiet Fong loudly reassured them, explaining the captain had sent scouts ahead to ensure this operation's safety. Lu Ba was astonished to hear Zhao Ku had already completed scouting beforehand. He confirmed that morning reconnaissance showed the middle path posed the highest risk, while the other two routes were relatively safe. Zhao Ku also encouraged them, saying dangerous places often hold great value, so the Black Tree Guild would take the middle path while others split to the sides. Saying that, Zhao Ku turned to the group, smiling as he asked for their input. Thiet Fong immediately echoed praise for the guild's caution, and Xiao Lai also lauded Zhao Ku's status and experience. After considering, Lin Yuan quietly told Hencheng they would take the left path. Zhao Ku didn't oppose the choice and casually asked if anyone wanted to join the two of them. Nungo Bao expressed distrust, while Thiet Fong loudly analyzed that one of them was odd and the other even less trustworthy. He hesitated, then bluntly said Lin Yuan looked like a cold-faced weirdo, but Xiao Lai thought that was cool, so Thiet Fong left the choice to them. Finally, Zhao Ku said that although he was captain, he couldn't force everyone. Perhaps the two simply weren't favored by the crowd. Lin Yuan didn't bother arguing. He simply ordered them to move out, and Hencheng awkwardly responded, ignoring the scornful looks around them. The two calmly walked down the path they'd chosen. When they saw the pair disappear into the distance, he sneered and hurled insults, calling them ignorant fools. Inside the dark cave, cold droplets continuously fell from the sharp stalactites on the ceiling. Over a long period, those drops collected below, forming shallow, silent pools. Lin Yuan and Hencheng moved cautiously through the cave. Along the rock walls, a few water slimes slowly slithered. Lin Yuan walked on calmly without hesitation, while Hencheng trailed behind, constantly scanning their surroundings and quietly remarking that the temperature was dropping too fast, an odd sensation. Hencheng couldn't hide his unease, saying he felt something silently staring at them, and that feeling was growing stronger. In fact, Lin Yuan had noticed the oddness earlier. He replied calmly that Hencheng had finally sensed it too, because something was indeed hidden here. Hearing that, Hencheng cried out in alarm, refusing to believe Captain Zhou had claimed to have scouted this path and insisted it was safe. Contrary to Hencheng's panic, Lin Yuan remained very calm, coolly analyzing that taking a bunch of rookies on an S-rank mission was clearly using them as bait. Hencheng hurriedly asked why Lin Yuan hadn't spoken up earlier if he already knew. Before Hencheng finished, Lin Yuan understood his meaning, why he hadn't exposed Zhao Ku's plot. Suddenly, Lin Yuan reached out and grabbed a slime clinging to the cave's damp wall. He hurled the slime forcefully, and then slowly explained that he also wanted to see how far the other side had planned. When the slime vanished from sight, strange, indistinguishable noises immediately echoed through the cave. Pairs of glowing red eyes flashed in the dark, not frightening Lin Yuan but instead revealing his interest. Instantly, a pack of elite iron-eating lizards sprang out, and the system displayed their full attribute information. A staff was suddenly slammed into the ground, producing a resounding noise. Lin Yuan immediately cast a skill. A whirl of fire erupted violently, the heat scorching everything. The struck lizards fell quickly, unable to retaliate. At the same time, in another area of the cave, a blue flash signaled another lizard had been taken down. Tok Dam attacked frantically, shouting arrogantly as he challenged the monsters with his strength. After finishing off his targets, He reported that the decoy group had drawn most of the monsters, easing their pressure, and had even believed the lie about the scouting being safe. He spun his mace in excitement, waiting until the others were nearly wiped out so the remaining lizards were left barely breathing. Immediately after, Zhuoqiu killed another and calculated that striking then would yield double benefit. At that moment, 3 more lizards launched a silent rear attack, but were spotted by him in time. Zhuoqiu looked down on them, mocked them, then taunted everyone to rush in together. His attack was so fast it left only afterimages. The 3 lizards collapsed in an instant. The battle left Zhuoqiu exhilarated. He sneered that the monsters deserved to occupy the very bottom of the food chain. Han Cheng stammered, calling out Lin Yuan's name in excitement. He couldn't understand when Lin Yuan had become able to subdue so many undead. That power even surpassed the fight at the desert mudflat before, leaving him totally stunned. Calmly Lin Yuan reminded him that he had said then he would prepare in advance. Lin Yuan assessed the results, judging that their progress this time was quite good. At that moment Han Cheng looked at Lin Yuan with glittering, admiring eyes, his heart filled with reverence. Suddenly the whole cave trembled violently. Han Cheng panicked, looking around and wondering if an earthquake had struck. But when he turned back, Han Cheng froze and called Lin Yuan's name. Seeing Lin Yuan drawing energy from a monster corpse, Han Cheng told himself he was busy, and that he had to check the situation himself. He couldn't rely on Lin Yuan for everything. Han Cheng began probing the area, sensing the tremor seemed to come from this direction. At that moment, Han Cheng suddenly froze in his tracks. Han Cheng realized the shaking had abruptly stopped. Without warning, a gigantic tongue thrust up from the ground, flinging Han Cheng aside. Han Cheng was slammed flat on the ground, staring in horror at the terrifying creature emerging before him. Han Cheng stood paralyzed, his eyes fixed on the massive tongue now revealed. Fear seized him, and he couldn't finish a sentence. In his head only one panicked question echoed. What on earth was this monster? Immediately the creature changed direction and lunged straight at Han Cheng. In an instant Han Cheng was knocked to the ground, and the weapon in his hand flew from his grasp. Before Han Cheng could recover, the giant tongue coiled again, preparing its next strike. This attack wrapped the tongue tightly around Han Cheng's body, leaving him no chance to escape. Then it dragged Han Cheng across the ground with brutal force. In that moment Han Cheng's mind went blank, filled only with the desperate thought that it was all over. At the critical moment, a sharp flash of light suddenly streaked through the air. The tongue was severed by Lin Yuan in an instant. He sneered coldly and scorned the beast for daring to surface before him. Severely wounded, the tongue immediately retreated and vanished back into the earth. Without hesitation Lin Yuan grabbed Han Cheng by the collar and pulled him away from danger. He bolted forward like an arrow, dragging Han Cheng along. Only when they reached relative safety did Lin Yuan release him. Han Cheng coughed and said in a panic that the monster had to be colossal, and they needed to retreat before it fully emerged. But before Han Cheng could finish, the ground behind them began to crack. Something was obviously crawling up from below. Realizing the situation was dire, Han Cheng urgently shouted a warning that it was already too late. A giant bloodfang burst from the earth, its entire body coated in a terrifying green hue. Seeing the monster clearly, Han Cheng trembled all over. The mission data had only listed elite bloodfangs here, but this one was clearly reached the lord rank. Terrified as he was, Han Cheng stepped forward to shield Lin Yuan, blaming himself and offering to stay and hold the beast off so Lin Yuan could retreat. Lin Yuan only curled his lips in a cold smile, repeating the words terror beast with contempt. Lin Yuan showed interest, judging this bloodfang worthy as prey, leaving Han Cheng stunned and unable to believe his ears. At that moment the monster roared and charged straight at the two of them. Lin Yuan drew his sword and rushed forward to confront it, declaring he would try to take it down, leaving Han Cheng no time to stop him. The undead monsters launched simultaneously at Lin Yuan's command. The vulture leader immediately hurled its blade. 3 razor-sharp blades shot straight toward the creature. The bloodfang didn't stand still to be struck. It quickly activated its iron tail counterattack skill. The blades bounced back the moment they hit its hardened scales, while the beast defended forward. Lin Yuan swiftly circled to its rear. Lin Yuan unleashed a move. Countless skulls materialized in the air and lunged forward under the Azure Soul Seal. When the skulls struck the creature's body, they all detonated, inflicting massive damage. After the strike, Lin Yuan landed calmly on the ground. Recognizing Lin Yuan as the attacker, the monster turned to him with eyes full of hatred. The fresh wounds only intensified its pain. Lin Yuan inspected the damage he caused and realized they were only minor burns with limited effect. The bloodfang roared furiously in anger. Immediately after the roar, it spat a stream of blue energy from its mouth, the toxic spit skill. In a flash, a powerful explosion erupted right where Lin Yuan stood. Seeing that, Han Cheng grew extremely worried and shouted for Lin Yuan to be careful. A violent impact sound suddenly reverberated through the space. It turned out to be a vicious lizard monster racing forward. Watching the attack stream from its mouth, Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as a highly concentrated, corrosive strike. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes at the creature in displeasure, admitting the situation was tougher than he'd anticipated. Then its massive tail swept fiercely toward where Lin Yuan stood. The heavy lash forced Lin Yuan to leap aside, but the danger only stoked his fighting blood. Lin Yuan backed a few steps and taunted, calling the lordly brute out. Right then, an eagle-headed monster wielding swords suddenly lunged in for a sneak attack from behind. The two weapons collided violently with a sharp, ringing clash. The lizard immediately used its own tail to sweep and block the eagle-headed monster's strike. Startled, Han Cheng covered his face, astonished to realize the undead Lin Yuan had summoned had become his new subordinate. Unable to hide his admiration, Han Cheng blurted that the scene looked incredibly cool. The eagle-headed monster used its speed to quickly slip around behind the lizard. As it raised its twin blades to stab down, the system promptly notified that the overstrike skill had been activated. The twin blades glowed and pierced the creature's body, and at that moment the boss triggered its unreal accumulation, sharply boosting defense for 10 seconds. Its colossal tail immediately swept back with extreme speed. Standing nearby, Lin Yuan shouted a warning for caution. With a single powerful swipe, the lizard sent the eagle-headed monster flying and knocked it out. Han Cheng's face turned pale. He stammered in fear. The creature's reaction speed was so fast. Did it have eyes on its back? Lin Yuan stood observing with his sword, silently repeating the question of whether it really had eyes on its back. Lin Yuan stood still for a moment, silently analyzing the lizard monster's entire attack pattern. Observing its cold gaze, Lin Yuan reminded himself that lizards primarily rely on changes in light. If a target stays motionless, they're hard to detect. He thought of lizard instincts, exceptional motion vision, keen hearing and sensing. Some even detect an enemy's body heat. Considering its hunting method, he realized the lizard's ability to track movement trajectories far exceeded a human's. Lin Yuan curled the corner of his mouth, understanding that to defeat it he had baited into a trap. A series of light attacks streaked straight at the creature. As he attacked, Lin Yuan shouted taunts, daring to see whether its scales were tougher or his fireball hotter. Enraged, the lizard monster lunged rapidly at Lin Yuan. The moment it opened its mouth, Lin Yuan immediately spun and ran, dodging and vaulting. He calculated that he had to keep the creature's full attention on him. Standing nearby, Han Cheng hurriedly raised his hand and shouted a warning that Lin Yuan was in danger. Han Cheng worried that the Lord Grade Bloodfang's defense was too high, his fireball nearly ineffective. Lin Yuan's actions were extremely risky. Suddenly Han Cheng seemed to think of something and froze. Seeing Lin Yuan run straight toward the group of monsters, Han Cheng blurted out two words, Jiangshi. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan threw himself into the midst of the armed undead. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The opportunity he'd waited for had finally come. Suddenly Lin Yuan dug his foot into the ground and spun his body in an instant. Seeing Lin Yuan abruptly change direction, the lizard immediately showed clear signs of panic. Unable to stop in time, the lizard charged straight into the midst of the Jiangshi. Lin Yuan glanced with contempt, inwardly mocking the big-headed brute for being too stupid even to stop. The lizard opened its enormous mouth wide and let out a furious roar. Lin Yuan quickly condensed a blue orb of light in his hand and hurled it at the beast with a sneer. Immediately the system announced the activation of the demolition art skill. The impact exploded violently on contact, producing a massive shockwave. Lin Yuan smiled subtly, confirming that the enemy's defenses had been breached. From the wreckage the creature rose up, howling madly. Something sharp suddenly pierced straight into the creature's hardened scales. Lin Yuan dove down from above, swung his sword hard at the monster, and shouted an order for the vulture lord to attack the left. One of Lin Yuan's feet planted firmly on the creature's back to steady himself. At the same time, another sharp foot descended fiercely onto the monster's body. The bird-headed monster waited for the command, for Lin Yuan knew the lizard's weakness was that its vision couldn't lock onto targets on both sides simultaneously. Following the order, the bird beast immediately drew its bow and aimed an arrow at the lizard. The lizard opened its mouth wide and rapidly began condensing a sphere of energy inside. Standing atop the monster, Lin Yuan kept swinging his sword down without mercy. He drove the tip of his sword straight into the beast's head, thrusting with all his strength to finish it. As the pitiful howl rose, the system immediately confirmed a hit to the weak point. After the creature was slain, the system issued successive level-up notifications. Standing on the corpse, Lin Yuan clearly heard the congratulations announcing he had reached level 14. 5 minutes passed as the monsters were bathed in an eerie jade blue light. The system reported their ape had recovered 85. While Lin Yuan collected loot, the system displayed details for the Dark Curse skill at level 3, including all effects and stats. Lin Yuan watched cautiously, realizing that with an extra scroll the skill could upgrade immediately. Facing the giant lizard, Lin Yuan weighed the pros and cons. though it meant losses among the Jiangxi. The rewards were worthy, and the system instantly showed the monster's full stats. Studying each stat, Linuan grew intrigued and secretly decided to make it a long-term training target. Han Cheng ran over clutching the loot pile, shouting excitedly at the sight of so much treasure for the first time. Linuan crossed his arms and replied coldly, believing there were still enemies left to deal with. Zhao Qiu gripped his iron chain and laughed loudly after defeating the monsters, deeming them worthless. The sharp-eared man kept flattering the captain, and the nearby mage chimed in, saying the fight was nearly over and they could start looting. Suddenly, a pair of iron-shod feet crashed down onto the monster's corpse. Zhao Qiu led his group forward with a smug look, ordering his men to advance and gather the loot. A loud noise erupted from behind, putting him instantly on high alert. Two subordinates rushed forward to shield everyone from falling debris. Zhao Qiu tightened his grip on his weapon and yelled angrily, asking who dared ambush the Black Tree Guild. Through the lingering dust, the familiar figures of Linuan and Han Cheng gradually came into view. Linuan clenched his sword, face full of fury, and coldly taunted, "If you want the corpses, then let me personally help you with that." The mage beside Zhao Qiu pointed ahead in alarm, shaking his head repeatedly in denial. No way, those two were clearly torn apart by the iron lizards. Han Cheng angrily pointed at Zhao Qiu's group and shouted, "How dare you say that we thought the Black Tree Guild was respectable? But you use other players as bait to clear the dungeon." The sword and shield man stepped forward with a sneer and retorted, "So what, being a stepping stone for our Black Tree Guild is the greatest honor for trash like you?" Seeing the two emerge alive, Zhao Qiu couldn't hide his outrage, as if seeing a ghost by daylight. Were there so few iron lizards inside when they entered the cave, and all the monsters targeted those unlucky others? Han Cheng stepped forward and yelled in their faces, "You truly have no shame." Zhao Qiu narrowed his eyes in contempt, growing more irritated the longer he looked. He might as well deal with them now. He advanced with a mocking tone, "I don't know what damn luck let you survive, but that's over now." Zhao Qiu swung his weapon and charged at the two, coldly declaring, "Your luck ends here." Linuan immediately grabbed Han Cheng and pulled him back a few steps, signaling retreat. Linuan raised his sword, murderous intent flaring violently, eyes locked on Zhao Qiu. "Just you." Zhao Qiu didn't hesitate and immediately swung the chained mace in retaliation. The two weapons collided fiercely with a harsh crack, sending rocks and debris flying into the air. The backlash knocked Linuan backward, and a surge of alertness rose within him. Zhao Qiu laughed mockingly. "So this is what a brat like you wants to face." Several illusory skulls quickly materialized around Linuan, hovering in the air. Those skulls then lunged at the others and exploded in succession, while Zhao Qiu nimbly dodged aside. Thick dust from the flying debris obscured vision, leaving him unable to locate his opponent. He could only curse in anger, "Damn you, you can't run forever." At that moment a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The shadow lunged at him, but Zhao Qiu pulled up his shield to block in time and sneered, "You think I wasn't prepared, idiot? Reality has proven that anyone who lives by luck alone should always keep one eye wary." No sooner had he finished than he vanished before Linuan's eyes. This forced Linuan to pause and reassess the situation. But unexpectedly Zhao Qiu reappeared behind him with the mace already in hand, caught without time to react because in his eyes, the weak had lives that could be tormented at will. He immediately landed a hard blow to Linuan's abdomen. The strike sent him flying into a nearby cliff, his body skidding across the ground. Han Cheng panicked and shouted his name, "Yuan Shen." At the same time, others quickly moved in to target him. "He's mine, you just started. Now it's my turn." On Zhao Qiu's side, he casually stepped closer to Linuan and coldly said he didn't have time to dally with him. "Accept death obediently." As he finished, he raised his fist high with a sly grin. But the sight before him made him freeze. "What the hell is this?" Linuan casually caught the blow with one hand and asked coldly in return, "You're the third team captain of the Black Tree Guild, right?" Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Qiu as doubt surged. How could this guy be so strong? At that moment, thick black miasma rose and enveloped Linuan's body. He chuckled softly, eyes full of killing intent. "Seems I've figured out the true strength of the region's 10th ranked guild in the main city." Facing Zhao Qiu's decisive punch, Linuan stood firm like a rock, easily blocking without flinching. He immediately seized the opponent's arm, locking the joint so he couldn't wriggle free. Linuan gathered his full strength, a cold glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant he hoisted Zhao Qiu's body and hurled him forcefully backward. The throw sent Zhao Qiu skimming just above the ground, his body carving a long streak. Zhao Qiu dropped to the ground panting, coughed a few times, and grudgingly admitted he'd underestimated this man. He snarled orders to his men as he leaped up, shouting for them not to stand there but to charge together. The henchmen immediately responded in unison, obeying the order at once. In a flash, one by one they surged forward without hesitation. Three split off in different directions, throwing their full strength at Lin Yuan while roaring ferociously. But Lin Yuan showed no fear. Instead he grinned slyly. These fools weren't worth his concern. In an instant, a powerful leap erupted, halting the attackers all at once. At the same time, the spirit birds suddenly appeared, circling in the sky. The birds dove down and tore into each one, leaving only the leader, who stood stunned. Xiaoyu froze in terror, mouth agape and speechless. What headed for him was even more terrifying than the henchmen, the exploding skulls. The skulls swarmed toward him and detonated with violent blasts. The explosions sent Zhao Qiu flying, his head plunging into the ground. At that moment, Lin Yuan slowly stepped up in front of him. Zhao Qiu panicked and begged to negotiate, shouting that if they killed him, the Black Tree Guild would never let it go. But Lin Yuan remained utterly cold and composed, his cool bearing unshaken. Just then something forced him to glance down at his feet. It turned out Han Cheng was clinging to his leg, praising him nonstop in a ridiculous scene. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shivered, kicked Han Cheng aside, and told him to get away. He then pointed his sword at Zhao Qiu and coldly lectured him on the Black Tree Guild's cruelty, asking if he had a plan to explain the consequences internally. Zhao Qiu clicked his tongue, trembling as he begged and admitted defeat, asking what terms would spare his life. Lin Yuan bluntly demanded he list all the guild's high-ranking members with detailed information. The reason he needed this information was that in his previous life, the first disciple's skill was extremely mysterious, surely belonging to an exceedingly rare hidden class. Back in the present, Zhao Qiu bowed his head to the ground and wearily asked why the list was needed. Suddenly Lin Yuan pinned his hand with the sword, making him scream in pain. Lin Yuan leaned close and forced the question in a harsh voice, and the man panicked, promising to write it immediately. After a while he reviewed the list, and realized that although there were some special classes, none matched his target. The others trembled to their feet and stammered, asking if they could be released. Lin Yuan smiled slyly and calmly said he could let them go. Hearing that, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and bowed repeatedly in thanks. But a moment later Lin Yuan used soul seizure and declared it was time for them to pay. At that moment the system displayed a string of treasures with details for the white, silver moonblessing demon mace. Next came the Fury Dance bronze longsword with its corresponding enhancement stats. Then appeared the Azure Radiance magic robe in bronze, boosting spell damage and spirit. Suddenly Lin Yuan heard a faint sound at his ear and turned reflexively. He saw Han Cheng clutching the treasure chest, excitedly boasting that he hadn't inventoried it yet. Hearing that, Lin Yuan stepped forward, opened the chest, and said he'd pick first, prompting Han Cheng to protest immediately. Then Han Cheng smiled brightly and offered to buy them back, not wanting to take advantage of him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't argue further and nodded in agreement. After a quick look, he said none of the items suited him and told Han Cheng to take everything in exchange for 54 gold coins transferred immediately. By day, leaving the Blood Unicorn Cave, Lin Yuan walked while thinking that golden gear remained far too rare. At that moment Han Cheng stepped up, hesitating as he asked him about an awkward matter. He worriedly mentioned that the Black Tree Guild had a habit of taking revenge in real life and suggested sending a bodyguard along. Lin Yuan felt no fear, bade Han Cheng farewell, and affirmed he had his own plan. Then, as he removed his gaming helmet, he heard a call from downstairs telling him to come eat. He rose from his chair and replied he'd come down at once. He walked over and opened the bedroom door, and at that moment, a player wearing a helmet suddenly appeared before him. Confronted unexpectedly by a stranger who had barged in, Lin Yuan couldn't help feeling a bit on guard. The person standing before him was completely silent, not uttering a word, which made the atmosphere even stranger. Then the person suddenly lifted their hand and removed the helmet they were wearing. The face revealed stunned him. It was his mischievous father, who smiled and asked if the helmet was his gaming gear. Hearing that, Lin Yuan stepped closer to check and said the helmet still worked, while wondering why his father had bought gaming gear. His father then hesitantly explained, making Lin Yuan half laugh, half cry when he learned the helmet had been found by his mother while cleaning Xiao Dan's room. Looking at the helmet, Lin Yuan froze, remembering that in his previous life, it was at this very time that Lam Dan had awakened in hidden vocation. Just then his mother appeared, calling them in and urging them not to stand around but to come eat. Once at the table his mother began to nag, while his father awkwardly explained he had checked, because he feared she might accidentally throw away Xiao Dan's things while cleaning. But Lin Yuan paid little attention to the back and forth. In his mind he only thought about introducing his parents to the immortal world, so they'd be able to protect themselves later. With that thought he smiled and suggested to his mother that the game wasn't hard, and he'd buy another helmet tomorrow so she could try it. His mother sighed and told him not to spend money recklessly. He reassured her and asked if Xiao Dan had returned yet. Hearing this, his mother grabbed her phone to call, saying Xiao Dan probably went out since it's Friday, but Lin Yuan offered to call instead. But seconds later the phone rang with a message saying the number was temporarily unreachable. This made Linuan suspicious, since even if Xiao Dan didn't pick up he would usually send a message back, not fall silent like this. His mother advised him to eat first, assuming Xiao Dan had probably eaten out and they didn't need to wait. Suddenly Linuan stood up and asked to go out to buy something. Though his mother worried about the food getting cold, his father sighed and told them to let him go. Watching their son leave, his father recalled how close the two brothers once were, and his mother agreed that Linuan just wasn't good at expressing himself, but was still the elder brother. The stairwell light suddenly turned on, illuminating the quiet space. As he stepped down the stairs, Linuan couldn't help but recall events from his previous life. The image of Lam Dan's bruised body, still smeared with syrup and wearing a strained expression, flashed through his mind. When she entered the house, she caught Linuan secretly making late-night noodles. Seeing this, Lam Dan slipped by silently as if nothing happened, leaving Linuan to call after her in worried tones. Lam Dan showed clear displeasure, shouting as she walked away that he mustn't call the police or tell their parents. Having said that, she slammed her bedroom door shut in front of Linuan. The late-night bowl of noodles in his hand suddenly tasted bland and hard to swallow. Thinking of that, he recalled his past life when Lam Dan awakened her hidden vocation after playing the immortal world, and was drawn into the Order organization. The Order was a mysterious society founded by 9 chosen by heaven. Only the chosen were eligible to join. Within the organization there was a prophet who could sense those chosen in real life, and send people to invite them to join. Before anyone noticed, the Order's power had become terrifyingly strong inside the game. Not only in-game, their influence in the real world also grew mysterious, unpredictable, and maintaining social order. After joining, Xiao Dan frequently undertook dangerous missions but never told her family. Linuan could only hope this time it had nothing to do with them. As he neared the house, Linuan couldn't hold back a murderous intent as he thought more deeply about the situation. But even if it really was them, this time he wouldn't hesitate. He vowed silently that he would never let Xiao Dan be swept into this blindly again. While casually strolling back and forth along the familiar street, Linuan suddenly noticed something unusual. Inside a tea shop not far from his current position, the moment he saw that familiar figure in the shop, he reflexively slipped to the side to avoid being seen. He thought to himself that his guess was right, Xiao Dan had met that group. But since he stood too far away to hear clearly, he couldn't act rashly yet. He looked down at his palm, unused for so long it felt odd, so he focused and activated his stealth skill. In an instant, Linuan's body was wrapped in an invisible layer. He calmly entered the shop, calculating that his stealth was now level 3 and lasted 5 minutes. After moving closer to the shop's preparation area, he stopped immediately, thinking to himself that this distance was just right. In front of him was a table where Lam Dan sat with 2 unfamiliar men. At that moment Hak Sam spoke sternly, saying he'd said all that needed saying, and that Lam Dan should judge truth from falsehood herself. Joining wasn't just for the organization but because 3 years after the disaster she would be like them. Hak Sam's threatening tone when mentioning standing up for the world made Lam Dan feel frightened. Lam Dan remained silent, inner turmoil and hesitation over her decision. Those words reached Linuan's ears, causing him to frown tightly and feel a rising unease. Just then Xiao Fan teased, telling Hak Sam he'd scared the girl and to tone down his frightening presence. But Hak Sam immediately retorted loudly that he was discussing important matters and everything was for Lam Dan's benefit in the current situation. After all, this matter was related and had far-reaching consequences. Yet when he turned his face, he suddenly noticed a vague, indistinct figure appearing before him. Hak Sam's gaze fixed on Linuan's position, making him instantly raise his vigilance to the maximum. At that moment Hak Sam reached for the ring on his finger and activated the dispelling skill. Immediately, a hazy wave spread through the air, causing the surroundings to gradually come into focus. The dispelling caused the stealth effect to be removed and began a 3-second countdown. Hak Sam's gaze remained fixed on that blur, not moving an inch. But after only a few short seconds, that figure had vanished completely without a trace. He then turned and called to the barista, demanding to buy a cup of iced tea to go, and the owner smiled warmly, saying it would be ready right away. When it was ready, the shopkeeper brought the drink to the table and set it down before them. Fortunately, Linuan had hidden behind the kitchen area before stealth fully faded. He figured the ring's dispelling had a 3-second delay. Hak Sam leisurely sipped his tea. Then he handed the card to Lam Dan, urging her to consider joining and stressing that those with righteousness wouldn't stand aside when disaster struck. Lam Dan quickly took the card and gave a brief, one-word agreement. After they finished, the group left, but Xiao Fan glanced back with a smiling goodbye and told her she had to come. Immediately after, Linuan activated stealth once more. He then silently slipped past the shopkeeper without making a sound. He quietly followed them outside. but soon lost their trail entirely. While scanning the area, the cup of coffee from earlier was suddenly hurled down right at his feet. The throw startled Linuan, and he immediately turned his head to look. It turned out they had anticipated him from the start. Deliberately tossing the coffee to mark his presence, indeed something was off. Combined with the emitted interference, the system instantly notified him that stealth was about to end. Before them, Linuan's form began to materialize bit by bit. However, in a fleeting moment the figure that had appeared completely dissolved, leaving no trace. On the street, only the two of them stood motionless, the surroundings feeling strangely empty. Hack Sam bent his head staring at the coffee at his feet. Blaming himself for overthinking, and thinking he'd been too paranoid lately, nothing had happened after all. Xiao Fan stood nearby smirking, teasing him for being tense, then suddenly remembered earlier and curiously asked whether the girl would join them. Hack Sam calmly replied that, according to the prophecy, the girl would appear sooner or later, which reassured Xiao Fan since the prophecy had never been wrong. Still, his mind wandered, wondering which girl he'd stand beside in the future. Hearing that, Hack Sam couldn't hide his annoyance at Xiao Fan's childishness and warned coldly whether he could survive the coming catastrophe. Xiao Fan only smiled and said it was too early to worry. Meanwhile, perched on a high branch nearby, after the two had left the area, Linuan finally allowed himself a sigh of relief, inwardly judging that the group was more dangerous and unpredictable than he had first thought. Getting too close could easily expose his forbidden secret. He no longer had a safe place in this immortal world, so he had to act more cautiously, and it was time to move to a new residence to avoid trouble. At the same time, elsewhere on Lamdan's side, Lamdan walked on without taking her eyes off the card in her hand, lost in thought. Suddenly a familiar voice called out ahead, startling her. She asked in surprise why he was here. Linuan appeared before Lamdan as if nothing had happened, saying he had just stepped out to buy some things and asking if she hadn't eaten yet. At that, Lamdan only answered one curt word, indicating it was fine. But Linuan didn't let it go. He held the bag of food out to her, advising that it was late and not to make her mother worry. He'd already bought food, and she could pick whatever she wanted at home. That left Lamdan musing. This person who could barely manage himself still cared for others, while Linuan turned away and said a short sentence. Then he turned back to Ad, telling her to go home, leaving Lamdan half believing, half doubtful of his attitude and actions. In the end, Lamdan followed him home. As soon as she stepped in, she greeted them, and her mother, scolding yet concerned, asked about food, but Lamdan showed irritation, refused, and said she'd go to her room first. After seeing his daughter leave, the mother turned to Linuan and asked kindly, guessing he hadn't eaten either and offering to prepare more food for them both. As for Lin Tan, she slammed the door as soon as she entered, clearly showing her irritation. She stood there, took a deep breath, and tried to steady her chaotic emotions. Then she went to the bed, lay down, and kept wondering how everything had been unfolding lately. Since joining that game, a string of strange and unusual events had kept appearing in her life. Memories of fierce battles with monsters in the game world surfaced in her mind. The purple-haired girl, seeing the disadvantage, shouted for Lin Tan to run first, because she was faster, and said she would stay to hold the monsters back. A sharp blade from a mantis, like demon rose, dripping with killing intent. The monster lunged forward at incredible speed, grabbed her so she couldn't run, and then tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. Seeing that, Lin Tan immediately tensed and shouted for the teammate to retreat while she stayed to block the monsters. She rushed forward, stood between her friend with a determined stance, insisting that as the front line she couldn't abandon the rear, and that she'd take care of this place. While the purple-haired girl seized the chance to escape, Lin Tan charged alone, took the initiative, and destroyed the remaining monsters. The first attack came unexpectedly from a mantis. It swung its sharp claws down, but Lin Tan managed to block the killing blow with her sword. From behind, another mantis demon appeared and launched a sneak attack. The monster poured all its strength into slashing her back, causing Lin Tan severe pain in her hips. At that moment, the system notification suddenly popped up, announcing the player had successfully activated a hidden profession. The system immediately began the awakening process right in the middle of the mantis horde. Despite her injury, Lin Tan refused to yield, struggled to stand, and gripped her sword tighter. She quickly lunged forward, nimbly weaving between monsters and targeting their weakest belly to strike. In a short time, she felled all the mantises, severing heads from bodies. After wiping out the enemies, Lin Tan finally lowered her sword and relaxed her body. She stood there panting, trying to recover amid dozens of monster corpses strewn around. No one expected that after this battle, Lin Tan would awaken a hidden title called Li Mun Chai Sword, an extremely powerful designation. Even now, Lin Dan still couldn't get used to it. She lay with her hands over her forehead, deep in thought. The sensation was so real that even in reality she could feel her form changing. If the catastrophe he warned about really happens, can I protect everyone? Do I truly have the ability to do that? If even this kind of power can't withstand the disaster, then the others won't have any chance of survival. Then she sprang up and went to the nearby drawer. Regardless of whether she would join them or not, I must quickly increase my strength. I have to protect them. At the same time, Linuan sat cross-legged, fingering a family photo. Moving house shouldn't waste time. My effort should focus on the game. I can't always be on guard. They deserve peaceful days too. As soon as he thought that, he went to the luxury apartment complex, with the attendant cheerfully accompanying him. Welcome, sir. Are you here to view the house today? Linuan said coolly. Is there a villa with finished interiors that requires top-level security? Seeing his youthful appearance, the female employee immediately looked down on him, thinking, he looks so young, does he really have money? Then she said mockingly, sir, have you checked the prices in our area? After all, this place. Before she could prattle on, he pulled a black card from his person. I haven't checked, but I think this place will do, which made her gawk. Here. This is a VIP customer card reserved for those with at least tens of millions in accumulated balance. Oh my god, my lucky star has arrived. Welcome home, master. Attendant number 2345 at your service. Scene shift. A while later, Lin Yuan took his parents to view the house. Yuan, did I hear you right? What did you just say? Is this going to be our family's new home? A private pool. This is just like in the movies, so magnificent. This bed is enormous. After looking it over for a bit, the two of them hardly dared to touch anything, afraid of damaging the owner's belongings. Yuan, how many years of rent will you have to pay? Maybe we should move back to our old place. Your mother is right. We don't want you to carry too heavy a burden. He laughed. There are no loans. I used bonuses from patches plus income from gaming to pay it all off at once. Just relax and stay. I'm right next door. Usually I stay home and focus on gaming. This brought the two older folks to tears. We never imagined we'd be able to live in a villa in our lifetime. It's thanks to your good fortune, son. In the blink of an eye you've grown up and can take care of things yourself. Hearing them talk eased some of the pressure weighing on him. Later, as evening approached, Linuan strolled along thinking, no need to worry about the villa's security anymore. Next he planned to teach his parents how to play the game a bit, to guard against the appearance of any order organization members. Suddenly he sensed several murderous auras around him. It turned out to be from a bunch of thugs with iron rods walking ahead. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Finding you wasn't easy at all. Seeing the leader, Linuan instantly recognized him, the captain of Sking, the one from the Black Tree Society I defeated. Suddenly the whole group charged forward in succession. They surrounded him on all sides. Aren't you supposed to be great at fighting? Why not pretend in real life, rush forward and smash his head for us? He was so frightened he went blank. Daring to disrespect the Ku family is a death wish. But before they could fondle the tender flesh of his future victim, Lin Yuan activated his stealth ability and sneered, too slow. Their strike hit nothing but air. Not wanting to face many attackers at once, Lin Yuan wisely targeted the ringleader and lunged to snap his neck with a series of rapid strikes. Only then did he turn to the remaining thugs. The leader coughed up a mouthful of bright red syrup. Is he even human or some kind of demon? Suddenly an iron rod jabbed down in front of him. Lin Yuan, radiating murderous intent, admonished softly, you don't seem to value your life leeches like you are truly a never-ending nuisance. The youngster nearly wet himself. Wait, I'm wrong. Please spare me. Big brother, don't kill me. I still have value to be exploited. I know of a secret mission. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly darkened. A silent killing intent spread as his voice dropped, forcing the other to speak the truth. Xiao Qiu was pinned to the ground, pale and trembling, admitting that in the capital there was a blacksmith named Fire Sword who took ore forging jobs and, once familiar, would craft golden equipment. Lin Yuan paused slightly. Memories from his past life surfaced about people obtaining golden gear early through PCs. This claim seemed plausible, but he remained wary. Lin Yuan squeezed so hard the iron rod deformed, the metal bending with a chilling screech. He sat down slowly, his eyes icy and bordering on madness, warning in a cold voice that if anyone touched his family, they would meet a bad end both in game and in real life. He crushed the remaining metal in his hand, a clear warning of the fate awaiting anyone who crossed the line. Xiao Qiu trembled violently, cold sweat soaking his back, stammering that he understood the consequences. The scene shifted to night at a tavern in the western quarter of the capital. The clink of cups rang out, mingling with the pungent smell of alcohol filling the air. Freshly prepared dishes were set on the wooden table, steam rising enticingly. The blacksmith's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe Lin Yuan could supply a full 100 ore portions. But he promised that if it was true he'd forge a weapon for him free of charge. Lin Yuan stood silent, confirming Xiao Qiu's words as true and deciding their next target would be ore mining. A drunken man blocked the path with lecherous eyes and jeering words, startling Cowan, Nan, who backed away, insisting she didn't know him. swaying from the alcohol. Kainan nearly lost her balance and fell, still struggling while the man smirked and feigned innocence. Linuan glanced at the scene, a murderous intent quietly rising within him. Sensing the cold stare, the man instantly flew into a rage and shouted threats. A powerful strike sent the man sprawling, a clear demonstration of the difference in strength. Kainan stared at him in stunned admiration, endlessly thanking him and offering to buy him a drink in return. Linuan coldly declined and turned his back to leave the tavern. Kainan staggered after him, hurriedly calling him back. Suddenly she slipped, her body going limp as she fell forward. Linuan turned his head slightly. In an instant he reached out and caught her falling form. Kainan leaned against his chest, cheeks flushed, embarrassed yet smiling foolishly in her drunkenness. He looked down at the person in his arms, his gaze cooling as he silently judged the situation troublesome. His hand rested on the door handle of the room. He carefully laid Kainan down neatly on the bed in the lodging room. The scene shifted to the poisonous snake mine with its narrow, gloomy entrance. Linuan stood before the ore wall, his eyes coldly watching Ghost Wolf continuously mine. He quickly calculated that with the 12 zombie-headed hounds he had, ore extraction would be highly efficient in a short time. A violent tremor suddenly erupted, flinging everyone backward. From the darkness, giant rats screeched and charged out. Ordinary frenzied rats, level 10. They have 200 dep 70 attack, 15 defense, and possess a bite and rip skill that steadily increases damage. His gaze darkened as he coldly ordered the annihilation of the entire rat pack with no survivors. Deafening screams echoed throughout the mine. Before long, rat corpses were piled across the ground. Linuan advanced and summoned the soul siphon array to collect monster souls for his long-term strategy. Rat souls were pulled out one by one, turning into gray gas and being fully absorbed by the array. A sudden explosion erupted deep in the mine, sending rocks flying. His eyes immediately sharpened, suspicion rising within him. A gigantic frenzied rat appeared, its body scarred and riddled with battle marks, murderous intent flaring violently. The system alert flashed, confirming this was a frenzied rat soul lord, level 16 superior stats with 800 to 300 attack, 150 defense, and a terrifying pursuit ability. Linuan's gaze turned icy as killing intent burst forth. He realized this was the mine boss, and someone had deliberately lured it here. A magic staff suddenly materialized in midair, its whole body radiating dazzling light. Solar spiritual power around the staff erupted fiercely, layers of radiant rings swirling upward. A heavy step struck down, the ground beneath cracking instantly. A blinding beam of light shot toward Linuan at extreme speed. Linuan's expression flickered. His body instinctively recoiled half a step, tightening in full alert. This wasn't a target lock skill. At that moment the system panel lit up, announcing that Thai Duong had cast holy armor, increasing allies' defense for 60 seconds, which briefly surprised Linuan as he realized this was a priest's buff skill. The other's eyes showed panic and confusion. Why had the iron ore vanished completely? And how could a priest from the Iron Triangle act alone? A corner of his mouth lifted in a smile mixed with confidence and interest, clearly hoping to seize this chance for fame. He ran, panting, dodging each attack while loudly insisting he hadn't meant to pull the boss and urging Linuan to leave at once. The server-wide public channel erupted. Online numbers spiked as countless comments marveled at the priest soloing the boss like a true killer. Linuan watched the back, risking everything to kite the boss in silence, inwardly admiring the righteousness while remembering the money he'd just spent since the boss was at the door. Refusal wasn't an option. Meanwhile, livestream viewers surged as fans recognized the world-class solo boss legend. Everyone eagerly awaited the performance. Massive claws descended with terrifying force, shaking the space and whipping up a violent gale. Linuan's legs were pressed deep into the ground, yet his body stood firm, unshaken. Behind him, Thai Duong froze, hesitating as if about to say something. Zhao Q sat before the screen, eyes fixed intently on the live battle. He frowned, envy filling his gaze as he thought it wasn't shameful to be defeated by a monster like that. No Dime strode over, annoyed that the chat was full of praise for the legend, while someone behind coldly asserted that the guild leader's mechanics were unrivaled. Zhao Q smiled faintly and knowingly, realizing No Dime of the Fury Guild was also watching the livestream. He let out a sarcastic sigh, claiming the Mad God only had superior resources and profession, while no one had ever surpassed the legend in skill. No Dime turned his head, his voice dropping cold as he demanded Zhao Chu repeat what he had just said. Zhao Q sneered and pointed at the livestream screen, saying he wasn't the only one who thought so many believed the Mad God should give up the guild leader's seat. A blade of icy steel suddenly pressed against Zhao Q's throat. No Dime exuded a cold aura like smoldering fire. Zhao Q forced a smile, swallowed, and tried to explain that public opinion only said that because Mad God was too modest. His eyes went cold and his voice sharpened, saying the times make heroes, which is why others have chances to rise. No Dime slowed a beat, his gaze piercing as he asked if the other was still live streaming. Zhao Q confirmed they were at the ore mine. He sheathed his knife, turned, and ordered in a cold voice with killing intent flaring, commanding all online members to assemble under him. Countless strikes from Linuan fell continuously, tearing through the boss's tough hide. Linuan stopped, calm, telling They Dong to retreat because the boss had locked hate onto him. The boss's eyes were blood red, claws raised, it roared viciously and lunged straight at Linuan. The ground shook violently beneath, cracking into huge chunks. The boss was thrown off course, lost its balance, and slammed hard onto the rock. A powerful shockwave swept across its massive body like an impact wave. The boss howled in rage, its body thrashing wildly. The livestream exploded as viewers spiked in an instant. A flood of fervent comments praised the god's top-tier play, steady hate management, and highly strategic combat. The frenzied rat erupted in fury, its claws punching deep into the earth. It snarled ferociously and charged forward again. Hordes of ghost hounds poured out of the summon gate, their ferocity like shadows ripping through the wind. The pack leapt up, biting savagely, locking the boss's limbs and pinning it down. Its red eyes burned with hatred, but in its frenzy it completely ignored the risk of a rear assault. Linuan's gaze calmly swept over the thrashing body, because there was nothing more the opponent needed to understand. Without hesitation, Linuan aimed the tip of his sword straight at the monster's eye and thrust hard. Severe pain made the creature scream madly as its body writhed uncontrollably. The evil wolf gripped the iron hammer in his hands, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a heavy blow. The hammer was swung up and slammed fiercely toward the monster's eye. Linuan stood still, observing the whole scene with a cold expression as he slowly put on his gloves. Immediately his hand clenched into a fist and shot forward. Linuan roared, signaling the end. An extremely precise and powerful strike slammed into the monster's body. A dense stream of comments filled the air, odd exclamations ringing out nonstop, while the system announced that Linuan had slain the frenzied mole lord, leveled up to 15, and received 2 pieces of equipment. The 2 items hovered before him as a detailed info panel appeared, clearly describing the attributes of the pursuit dagger and agile graves along with their stat boosts and attached skills. They Duong, full of admiration, hurried after Linuan, gushing praise and asking to friend him so they could dominate together. Linuan walked on indifferently, offering a curt refusal, but They Duong immediately trailed him, insisting he wasn't mistaken about who he was. Suddenly a flickering flame appeared behind Linuan, rapidly closing in. In the next instant, a flash of light blazed out. Linuan reacted lightning fast, spinning to strike and snuff out the incoming flame. Looking toward the shop, the vague silhouettes of a group could be seen, accompanied by low, malicious laughter. No Dime led 2 people out, his arrogant voice declaring he would burn Linuan to ashes. Those behind him jeered and taunted, urging they turn on the livestream to flaunt the Fury Guild's power. Linuan coldly regarded the group, killing intent rising. The system immediately flagged the malicious surround and allowed a limited time counterattack. Suddenly a staff was thrust up to block directly in front of Linuan. They Duong eagerly declared he'd fight alongside him, but Linuan thought him overzealous and quietly told him to stand back. No Dime pointed at them with contempt and loudly proclaimed the renown of the mad god. Without waiting for him to finish, Linuan swung his sword and coldly asked back. A heavy slap landed square on No Dime's face, sending him flying. The force hurled No Dime backward, crashing him into the people behind. The comment feed lit up again and viewers surged. A flood of mocking remarks erupted, ridiculing No Dime and marveling at Linuan readying to face the whole group alone. Humiliated, No Dime flew into rage, grinding his teeth as he ordered his subordinates to charge. His eyes reddened with fury as No Dime shouted for Linuan to be killed. The group surged forward. An armored man with a large shield loudly commanded their formation. He bellowed he didn't believe Linuan could stand against the whole team alone. Linuan quickly assessed the situation, decided to strike the rear, and instantly activated his stealth skill. Seeing Linuan vanish, the shield bearer panicked and ordered the mages to cast a dispel. 2 wizards immediately responded, agreeing to cast the spell. In the blink of an eye, Linuan appeared behind them and coldly uttered a death sentence. A decisive slash cut through, and the 2 realized in horror that Linuan was right behind them. No DM screamed that Linuan must be exhausted and ordered everyone to overwhelm him with numbers. Comments continued to explode, praising Linuan while speculating the Fury Guild might be exposed. One fanatic in the group, eyes wild, shouted a bounty kill Linuan and they will pay based on the damage dealt. Alone against the whole group, Linuan moved with nimble, clean, and decisive strikes. While dodging incoming fireballs, Linuan quickly calculated that the mine's narrow layout was unsuitable for mass deploy of undead, but he could still clear them in one go if he wished. Just as he lifted his head, a new wave of countless small fire motes shot straight at him. The motes converged and exploded violently, prompting a barrage of rapid comments saying that even a legend is only one person, and it's hard to hold out when surrounded, yet viewers kept cheering him on. Amid the raging flames, a figure suddenly bolted out in an instant. The opposing group immediately stirred, hastily giving chase, shouting that Linuan was trying to flee and urging each other to kill him quickly. No Dime stood at the rear and coldly ordered pursuit, resolute that Linuan would not be allowed any chance to escape. Linuan hung from the cave ceiling, watching No Dime smug below, thinking to himself that today he'd use a trap to lock the rat in the jar. Before he could react, a heavy object fell straight from above onto his head. Linuan's knee came down with deadly precision, smashing straight into the other's face. Blood spurted from No Dime's nose and mouth as his body was flung away. He struggled to his feet, clutching his aching nose and angrily cursing that ambushing wasn't true skill. A hand suddenly grabbed No Dime's collar, while a cold blade was pressed to his throat. Startled by the threat, No Dime panicked and frantically called for his teammates to come to his aid. Linuan held him coldly, and said his teammates wouldn't be coming back, then asked whether Mad God would condemn him for leading people to their deaths, leaving No Dime choking out a single syllable. A mix of curiosity and unease welled up, forcing him to ask what that meant. From the cave entrance, a host of strange creatures emerged at once, leaving everyone stunned. A mechanical voice announced a skill activation, and a brilliant azure light immediately bathed the entire area. Linuan smiled faintly, pressing No Dime's head down as he panicked and screamed, asking what he intended to do. Linuan swung his sword and coldly told him to go ask those creatures for the answer. The comment feed exploded again, viewers topping 10,000, all astonished at Linuan's flawless, perfect reversal. Within the radiant light, an object resembling a circular saw blade slowly materialized. Seeing the loot, Linuan happily realized there were unexpected gains and quickly gathered the equipment, notably the golden bloodthirst twin claws with powerful life, drain stats and skills. At a small tavern, two people sat across from each other, speaking in low voices. The blacksmith looked at the ore pile, acknowledged Linuan's talent, and expressed a desire for long-term cooperation, while the system notified that his favorability had increased to friendly. Faced with this, Linuan fell silent to consider, recognizing this as a long-term task, and weighing how to handle the large amount of gear so it wouldn't cause trouble. Linuan decided recruiting followers through the guild was too passive, so he would follow an old lead about someone who controls snakes and a serpent civilization in the sewers. When night fell, soft footsteps echoed, and Linuan's silhouette quietly entered the narrow, mysterious alley. Brilliant blue flame flared in his hand as he recalled the rat spirit, slaying task, and the hidden dungeon in the sewers. Linuan swept his hand, spreading the fire, while secretly planning to secure the hidden dungeon entrance to avoid competition for its rare rewards. He inspected each closed door, convinced the room with snakes was the only hidden dungeon linked to the sewers and the serpent folk. His eyes lit with discovery as he softly murmured that he'd found the right place. Suddenly a silver blue light spread out, enveloping the entire area. Seeing the scene before him, Linuan doubted it. This snake's size far exceeded what the serpent cultists had imagined. Through the haze a gigantic snake appeared, the Serpent King, level 60 with terrifying stats and skills. Linuan clenched his fist, and immediately activated his stealth skill, his body gradually becoming translucent, since being killed would cost him levels and heavy equipment loss. The Serpentman dragged its massive body in hot pursuit behind Linuan, mouth wide, eyes shining like headlights. As he ran he thought in horror that this truly was a creature of the serpent folk civilization. Level 60 he absolutely could not let it touch him. Even in stealth each of Linuan's steps on the water created noticeable ripples. Every time he leapt he left a faint trail of light, allowing the Serpentman to lock onto his position easily. The stealth skill was almost entirely nullified. Linuan dashed for the wall with a small hole. His stealth was forcibly dispelled, so he decided to use the terrain to find a chance to survive. Thanks to his compact build, Linuan quickly crawled through the narrow hole, while the huge Serpentman could only thrash about outside. Linuan's eyes suddenly glowed bright red, his gaze cold enough to kill in an instant. The Serpentman did not give up, repeatedly ramming the rock face and gaping to try to bite Linuan, but luckily he retreated in time. The Serpentman's massive body still charged forward at arrow-like speed, and as Linuan ran he shouted inwardly that this situation was unstoppable. Reluctantly, Linuan could only summon Lihai to lure the beast in the opposite direction. Big and Small faced off as an obstacle while Linuan seized the chance to withdraw quickly, using Lihai to buy time, magic against magic. He glanced back with some confidence, thinking it unlikely that Lihai couldn't hold the enemy, but behind him only the Serpentman came rushing madly, smashing every barrier in its path. The Serpentman opened its enormous mouth wide, its long tongue thrust out, as if about to touch Linuan. Linuan looked up at the triangular opening above, breathing hard from exhaustion. The Serpentman's huge body slammed down hard, sending tremors through the surrounding rock like an earthquake. Fortunately, Linuan managed to vault out of the pit before the attack landed. He turned his head and glanced back, his pupils glowing red as he assessed the situation. The serpentman's blazing eyes blocked the hole. It slammed its body again and again to break free but failed, cracking the surrounding rock. Linuan stood up straight, wiping his sweat, thinking that no matter how strong the monster was, it couldn't wreak much havoc here. Standing amid swirling sand and wind, a solemn voice declared that the Western Mac Palace was guarded by the national sorcerer, and any monster daring to approach would be annihilated without exception. The serpentman remained under the opening, not leaving but silently keeping watch. Linuan frowned in thought, recalling the deep feud between the serpentman and Western Mac. Outmatched, the serpentman hid underground, but whenever a monster neared the palace, the national sorcerer would slay it immediately. Linuan turned his back and left warily. Though the serpentman was powerful, it could not oppose the sorcerer. Its lair was likely nearby, and following the trail should yield rewards. As he walked, he plotted how to deal with the serpentman. But to be safe, he decided to go to the market for snake, luring potions that only attract low-level serpent beasts to avoid encountering high-level creatures. He returned to the city market, normally bustling but now somewhat sparsely populated. The shopkeeper kept thanking him while Linuan coldly eyed 2 vials of snake, luring potion that emitted a special scent to attract low-level serpent beasts. Suddenly a voice behind him announced it had scarred Feng Sai say just to find him. The man leaned against the wall with his arms folded and greeted him coldly. Linuan glanced over and recognized him as the one once hunted by the mine boss. Tai Dong cheerfully ran up to send a friend request, saying it was hard to find him on the vast map. The system popped up that elder year Tai Dong had sent a friend request, startling Linuan into asking his purpose. Tai Dong babbled on, inviting him to run dungeons together, but Lin Juan sidestepped and firmly declined, saying he had other business. Tai Dong blocked his path, urging that the Super God Iron Triangle team was awesome and inviting him to join. He excitedly explained cooperation with Lan Gayet and Tin and Gan, while Lin Yuan silently recalled Lan Gayet's past identity as the former second-ranking guild leader of Feng Sai Sa. Lin Yuan mouthed words but said nothing. Images of the swordsmen and core members of the Order organization, one of the 9 chosen, flashing through his mind. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan realized this was an important opportunity, but with the hidden dungeon about to reset, he decided to claim rewards first, and only then contact Lan Gayet. For the benefit, he accepted the friend request, leaving Tai Dong stunned. Lin Yuan departed with a stern face, promising to run the dungeon together another time since he had business now, and Tai Dong waved happily in response, saying he'd be ready whenever called. A giant entrance formed from cracked stone opened into darkness. Recalling past life experience, he thought hidden dungeons were surely guarded by snakes nearby, so he might as well look for tracks of the giant serpent around here. Lin Yuan crouched to examine the ground and quickly spotted a long, wide fissure across the stone floor. His crimson pupils gleamed with a cold edge as he fixed his gaze straight ahead without blinking. From the earth, large snakes suddenly slithered up, hissing and snarling, tightening the air with tension. One snake crawled across the smooth marble. Lin Yuan judged silently that it was only a low-level monster from the serpent folk lair, though he remained highly alert. Suddenly a fierce strike hit, shattering surrounding rocks and blowing debris in all directions. When the dust cleared, a steep stone staircase stretching seemingly to infinity appeared. Lin Yuan and the demon wolf stood atop it with solemn bearing, and he whispered that he had finally found it. Lin Yuan advanced deeper inside, and saw a gigantic serpent skeleton. The system immediately announced he had entered the hidden lair dungeon of the serpent demons, displaying full information on a level 10 serpentling demon with stats and the condensed bloodflesh skill. Lin Yuan leaned sideways, his right arm stretching out covered in a green aura, face serious and eyes sharp as he decisively ordered an attack. Lin Yuan stood on a high stone platform with an imposing demeanor. Below, the armored demon wolf faced the mass of snakes whose eyes burned red. The demon wolf opened its jaws wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs, while Lin Yuan coldly issued the final order to annihilate all enemies. A storm of lightning laced with deep purple crystals erupted violently, sweeping through and pulverizing the snakes as Tin Sat Thunderseed activated the Water Spirit Thunder Fury skill. Lin Yuan knelt on one knee to gaze at the glittering green seeds at his feet as the system prompt asked whether he wanted to use the special Bloodflesh seed to randomly boost attributes and endurance. Lin Yuan held the bright red potion pill up to his eyes, confirming it was a Bloodflesh seed dropped from the hidden dungeon. After using it, he gained extra spirit points and increased endurance. The ground was littered with glowing seeds as Lin Yuan stood calculating their quantity and value, realizing that even with only 100 uses the effect would be substantial. Moreover, these are rare items that permanently boost stats and can be sold for high prices. As long as he farms the dungeon weekly, he will never run out of gold. Lin Yuan kept swallowing seeds with a doubtful expression. His crimson eyes felt the changes as his physique Strength and spirit stats rose one after another along with increased endurance. Standing on the stone ledge amid the writhing dungeon snakes, the system fully updated his character info after his endurance reached its maximum and displayed the new stats. The data continued recording with the sequence R40 of 16. Linuan looked at the coiled snake at his feet and calculated that he'd used enough. The remaining seeds would be stored to sell once he had a shop, and he'd keep clearing the dungeon weekly. He straightened and adjusted his collar, eyeing the door ahead where 3 monsters stood motionless, thinking a few undead guardians would be enough to deter other players from approaching. Linuan's gaze grew cold and calculating. He realized these snakes were unlike the controlled ones likely tied to mutation abilities, since level 60 monsters shouldn't appear this early. While deep inside the dark dungeon, a system notification suddenly announced a real-world call from his sister, making him wonder if something was wrong. He connected immediately and anxiously asked after her, but on the other end Lin Dan calmly answered she'd only called to ask if he'd eaten. Linuan hesitated a moment, then replied that he had finished eating. Lin Dan suddenly revealed her real purpose, leaving Linuan stunned when she angrily said the class leader wanted him to help clear a dungeon. Linuan stared at the blue, glowing device in amazement, unable to believe his sister had proactively found him to lead a dungeon run. A sneering voice taunted that Lin Dan and her brother were both liars. Drawing surprised looks from the red-haired group, Wang Yan mocked them scornfully, loudly deriding Lin Dan and her brother while the redhead chimed in, suggesting they pick the hero-level Ashen Valley dungeon that had never been cleared. Pressing the phone to her ear, Lin Dan declared firmly and solemnly about the hero-level Ashen Valley dungeon. Wang Yan crossed his arms and laughed contemptuously, hurling heavy insults at Lin Dan and her family, displaying extreme arrogance and aggression. On one side Wang Yan stared tensely, while Lin Dan was so furious she could only let out a single indignant sound. Linuan's voice came through the phone resolute and cold. He told Lin Dan not to argue further, because he would head to Ashen Valley immediately. Lin Dan couldn't help but brood, even though she knew her brother had played this game for many years and earned a considerable sum. She silently blamed herself, worrying that the hero-level Hoi Tun Gorge dungeon second only to lethal difficulty might bring extra trouble for her brother. Thian softly called out, addressing Xiao Dan. Lin Dan was surprised to see Thian appear. Before she could ask anything, Thian had joined the Changji Thianhang team. Thian stepped in for Lin Dan angrily, recounting how Wang Yan had eavesdropped that morning and insisting she'd come to witness and force him to apologize publicly. A simple word of encouragement was enough to restore Lin Dan's spirit, and she sincerely thanked Thian. Wang Yan shamelessly kept insulting and denigrating Lin Dan as vain, even mocking her family, making the atmosphere extremely uncomfortable. Lin Dan could no longer hold back, but Thian immediately intervened, urging her not to waste time arguing with someone like Wang Yan because he wasn't worth it. Wang Yan clearly refused to back down. He gritted his teeth and cursed, unable to contain himself. He ordered his lackeys to attack the 2 girls and even tried to bribe them, revealing his filthy nature and despicable intent. The 2 girls struck with techniques that looked deceptively simple, but when Thian and Lin Dan flowed through a linked combo, the 2 henchmen immediately panicked, unable to react. As soon as Linuan appeared he stepped in for his sister, beating them until they were seriously injured. He turned to check on his sister. Lin Dan quickly shook her head saying she was fine, while Thian behind her couldn't hide her admiration for how coolly fast he moved. Wang Yan shamelessly shifted all the blame, loudly accusing them of hiring thugs and dragging money and dungeon clearance into the pressure. Linuan strode up to him and coldly demanded why he bullied his sister and insulted their family, but Wang Yan arrogantly acted as if his status justified him. Immediately after, Linuan slapped Wang Yan hard, blood spouting from his mouth. Linuan beat Wang Yan mercilessly, paying no mind to his background, since those who bark wildly deserve punishment. The redhead panicked at the scene, frantically shouting that the dungeon required a full party, and couldn't be entered if anyone was missing. Linuan had already worked everything out, and bluntly told them to shut up and wait, since he was aiming for the combat skill that drops from this dungeon. He immediately connected to the system and sent a team invite to Ku Nian Tai Dong to better prepare for the upcoming battle. Thian couldn't hide her admiration for Linuan's fighting prowess, but Lin Dan responded rather indifferently. Wang Yan kept shouting insults, but the redhead suddenly stammered, as if she just noticed something terrifying. The redhead saw the great elder of the super god Iron Triangle for the first time, and Tai Dong uttered a fateful remark. The system quickly updated, confirming Ko Nian Tai Dong had joined the team and was successfully teleported in. Wang Yan's attitude changed instantly upon recognizing Ku Nian's identity, while the redhead immediately began flattering and ingratiating herself. Thian found it hard to believe such a great elder as Ku Nian Tai Dong had appeared, Even Lin Dan didn't know when they'd become acquainted. Tai Duong's eyes lit up as he rushed forward wanting to hug Lin Yuan, thrilled that he was finally remembered and being led into the dungeon. Although Tai Duong tried to act familiar, Lin Yuan made his dislike clear and only mentioned forming a strong squad. Wang Yan couldn't believe Ku Nian wanted to follow Lin Yuan. While the redhead pretended not to understand to soothe the situation, Tai Duong bluntly affirmed that Lin Yuan was the true Great Elder, and Lin Yuan, wanting no further entanglement, urged them straight into the dungeon. Wang Yan refused to be humiliated and loudly attacked, arguing that even with Ku Nian they couldn't clear the hero-level dungeon that had once defeated the strongest guild. Lin Yuan decided to prove everything with force, coldly ordered everyone to be silent, and began entering the hero-level Hoi Tun Gorge dungeon. Lin Yuan's figure gradually vanished into the dungeon space. The system promptly provided detailed info on the area's monsters: common Hoi Tun Tich Dech, level 18 with health tac, defense stats, and a fire breath skill that causes prolonged burning. Thien quickly realized the monsters here were very strong, while Lin Dan silently worried for her brother and blamed herself for not being a high enough level. Wang Yan continued to cause trouble, deliberately sending people to lure extra monsters to ruin the team's combat plan. The redhead obeyed orders and immediately provoked the surrounding monsters. She smugly waited to see how Lin Yuan would handle this dangerous situation. Hoi Tun Tich screamed violently as it was suddenly attacked. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy and resolute, clearly determined to wipe out every monster before him. Thien had never expected things to escalate so dangerously. In the blink of an eye the monsters swarmed so densely she panicked. Lin Dan began to doubt herself, since what she'd seen in videos bore no resemblance to the chaotic scene unfolding now. The horde surged forward, shaking the ground as dust and smoke billowed, shrouding the entire area. Though he'd started the whole mess, Wang Yan shamelessly blamed bad luck and sneered as if he were completely innocent. Tai Duong showed no fear. Instead he grew excited, loudly rallied their fighting spirit, and quickly summoned the spirit beast Thunder Scorpion to join the fight. The beast lived up to its name. The Thunder Scorpion Spirit Corpse immediately unleashed the powerful Water Spirit Thunder Rage skill. Amid the intense combat, Lin Yuan calmly reminded everyone to keep their distance and watch their own safety. Each swing of Lin Yuan's blade carried tremendous force, sending monsters reeling and suspended in midair for long stretches. Lin Dan stepped forward to shield Thien, telling her to fall back to safety, and Thien obeyed and warned her to be careful. In Lin Yuan's mind there was only one thought: he would never allow anyone the chance to harm Lin Dan. For the first time Lin Dan truly acknowledged her brother's strength. She hadn't expected him to be so powerful and dependable in the game world. When her brother gently ruffled her hair, Lin Dan immediately felt embarrassed, her face flushing red. Lin Yuan softened his tone to reassure her, insisting he would always be a solid support and never let his sister face danger alone. Lin Dan fell silent and gave no reply. Lin Yuan said nothing more, merely watching his sister quietly. Thien couldn't help but admire the clear sense of security Lin Dan felt with her brother protecting her. Wang Yan showed no remorse and taunted that his argent gear alone could dominate the dungeon, while the redhead immediately joined in flattering him. Arrogant to the core, he wanted to show off and loudly demanded everyone watch his fighting style. Wang Yan recklessly charged at the monsters to prove he had not only money but real combat ability. In the next instant a monster struck him hard with its tail, slamming him in the face without mercy. Wang Yan refused to admit his incompetence, cursing that the monsters were too strong while crying out in pain, and Lin Yuan coldly thought they couldn't miss the opportunity to clear the stage because of him. Lin Yuan knew there was no time to hesitate, though he'd planned to equip Lin Dan with golden gear. For now she would have to make do with argent equipment. Lin Yuan carefully handed the equipment to his sister, and the system displayed the details of the Argent Vow armor, showing its stats and the Soul Vow skill, which boosts defense when a critical hit occurs. She knew the Argent gear's high value, feeling amazed and jealous, while Wang Yan felt further humiliated. Not wanting to rely on her brother for victory, Lin Dan refused the gear and said she would find a way to manage on her own. Used to her stubbornness, Lin Yuan chose to respect his sister's decision as always. The team coordinated tightly, striving to repel each wave of the ferocious monster attacks. Lin Dan moved swiftly, easily severing the tail of a monster. Lin Dan told herself to stay calm and focus all her spirit to maximize her abilities. The monsters all opened their jaws at once, as if trying to swallow the players whole. Facing the giant creature, Lin Dan showed no fear and calmly watched its health stats. The damage number 700 appeared clearly, proving the attack's effectiveness. Without turning around, Lin Dan still felt that the one standing behind protecting her was her brother. Lin Dan wanted to fight on her own and not rely on anyone, while Lin Yuan kept worrying, wanting to help his sister a bit but being refused. The siblings split the front lines, each handling the monsters in their own area. Thean stood aside and laughed at their sibling report, one silently caring, the other stubbornly refusing help, making the scene more entertaining than the hunt itself. After clearing the blocking monsters, the team kept moving along the rugged mountainside. When the destination appeared ahead, Tai Doong couldn't help but exhale in relief. The boss was finally right in front of them. Tai Doong suggested the group reconsider one last time, advising a safe retreat since leaving now carries no penalty, while failing the boss risks level loss and gear drops. Linuan nodded in agreement, admitting Tai Doong made a valid point. Seeing this, Wang Yan seized the chance to jeer, mocking them for being eager against trash mobs but cowardly when facing the boss. Thean thought the group should abandon the overly ambitious goal, while Lin Dan silently blamed herself when others mocked her brother, feeling like a burden and wishing she were stronger. Lin Yuan firmly stuck to his original decision, believing the death penalty too harsh and not worth the risk. A wave of energy gradually rose at Lin Yuan's feet, and he signaled that the others did not need to join the fight. No one expected Lin Yuan's iron resolve. He declared that he alone was enough to handle the boss. Wang Yan was utterly unprepared for this, staring at the number of summoned spirit beasts and baffled about what kind of person Lin Yuan really was. Tai Doong beamed with pride, loudly telling Wang Yan about Lin Yuan's power, asserting that of all the players he'd known, Lin Yuan was the strongest. The giant monster was curled up asleep in a deep mountain crevice. A sudden strike was launched, charging straight at the sleeping beast. The creature immediately reacted, its eyes snapping open as it sensed danger. A powerful attack pierced straight into the monster's heart. It howled in pain and sprang up to counterattack. The system quickly displayed info on the special boss, Hoi Tun Tich Dich King, level 21 with massive health. The ape breed 10,000 along with abnormally high attack. It also had high defense and a series of dangerous skills like burst flame spray, fire rage shield and bite. In that situation, Thean couldn't help but worry at the boss's terrifying stats. With over 1,000 attack, a direct hit could kill a player instantly. Lin Dan felt guilty for not being able to help her brother and for putting him in danger. She was determined to find a way to support Lin Yuan, even willing to draw aggro herself to relieve pressure on him. The system quickly updated when Tai Doong activated the Radiant Seal skill. Tai Doong stopped Lin Dan, advising her not to advance because she'd only get in Lin Yuan's way, leaving her stunned by the remark. The important thing was Tai Doong's absolute faith in Lin Yuan's ability. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system announced the boss was initiating a skill. Lin Yuan immediately leaped high, perfectly anticipating the boss's flame breath and controlling the skill's area flawlessly. The summoned spirit beasts surged forward together, coordinating a direct assault on the monster. The two wolf spirits concentrated all their firepower, ripping into the boss's head. The two dragons immediately coiled around the boss's legs, locking down its mobility. Tai Doong knew Lin Yuan best, timing each boss skill cooldown with precise accuracy. The group was stunned by Lin Yuan's predictive instincts, and Lin Dan couldn't believe this was truly her brother's power. To the redhead, Lin Yuan now looked insanely cool, a stark contrast to Wang Yan's dark, furious expression. Though unable to help, Wang Yan hatched a nasty plan to strike from stealth and force Lin Yuan into an opening for the boss to kill him. Lin Yuan tightened his sword and lunged straight toward the giant monster's maw. The beast snapped at him but reacted slower than expected. The system displayed damage from the bite skill. Lin Yuan immediately deduced the boss's intent. Knowing bite had an 8-second cooldown, this was the perfect window. Wang Yan charged in angrily, determined not to let Lin Yuan upstage him, hurling vicious threats. Without speaking, Lin Yuan silently cursed Wang Yan as a fool. Lin Yuan had long been fed up with Wang Yan's vain posturing, while Wang Yan panicked as he realized he couldn't evade. Lin Yuan decided he would no longer hold back against someone who kept sabotaging him, letting Wang Yan bear the consequences. Wang Yan fell into utter panic as he was shoved toward the monster. Faced with the boss's raging fury, he could only flee in desperate chaos, as the monster was surrounded and quickly collapsed from all sides. The system immediately updated the result, triggering a server-wide announcement congratulating the anonymous player group of Kuni and Tai Doong, Thian Hang Truongka, Dan Dan, and Theo Doi VM Theo, for clearing the Hoi Tun Chikok dungeon on hero difficulty for the first time. Thian rejoiced for Lin Dan as the team truly succeeded, constantly praising her brother as both cool and strong and asking if he might lead her into a dungeon later. But Lin Dan politely declined, saying her brother was very busy and perhaps another time. Tai Doong repeatedly lauded Lin Yuan's achievement, praising him as a true comrade, exuberantly saying he'd show his peak next time, then quickly switched to full support and asked to friend Lin Yuan. Before the girl could finish speaking, he cut her off coldly, ordering her to shut up because he had already seen through her intentions. Tai Doong immediately killed the redhead to vent his anger, treating her as an accomplice to the backstabber, and the system soon confirmed that Theo Doi VM Theo had been eliminated. The system granted Linuan the choice to use the dark summoning art on the corpse of the Hoi Tuntich Ditch King. He agreed without hesitation and declared they would divide the spoils after dealing with the boss. The girl was extremely grateful to have joined the team, admitting Linuan had carried the fighting all the way. So she felt clearing the dungeon was enough and didn't dare ask for more gear. Linuan had already planned ahead, taking only the skill book and the skill core he needed, leaving the rest of the gear for the others to divide among themselves. The system sequentially analyzed each piece of gear with clear stats from the Hoi Tun Anti, Decay Silver Breastplate that added Constitution Speed and Spirit plus Fire Resistance, to bronze weapons like the Protective Buckle, the Greatsword and the Halberd, each with corresponding attack strength, constitution, and speed stats. Tai Duong liked them at a glance, and since the guild leader needed leg protection gear, he proposed buying all the items and distributing the money according to each person's contribution. Thean cheered happily at the chance to earn a sum, while Linuan appeared unconcerned, saying everyone should decide for themselves and he didn't need a share. Linuan took the initiative to offer support for Lin Dan so Wang Yan wouldn't dare make trouble, telling her to speak up if she had any difficulties, then prepared to leave for a quest, prompting her to hastily call him back. Linuan urged Lin Dan to accept his gift and asked softly whether she needed gear. Putting the pieces together, Lin Dan suspected her brother had shown abnormally strong abilities since entering the dungeon, especially the number of summoned beasts, so she cautiously asked whether he might be a chosen one hiding a vocation or sensing some transformation in his body. Linuan was forced to hide the truth to keep his sister safe, especially since she'd had contact with the Order organization, so he couldn't reveal his identity as a necro hunter to protect her. Linuan maintained a normal expression without showing any slip, then turned the question back on Lin Dan, asking why she would ask that. Taken aback, Lin Dan awkwardly made an excuse, saying she had a task to hand over and quickly departed. Watching his sister leave, Linuan smiled, feeling accepted though grown. She was still clumsy at hiding emotions. Just then Tai Duong called him a close comrade. Delighted that Linuan hadn't left, Tai Duong immediately said Xiao Yu would soon open Hoi Tun Chi Kok on mortality difficulty and insisted on inviting him to ensure no mistakes. Careful by nature, Linuan unexpectedly made contact with Lan Yunggayat and decided to use the opportunity to investigate the top disciple, while also planning to tackle the next mortality difficulty. Excited, Tai Duong slung an arm over Linuan's shoulder, laughing heartily as he introduced him to the guild's core members. Proudly, Tai Duong introduced Lan Gayat, the captain of Iron Triangle, and Guildmaster King Flowerwater Moon, while she politely welcomed Linuan, saying she'd long heard of him and invited him to join the core team. Tai Duong then introduced Tengon, the rare main mage of Iron Triangle, but the latter showed displeasure, deeming it reckless to casually add an outsider to the team. Tengen made his contempt for Linuan clear, arguing that mistakes were unforgivable at mortality difficulty and an unfamiliar outsider would only hinder coordination, so he wouldn't risk it. Tai Duong couldn't stand seeing his friend belittled and immediately countered that it was Linuan who led him through the dungeon before. Tai Ningen said he only wanted to test Linuan's strength, noting that braggarts were common, then pretended generosity by offering him a chance. Boldly, Tai Ningen set the condition. If Linuan could reduce the boss's P by half, he'd award a golden item. If he caused failure, he'd bear all the losses. He believed that threat would make Linuan hesitate, and he didn't forget to warn that it was still possible to retreat now. Linuan, never one to give up easily, agreed flatly when golden gear was mentioned and asked everyone to witness the agreement to prevent backtracking. Lan Gayat stepped intermediate, reminding them that the decision to let Tai Duong's friend join had been settled earlier, and they should now focus on coordinating the plan to clear the dungeon. Tengen not only failed to accept this, but also scolded Lan Yunggayat for defending an outsider. She remained firm in her decision and ordered the team to enter the dungeon. Tengen was angry but powerless, seething privately and convinced Lan Gayat would soon realize outsiders were untrustworthy. Tengen always believed she was the irreplaceable member of the team. The system opened the info panel, displaying a common Hoi Tik Ditch monster at level 18 with its SP shown. Stats followed: FP attack 580, defense 75 and the skill Blazing Spray. A beam of light descended to the ground, signaling that the teleport door had opened. The monsters quickly detected the player's intrusion. Lan Gayat's team formally pressed deeper into the dungeon to begin the mission. Tai Duong couldn't hide his worry at the density of monsters on mortality difficulty. They were already showing signs of being surrounded. Lan Yunggayat drew his sword and quickly discussed tactics with the team, assigning melee roles to hold the line and look for a break in the encirclement. Lan Gayat made a quick decision to draw aggro himself so the others could escape, and Tai Duong immediately agreed. During the fight, Tengen grew distracted. The more she looked at Linuan, the more irritated she became, even tempted to hurl lightning spheres at him. Suddenly, a beast lunged from nowhere, making Tai Dong start back several steps and shout in panic, not understanding what was happening, while Tin Nungan froze, staring at the monster heading straight for her, horrified at the exposed rear. Lan Yungyat immediately leapt up, swinging his sword at the nearby beast, and loudly ordered Tun Gan to regain her composure, while the teammates below gritted their teeth and fought. Tai Duong dodged nimbly, but his face showed worry when he realized there were still monsters behind them, and no room to fall back. The female archer could no longer hold out and panikedly shouted. She would even use the Ting Hung the hatchling. But the man behind the shield turned his head with a grave expression, saying that action would be like throwing eggs at stones, and that the valuable battle pet would be killed for the silver tier gear. At the most tense moment, Lin Yuan stood coldly still, raised one hand, and his steady, deep voice declared that he would handle this area alone. Immediately after those words, a pack of ferocious demon wolves suddenly appeared, their howls roaring and instantly making the battlefield feel oppressive. A demon wolf immediately lunged forward, unleashing a savage strike straight into a beast without hesitation. One demon wolf after another charged in, frenziedly tearing at the monsters with fierce strength, looking like a pack of starving beasts that had waited long for prey. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan was imposing, continuously swinging his sword to sever each monster's body, cold blades flashing without pause. Red Hair, witnessing the scene, brightened visibly, eyes shining as he clenched his hands in celebration that the monsters and battle mounts hadn't had to be sacrificed. Behind him, Tin Engen glared at Lin Yuan, grinding his teeth in hatred and silently cursing for being humiliated before Lan Gayat. While Tin Gan was still thinking about Lan Gayat, she appeared before him, pushing him back without ceremony and leaving him flustered as he tried to explain. But Lan Gayat cut him off coldly, ordering everyone to focus on holding their ground, and not even bothering to look at him. Immediately a decisive voice replied. The female archer quickly drew her bow to provide covering fire, and the man with the shield charged into the fight. Tai Dong raised his staff high, the orb atop it bursting into blinding light like a miniature sun. Lin Yuan glanced back at him with a cold, silent look, while Tun Engen stared wide-eyed, grinding his teeth. Lin Yuan immediately turned back to continue fighting. Lan Gayat, standing not far off, glanced at him and gave a faint smile, privately assessing his split-second analysis and crisis handling as a rare talent, and resolving to invite him to the guild after the dungeon ended. Lan Gayat pressed the attack vigorously, while Tingen merely stood behind, eyes fixed on her. Tainingen fumed so intensely that sparks of electricity danced around him, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sure that his image in Lan Yu Gayat's eyes had been tarnished, and determined to find a way to disgrace Lin Yuan. Then Tin Ngan loudly announced he would support Lin Yuan, feigning concern and warning him to be careful of injury, while from behind he hurled spheres of electricity that appeared to target the monsters but were actually aimed straight at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly saw Tin Gan's intent but said nothing, merely shooting him a cold look, thinking that this foolishness was an opportunity for him to get closer to Lan Gayat and serve his long-term plan. Lin Yuan bent slightly, nimbly dodging the trajectories of the incoming electric spheres. However, he couldn't help cursing when two large monsters lunged at him with wide, open jaws. Suddenly from another direction, a hand reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan's limp hand. It was Lan Gayat. She pulled Lin Yuan up, quickly assigned roles, and he immediately agreed, the two of them hovering in midair, while the two monsters below only stared in bewilderment as their targets slipped away. Seconds later, Lan Gayat's decisive command rang out. They separated at once, each rushing off in opposite directions to continue the fight. Lin Yuan dove down from above, decisively cutting down each monster before they could react. Lan Gayat pressed close to his back, her face cold as she swung her sword in coordinated, rhythmic strikes. They fought in perfect sync, side by side, cutting down monster after monster without pause. Tai Duong watched, exhilarated, exclaiming praise for their coordination. The female archer turned to look at them in admiration at their seamless, badass teamwork. Even after the battle ended, they stood back to back, and Lin Yuan smiled brightly, asking Lan Gayat about the special technique she had just used. Lan Gayat lifted her head and smiled lightly, calmly answering that it was just a technique learned from a book. Lin Yuan's red eyes flashed as he praised the second-ranked guild for having so many masters and casually suggested a friendly exchange. Lan Gayat then hinted he could join Jinghua Shuiyu to learn more for himself. Hearing that, Lin Yuan replied mildly that he was still more used to acting alone. Suddenly Lan Gayat froze, a familiar image from her memories overlaying Lin Yuan's figure, leaving her confused and speechless. Not far off, Tinigan tightened his staff, his face darkening as he cursed and doubted the relationship between Lin Yuan and Lan Yu Gayat. Tai Dong ran over grinning brightly to report he'd collected the loot and asked about the boss plan. Lan and Gayat responded with a brief confirmation. Tainingen also approached with a forced smile, feigning remorse to apologize to Linuan and admitting his strength exceeded expectations. Immediately after, under his hood, a malicious gleam flashed in Tin Nagan's eyes and his smile was far from friendly as he suggested Linuan be used as bait to draw aggro for the next boss. Linuan curled his lips slightly, his gaze no longer gentle, his words laced with clear sarcasm, saying that if he had to draw aggro there would be no chance to fight the boss, much less bring it down to half health, and asked rhetorically whether Tin Nagan intended to go back on his word and refused to hand over the golden equipment. Tin Nagan folded his arms, inwardly triumphant, thinking Linuan was deluding himself. Outwardly he smiled contemptuously and said Linuan was overreaching, that as long as he completed the task the golden gear would still be handed over. Langayat couldn't hold back and stepped forward to object, arguing that swapping players mid-battle was too risky. Tingan, however, feigned indifference, gestured toward Linuan, and said she also valued him. So let him decide. Linuan didn't answer immediately. He quickly weighed long-term benefits if he wanted to approach the second guild and Langayat. Tingan was an obstacle. For now he needed to stabilize the situation and deal with him later. After a moment of silence, Linuan looked Tengen coldly in the eye, his gaze sharp, and plainly said he accepted the proposal. Shortly after, the group stood within the rotting gulch, facing a dragon-shaped boss covered in blood-red scales. Linuan led, sword clenched, the 5 others slowly closing in behind him. Taedong stood behind Linuan and smiled softly, his voice tinged with concern as he expressed a wish to see Linuan's true power firsthand. Tingan stared at Linuan with jealous, angry eyes, muttering that Linuan surely didn't know the boss had a skill that counters summoned beasts. Eagerly awaiting a disastrous scene, Linuan showed no fear. He stared at the boss coldly as his hand emitted a blue glow, confident that despite the boss's lethal difficulty, his past life experience meant he understood the full mechanics. Linuan swung his arm and a powerful orb of energy tore through the air, hurtling toward the boss at extreme speed. The moment it struck the boss, the orb's energy erupted violently, forcing the boss' eyes closed to snap open and glare at the attacker. The boss info panel popped up for everyone to see. Rotting Corruption King, Lord rank, level 25, with extremely high AP, attack and defense stats along with a host of dangerous skills appeared, and the boss stretched, rising to its feet as a roar shook the area. The man in the team was terrified by the boss's high rank, while Langayat remained calm, urging everyone to strike. Tingan whispered with glee, certain Linuan would regret it. Without hesitation, Linuan leapt into the air, gripping his sword tightly, his cloak billowing like giant wings unfurling behind him. He landed steadily, wearing a cold smile, declaring he'd use the old method attack from the ground first, and immediately a pack of demon wolves was summoned. The others quickly took combat stances, waiting only for Langayat's command to act. Linuan sprang up to dodge the stream of fire spewing from the boss's mouth, while Tingan watched with a smug, contemptuous expression at his fighting style. Suddenly the group's rear was swept by the boss's massive tail with tremendous force. Langayat immediately turned and ordered Tingan to restrain it, but he stood frozen, panicking that he hadn't had time. Moments later, the groups tossed by the boss's tail, accompanied by angry shouts demanding answers from Tingan and groans of pain. Langayat angrily confronted Tingan for not using his lightning control as arranged, while he bowed his head and stammered apologies. Taedong and the man were both seriously injured, admitting the formation was nearly ruined and that Linuan alone would find it hard to handle the boss. Leaving the situation stalemated, Langayat tightened her sword, her gaze cold, judging the old setup a mistake, and deciding to tell Linuan to retreat from the dungeon, while the guild would bear all losses. The female teammate suddenly panicked, and called out to Langayat, pointing out that Linuan seemed unaffected and was still fighting alone. Linuan directed the demon wolves forward, his face cold as he calculated that striking the weak point at the rear, and using lightning to paralyze the boss's tail would allow a full force assault. The boss roared and charged violently, but Linuan calmly dodged and coolly remarked that its speed was too slow. Demon wolves appeared behind the boss, targeting its tail, and Linuan immediately ordered an attack. The demon wolves used the Ma'ata Thunderstrike skill, unleashing a powerful burst of electricity. The boss was instantly paralyzed, completely unable to move or counterattack. Linuan ordered the assault, and the pack of demon wolves surged forward in unison, full of momentum. Langayat was astonished by Linuan's lightning-summoned beasts, while Tingan was shaken, feeling inferior even to a summoned creature. Taedong and the teammates regained their spirit, readied their weapons to recover, and returned to support. Tingan suddenly wore a sly smile as he began to scheme. Watching the demon wolves charge, Tingan still believed the summons would soon be crushed by the boss. As he predicted, the demon wolves began to lose EP rapidly and stagger, but Linuan immediately took it seriously and activated the Dark Curse skill. The demon wolves were swiftly healed to full health and became extremely powerful. Tingan panicked completely upon seeing the summons healed, realizing Linuan really could solo the boss. No one paid attention to Tingan. Lan Gayat called for an all-out attack as the boss neared defeat. The rotting Corruption King activated its final skill, breaking free from paralysis and screaming violently. The scene was obvious to any sane observer, and everyone present saw it. Lan Gayat immediately shouted toward the person closest to the boss, Linuan, warning him to be careful, because this was the boss's strongest area attack before death. Tingan witnessed it all and madness rose in him. No, he absolutely could not let Linuan win. The gear had to be his, Lan Gayat had to be his, better if both player and monster vanished. His eyes widened and his teeth ground together, clearly out of control. He resorted to his old trick, pretending to want to help Linuan, but his twisted, frenzied face betrayed him. He shouted for everyone to get back, using the pretext of interrupting the boss, then immediately activated the lightning-resistant circle skill, violently gathering electricity around his staff. Though Tinungan's voice was loud, Linuan seemed not to hear it, and had no intention of turning back. Lan Gayat, however, turned at once and saw the dangerous energy erupting from Tingan. Lan Gayat went from surprise to alarm and reflexively leapt to dodge the raging current, uttering an incredulous sound. Linuan seemed to have anticipated everything. He simply jumped lightly and easily escaped the range of the electric ring, thinking coldly to himself that sooner or later the guy would strike from behind. Lan Gayat stared blankly toward Linuan, just as he saw her losing momentum and about to fall to the ground, feeling troubled and inwardly annoyed. But Linuan's next action was the exact opposite of his thought. He sprang forward and rushed toward Lan Gayat. He spread his arms and caught Lan Gayat's body as she fell out of control. Linuan looked straight into Lan Gayat's eyes and lowered his voice to soothe her, telling her not to be afraid and to hold on tight. Stunned by the sudden move, Lan Gayat was speechless, simply staring at him. Linuan immediately activated the meteoric burst skill. At that moment a small explosion erupted beneath their feet, pushing them out of danger. Shortly after, a server-wide announcement appeared, announcing that the party of hidden players former Year Taiduang Lan Gayat, Ngan Swordsman Ah, controller Man Hong and the anonymous player had, for the first time, cleared the Rotting Gulch dungeon on death difficulty. Held in Linuan's arms, Lan Gayat's face flushed. She exhaled in relief, smiled at him, and praised that despite his youth he was surprisingly experienced and calm. Linuan only smiled faintly, saying it was probably just luck. Lan Gayat then shyly added that even if Linuan didn't join the guild, she still wanted to be friends so they could tackle harder dungeons together in the future. Linuan didn't hesitate and agreed straightforwardly. Lan Gayat quickly sent a friend request, and soon Linuan accepted. Taedong approached holding a small chest with both hands, grinning and looking astonished. This the first time he'd seen little Lan Gayat so bashful. Hearing that, Lan Gayat blushed more, cleared her throat, widened her eyes at Linuan, and told him to set her down. Not far off, Tin Engan gripped his staff tightly, his face twisted with anger, silently screaming in resentment he hadn't even touched a hair of hers. Moments later, Lan Gayat was safely placed on the ground, and a notification showed the anonymous hidden player had contributed 87 in the Rotting Gulch dungeon on death difficulty. Ignoring Lan Gayat still standing behind him, blushing, Linuan stepped forward, held out his hand, and calmly stated his contribution was 87. So per the original agreement the golden equipment should belong to him. Tingan pretended to cough, his tone like someone robbed of their due. He said since the boss was dead they should first look at the loot and temporarily divide the spoils. He was about to add more, but Linuan cut him off coldly, saying handing over the golden item to him first was sufficient. Tun Ingan's face darkened as he ground out that he would give it once he'd found a replacement. Linuan casually concluded the man clearly intended to renege. Sensing the tension rising between them, Lan Gayat quickly stepped in to mediate, suggesting Tin Ingan's gear might not suit Linuan, and that he should be allowed first pick of the loot, while she would pay for a suitable item for him. Perhaps Lan Gayat's proposal sounded reasonable, and Linuan agreed at once, adding that more than equipment he wanted to exchange techniques with skilled players. Hearing this, Lan Gayat glanced at him and smiled, saying they'd ask the others in the guild. Then Linuan turned to look at the dragon boss's corpse lying motionless, and casually reminded himself there was still one matter left to handle, as Linuan began casting the dark summoning on the rotting Corruption King's corpse. Another notice unexpectedly popped up, reporting that 3 mining zombie helmsmen had been killed in the sewers. The sudden announcement left the normally calm Linuan stunned, his eyes widened and he couldn't help exclaiming. The image of that mysterious figure immediately flashed in his mind, and he worriedly guessed the death spirit had been slain. The hidden dungeon nearby had no levelers, and 3 zombies powerful enough to drive others off meant only one thing: the snake controller had appeared. Linuan's face immediately grew stern, His gaze sharpened, teeth clenched, and he quickly decided to seize this opportunity, since the clue to finding the first believer might be on the opponent. Shortly after, Linuan opened a spatial gate and dashed through to leave. Behind him, everyone was bewildered. Tai Doong loudly called after his retreating back, reminding him he hadn't collected the gear. The scene quickly shifted to a dark place, with only a faint glow from a small flame. Linuan thought to himself that although the entrance showed nothing unusual, following the hidden path would still be safer. Linuan bent down quietly and scanned the demon wolves lying motionless, scattered across the ground. After a careful look, he suspected there were no signs of a struggle. The death spirits seemed killed in an instant, clearly indicating the opponent was proficient in assassination. Suddenly, Linuan noticed a strange wound on one demon wolf's body, clearly a snake bite. But then he froze at an odd detail. The bite was too large, unlike the marks left by snakes in hidden dungeons. For with the power of the bright king serpent, it wouldn't leave the corpse intact. Out of nowhere, something shot toward him at extreme speed. Just as Linuan made that inference, he realized this was the snake controller's tactic, and quickly turned to look back. Linuan's stealth was dispelled and a giant snake lunged with its jaws wide to attack him. He dodged swiftly and a status window popped up identifying it as the Flesh Bone Demon Serpent. Leader, level 15, Vitality 4. Additional stats appeared: P500, Attack 300 along with the skills Flesh Bone Venom, Instant Death Claw Reconnaissance and Bone Flesh Fusion. A loud boom rang out as the snake missed biting Linuan and slammed into the ground. Linuan looked coldly ahead, his gaze knife sharp, while channeling energy in his hand. He hurled all his gathered energy at the snake with one hand, while gripping his sword hilt with the other. Reminding himself these serpents were high, ranked, and their skills unknown, he must not be careless. Yet despite the powerful strike, the snake was unfazed and rose even more ferocious, shocking Linuan, who could hardly believe it still had strength. The snake lunged to bite and shred, but Linuan, lightning fast, slammed his sword into its mouth to block it. While bracing against the bite, Linuan shouted a summons, "Great Wolf." He then leapt high and pointed downward to command them to hold back. No sooner had he finished than the great wolf dove at the snake with force, accompanied by a majestic growl. Landing lightly, Linuan gave the snake a stern glare, thinking to himself that this was bad. The man always hid in the dark, controlling the snakes. He needed to be caught. Then he cast a probing glance back. Suddenly, from the darkness, Linuan saw a flash of light. His heart leaped. He'd struck gold and cried out, "Found it." A moment later, Linuan vaulted and lunged toward that flashed light. He tightened his fist and swung hard forward, his voice ringing out, "You have nowhere left to hide. The obsessed glove is equipped." That punch flew straight for the bars, concealing the faint light. But the moment his punch struck the iron, Linuan suddenly froze. His serious gaze now held a stunned shock as he thought inwardly, "This isn't right." Before Linuan stood a mark emitting a blue-green light that he immediately recognized. The door bore the trace he'd left earlier. Linuan stood there, gradually realizing the situation. This was the Bright King Serpent's lair, and it was baiting him to his death. The great wolf growled incessantly nearby. Linuan tilted his head and glanced at the snake, thinking to himself, "Fine, let's see who can't hold back and strikes first." He activated his skill, Stealth. The moment he triggered it, Linuan became instantly hidden. At that moment the two snakes gaped wide, ready to lunge into battle. But actually there weren't just the two snakes Linuan had glimpsed, there were three. Suddenly a voice sounded with a cold snort. "So you weren't fooled after all." The owner of the voice was the mysterious man surrounded by snakes. He continued, "I will never let a second person learn the sewer's secret. This is my territory." Hissing echoed from the snakes as they vied to fill the air. The mysterious man's purple pupils gleamed. He looked at everything with a hateful, murderous glare. Then the man suddenly saw something and shouted, "There's an opening, turn it into food for my snakes." As he prepared to release a burst of power from his hand, a moment later the mysterious man unleashed a huge surge of power that shot straight forward. But suddenly Linuan's voice rang from behind the man. "Where do you think you're hitting?" Hearing the sound from behind him, the mysterious man froze in disbelief and blurted, "What?" A cold, precise sword stroke flashed beautifully through the air, aimed straight at the mysterious man. He tightened his grip on the staff, brows furrowed, teeth clenched as he hissed, "Daring to mess with me." Seconds later he swung the staff to command the snakes of all sizes and screamed in rage, courting his own death. Linuan quietly assessed the mysterious man's abilities. He seemed poor at close combat, keeping his distance so far. If the death spirits could hold these snakes, they'd have a chance to win. Then he summoned the pack of demon wolves and said to the mysterious man, "You're not the only one who can summon, let them have their fun slowly." Seeing that, the mysterious man could only grit his teeth in growing fury. Undead death spirits, what a coincidence. No way. Linuan swung his sword down toward the mysterious man and taunted, half doubt half mockery, "Aren't you powerless at anything but manipulating those snakes?" Hearing this, the man flew into a rage and barked, "Shut up, someone like you who's already dead needn't know much." Linuan's face went cold and he replied in a low voice, "Stop, without those snakes you couldn't even withstand one strike. No wonder you remaking the first believer proud." He deliberately paused, then cast a slur toward the mysterious man before continuing, humiliating, and the man, stunned and puzzled, loudly asked, How do you know about that, master?" Barely had he spoken when he summoned 2 more snakes. He chuckled, tinged with contempt, surprised, "I still have snakes, I'll capture you and interrogate you slowly." At this, Linuan's expression hardened and his eyes sharpened on the opponent across from him. No wonder the initial ambush was so unclear, his snakes even used the terrain. Evidently he's already the first believer's subordinate. So he had to figure out how to capture him. Then Linuan raised his sword, and with a few slashes severed the heads from the mysterious man's snakes. The mysterious man darkened with fury and snarled, "Enough, it's over, you piece of trash." Linuan deftly avoided the strike the man launched, thinking to himself, "Perfect, use this chance to trick him into coming closer." Wrapped tightly by the mysterious man's snakes, Linuan couldn't help but feel stunned and dazed. The magic damage carried a control effect, and his movements had clearly slowed. The man chuckled smugly, pulling Linuan closer, and said with glee, "When I saw the corpse I thought it was a mistake, turns out it's really a death spirit hunter. Pity your skills seem incomplete." Hearing that, Linuan was even more stunned and asked the mysterious man in bewilderment, "Death spirit hunter, what are you talking about?" Inside he was more confused, wondering how the man knew the profession and even the death spirit hunter's skills. The man smiled meaningfully, his gaze probing, and slowly asked how Linuan had learned of the boss, showing no hurry as if he had all the time in the world. Linuan faintly curled his lips and replied calmly that he'd repay that very line. And soon the man would be forced to spit out all the secrets he was hiding. At those words the man immediately flew into anger, veins twitching on his forehead as he shouted, "Since when did you dare turn my snakes into death spirits?" Though restrained, Linuan showed no weakness, declaring coldly that his death spirits were limitless while the man's snakes were being killed one by one, and he'd be wise to stop resisting. After finishing, he ordered the death spirits to seize the man. Seeing things go wrong, the mysterious man quickly dodged and snarled through clenched teeth that it was only a fantasy. He spun and fled without hesitation, shouting in fury that he'd never allow himself to fall into the hands of someone like Linuan. Seeing the man's attempt to escape, Linuan had to unleash his familiar technique, violent spirit art. The skill's activation sent the death spirit's power soaring, each charged forward with double their original force. His command was clear, the death spirits were to bite, restrain and bind the man for capture. Linuan curled his lips in a cold smile, admitting the man ran fast. But at least he'd identified the snake controller's range. And at this stage the man hadn't reached the peak power of the dark god's descent. He calculated inwardly that as long as he learned the dispelling technique, those snakes would be nothing more than death spirit material delivering the man to his door. Lost in thought, Linuan suddenly noticed an object lying on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and realized on closer inspection it was a pocket watch. The watch had no attribute interface. Clearly not equipment, likely a token. If the man truly hid within the Jinghua Shuyu guild, this was the perfect moment to confirm with Leng Yu before he could relocate. He quickly messaged Leng Yu, asking if she was free to meet tonight to discuss the Hoi Tun Valley dungeon further. The scene shifted, and before long the two appeared in the royal city. Leng Yu approached the table with a polite smile and apologized for being later than planned. She produced a small item and handed it to him, saying this was the promised golden, grade equipment and asking if it suited him. The Tranquil Spirit Ring is golden, grade, a jewel that greatly boosts spirit magic limit, with a rapid mana recovery skill especially effective when mana is low. Linuan privately judged the piece perfectly suitable, especially since frequent use of violent spirit art drained his mana. Clearly Leng Yu had thought this through. Afterward, Leng Yu continued to present other valuable items, including loot from Hoi Tun Valley that had been agreed for him to choose from first. The items introduced included the Umbral Light Fierce Armor of Silver White grade, which raises overall stats and grants a damage reduction skill, along with the Core of Stillness Gauntlet and a skill reel that greatly increases proficiency. After considering, Linuan immediately chose the skill reel, finding it extremely fitting even beyond expectations, and quickly stowed both the Tranquil Spirit Ring and the reel into his backpack. Leng Yu propped her chin, jokingly saying she once thought he was an eccentric, and never expected he'd show up at a tavern. Linuan then recounted leveling in the sewers today and encountering a master bearing a badge very much like the Jinghua Shuyu guilds, asking if they could exchange techniques. Hearing this, Leng Yu suddenly understood and said she would inquire within the guild. He then produced the pocket watch he'd picked up and asked if anyone in the guild had ever worn one like it. Leng Yu took the watch, examined it closely, and quietly said, "Let me have a look." She observed that it wasn't equipment, and that she'd never seen such a piece of jewelry before. Lin Yuan nodded in thanks and asked her to keep an eye on the sewer matter, and Leng Yu agreed. Lin Yuan became curious and asked whether anyone in the guild would object to her easily obtaining golden, great equipment like that. Leng Yu frankly said that Tin Nagon was indeed furious, but after all, this time he was the one at fault. As she said this, a complex emotion flickered across her eyes, as if she were holding something back. She slowly said he reminded her a lot of her younger brother, to the point she sometimes could barely tell them apart, and if her brother were alive he'd be around Lin Yuan's age. That made Lin Yuan suddenly understand her earlier strange reactions. He offered comforting words, hoping she'd soon heal from the pain. Leng Yu smiled lightly, returned the watch, and said the past was past. She quickly changed the subject, advising that if he trusted her he should prepare some anti-electricity elixirs soon, since he'd need them before long. Lin Yuan privately suspected the Order's insiders already knew about the upcoming lightning, a tribute dungeon, but regretted that the formula for the strongest anti-electricity potion was in his hands. Recalling he'd completed the mission with Emor, he said he'd consider the suggestion, then stood to leave. Leng Yu rose as well and proposed they leave the tavern together. No sooner had the two stepped out of the tavern than a figure silently trailed behind them. The follower was so furious his hand shook uncontrollably, inwardly screaming that the other dared to date Leng Yu and must be made to pay. While he stewed in anger, Leng Yu and Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind him, calmly calling his name and asking if he had come to the tavern as well. Caught under their inquisitive stares, Tingan cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and quickly excused himself, saying he just happened to be passing by. After speaking, his gaze immediately shifted to Leng Yu beside Lin Yuan. In a tone of displeasure, he advised her to stay away from people like him, saying he wasn't worth talking to. Lin Yuan merely raised an eyebrow and replied calmly that he had called her over for guild-related matters only, so there was no need for overinterpretation. Hearing that, Tin Ningan's face darkened. He gave a curt laugh and feigned indifference, sarcastically asking why Lin Yuan had sought out their guild leader if he had no intention of joining. He loudly demanded straight at Lin Yuan whether he had any other motives, causing Lin Yuan to frown and think to himself that this guy was indeed clingy and wouldn't let go. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly that guild leader Leng Yu's swordsmanship was excellent, and he wanted to learn a few things. What's wrong with that? The remark infuriated Tin Nagon, who brusquely warned Leng Yu to be wary of him to avoid trouble. At that moment Leng Yu stepped forward to stand between them, turned to Tin Nagon and said coldly that she appreciated his concern, but whom she drank with was no business of his. Tin Nagon immediately panicked and hastily denied any such implication. Leng Yu sighed softly, walked past Tin Nagon with Lin Yuan, and left only a cold remark that she had gone out of her way to reserve equipment for him, but his behavior had deeply disappointed her. Tin Nagon stood dumbfounded, stammering futile explanations. After they had gone quite a distance, Tin Nagon could only watch their retreating backs, seething with anger and muttering that it was all Lin Yuan's doing, and that once Lin Yuan was eliminated, Leng Yu would pay attention to him again. Rage surged to its peak. He ground his teeth, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes, and a single thought consumed him: he had to kill Lin Yuan. When night fell, Tin Nagon calmly entered a shabby inn under the dim light. His wide, brimmed hat and long cloak fluttered in the wind, and the staff in his hand struck the stone floor with a dry, chilling sound. He looked at the man leisurely sipping tea before him, bowed slightly in respect, then said the man was indeed here and bluntly asked for help dealing with someone. Hearing the request, the assassin clicked his tongue and slowly replied not to rush. Let him finish his cup of tea first, then they'd discuss it. Tin Nagon immediately opened the system, typed a few lines, and instructed that upon completion he'd pay double, insisting the victim be killed as gruesomely as possible. When the assassin received the payment and the target's photo, he raised an intrigued brow and said if the price was that good, he'd take the job. Before leaving, Tin Nagon carefully reminded him to choose a crowded place to strike. Imagining the scene thrilled him to the extreme. He laughed loudly and, grinding his teeth, pictured torturing the man slowly in front of the crowd. After Tin Nagon left, the assassin began reviewing the target information, and when Lin Yuan's image appeared he frowned slightly, murmuring that the face seemed somewhat familiar. The next morning, in a spacious house of the kingdom, Dogue carefully examined the item Lin Yuan had brought, then shook his head, saying he'd never seen the watch before. It looked like jewelry, but he suggested trying his luck with the Asai Wei Night Order if Lin Yuan could get in. Hearing that, Lin Yuan fell silent. If even well-informed Doug couldn't trace the item's origins, he pocketed it and thanked him. Doug only nodded, saying he was retired, so meeting the commander would be difficult without a good reason. Shortly after, a woman entered with a bright smile, warmly asked after Dog's health, and said she'd brought him some good food. Recognizing the visitor, Dog beamed and said he was feeling better and thanked Edith for visiting. Lin Yuan looked at her and mentally noted the name Edith. Dog suddenly recalled something and said that if Lin Yuan wanted access to the Sai Wei Knights, he could ask Edith for help since she was Commander Sid's daughter. But Edith immediately denied it, saying she had long ceased being his daughter and now worked as an independent seamstress. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and coughed softly, suggesting there'd been a misunderstanding and he could help. Dog seriously advised Edith that Commander Sid must regret things and the two shouldn't remain estranged. Leaving her thoughtful, after a moment's thought, she sighed lightly, smiled at Lin Yuan, and agreed to lead him along. She led him in another direction, joking that she thought she'd lost the chance to give this gift. Lin Yuan replied that perhaps she just lacked the right occasion. She set the mysterious box down, gently opened it, and softly agreed with his remark that that was probably true. Edith handed the box to Lin Yuan with a smile, and said it contained the ceremonial attire she'd spent a year sewing, asking him to deliver it to her father on her behalf. She carefully entrusted the box and asked him to relay her father's response. Lin Yuan nodded, promising to complete the task quickly. Immediately, the system chimed a confirmation that he'd activated a hidden quest titled Family Bonds Covered in Dust. A detailed notice appeared listing the quest name, activation conditions, fame requirements, the task of delivering the ceremonial attire to Sid, its gold rank, and a 12-hour deadline. As Lin Yuan approached the Sai Wei Knights barracks, the guard immediately braced with spear raised and shouted for his identity. Lin Yuan calmly explained he'd been entrusted by Edith to deliver an item to the commander. At the familiar name, a guard told him to wait and went to report it. While waiting, Lin Yuan looked around and thought to himself that the Sai Wei Knights were the kingdom's strongest force after the royal mage, so cultivating a good relationship with them would be very advantageous. After a long moment, the guard ran out, apologized for keeping him waiting, and invited him to follow. Lin Yuan followed the guard, his eyes constantly scanning every corner of the camp with curiosity. He thought privately that to own a special steed, like Suicide of the Sai Wei Knights, he still needed to raise his fame further. When they arrived, the guard whispered that the commander was in the front tent and told him to enter alone. Lin Yuan nodded, thanked him, and stepped forward. Lin Yuan drew back the curtain and entered, staying alert since Commander Sid's strength was formidable on par with a level 60 lord, and he must not reveal his identity as a death hunter. He bowed politely, greeted Commander Sid, and apologized for the intrusion. The commander turned slowly, his low voice asking whether Edith was doing well. Lin Yuan gently set the box containing the uniform on the table, looked at Sid, and respectfully said that Edith missed him very much and had entrusted him to deliver this to his hands. He took out the ceremonial attire and handed it to the commander, smiling as he said Edith had spent a full year sewing it, and hoped he would understand her intentions. Sid raised an eyebrow in surprise, remarking that if it took a year she must have put great effort into it. So why wouldn't she come to see him? Sid sighed softly, fatigue in his voice, saying it seemed Edith had maintained her love for sewing over the years, and that merely looking at the meticulous stitches showed it was truly a work of art. He bowed his head to study the attire with a hint of emotion, then slowly admitted that he had been too stubborn back then, believing his daughter shouldn't take up a trade like sewing and even forcing her to leave. Sid gently stroked the garment his daughter had made, his voice softening as he confessed that father and daughter had not seen each other for 10 years. Lin Yuan quietly observed Sid's rare gentle expression, thinking that even a powerful man like him could have a soft side, and planned to ask about the watch when the chance arose, then quickly added that Edith held no resentment toward him. Hearing this, Sid looked up at Lin Yuan and earnestly asked him to tell Edith that he no longer cared for glory or honor. His only wish was for Edith to return to his side. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, then said he had a small favor to ask of Sid. He reached into his inner pocket, took out a watch, handed it to Sid, and carefully asked if he knew the origin of the item. Sid studied the watch for a long moment, then confirmed he had never seen such a design before. Sid looked at Lin Yuan and urged him to return quickly to give Edith a reply. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly and agreed. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave the tent, he heard Sid call out for him to stop. Sid lowered his voice to ask about his identity, which made Lin Yuan instantly wary, wondering if Sid had sensed anything amiss. Moments later, Sid sighed and blamed himself for being overly suspicious, saying that if he was someone his daughter trusted he should not doubt Lin Yuan. With that, Sid took out a regimental badge and handed it to him, sincerely thanking him for what he'd done for Edith and authorizing him, in the name of the Sai Wei Knights, to deal with anyone who dared bully her. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the decision, then solemnly replied that he would definitely protect Edith's safety. Immediately, The system notified that Sid had recognized Lin Yuan, and his fame with the Sai Wei Knights increased by 1 point. His standing with them reached friendly, and he officially received the title of honorary member. Leaving the commander's tent, Lin Yuan stared at the badge in his hand in surprise, never expecting Sid to personally give him something so important. He exhaled lightly and headed to a nearby shop, thinking the badge could only have been granted by Sid himself. With it he could act freely in West Wasteland, and his current fame had reached an important milestone. His fame was enough to access the special shop, an opportunity he couldn't miss since many items were only sold there. Seeing Lin Yuan approach, the owner hurriedly greeted him and opened a catalog of high-end gear, including gold and silver tiers, but Lin Yuan quickly said he wanted to buy a Su Sai, calculating that paired with his riding skill his combat power would soar. The owner lowered his voice to warn that Su Sai were extremely rare in wind-swept sands and cost as much as 300 gold coins. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He immediately took out his coin pouch and bluntly said that price was no problem. The system instantly displayed a confirmation that 300 gold coins had been spent, and the Su Sai mount was officially activated. Back at Edith's place, Lin Yuan recounted the whole story, moving her to tears when she heard her father still remembered her. Lin Yuan shook his head to reassure her, saying the commander still wished for her return. Edith smiled and replied that his sentiment was enough. The system quickly confirmed the hidden quest family bonds covered in dust had been completed. Edith hurriedly handed him the prepared gift, thanked him with a smile, and asked him to tell her father she was content with her life and wished to stay and continue working here. The system displayed details for the gold equipment Gloomy Dao Spirit, showing major stat boosts plus a skill that negates magic and crowd control for 10 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. Lin Yuan smiled in satisfaction, thinking the gear nearly countered snake controllers completely, then thanked Edith and said he would depart immediately. In the camp tent, Sid said with joy that knowing Edith was content at last put his mind at ease. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan decided to ask directly for other leads, asking Sid if he knew anything related to snakes. Sid honestly replied that after the serpent people's civilization was expelled, all snakes in wind-swept sands had long ago been eradicated by the knights. Sid suddenly frowned and seriously added whether snakes appearing within dreamscapes should be counted. Noticing Sid seemed to know more, Lin Yuan asked whether that snake had any unusual traits. Sid answered it was a giant snake, but because it existed in a dreamscape it was illusory and couldn't directly attack. Then Sid took out a letter and said seriously that since Lin Yuan was now an honorary member, if he was interested in snakes he could take this assignment. Sid handed him the letter and carefully entrusted the mission. Lin Yuan immediately accepted, curious whether this was the Serpent King Min, and if it was linked to the snake controller. The system immediately notified that it had accepted Baron Carlo's nightmare quest, requiring him to meet the Baron and investigate leads within 48 hours. Shortly after, Lin Yuan set off for Baron Carlo's manor as the quest required. Suddenly the manor doors burst open, and several soldiers flung an unnamed man out the gate, sneering that a lowborn like him dared to be insolent to the Baron. The lead steward immediately ordered the man beaten without mercy. A brown-haired girl with her hair braided collapsed on the floor, her body aching from repeated blows and trampling by the adults, who laughed with malicious contempt, as if she were a lowly creature deserving punishment. He gritted his teeth in a scowl, swung a furious fist, and shouted that being noticed by the Baron was a great honor someone lowborn like her had no right to resist. At that moment Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind them, grabbed the man's wrist tightly, and said coldly that this indeed was the Baron's manor, widening the man's eyes. The brown-haired servant pointed arrogantly at Lin Yuan and loudly demanded where a lowborn like him came from to dare interfere in the Baron's affairs. The steward standing nearby sneered and ordered that if he wanted to be a hero who saves people, he should stay on his command. Two servants immediately lunged at Lin Yuan. The girl collapsed on the ground, tried to lift her head, and weakly urged Lin Yuan to leave at once, warning that confronting the Baron would end badly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had knocked out all 4 henchmen, then calmly stepped toward the steward, saying the man he was looking for was here, leaving behind cries of pain and panic. Facing the steward, Lin Yuan directly demanded the Baron's whereabouts, making him recoil in fright and stammer, asking if he knew who he was messing with. He trembled as he tried to regain composure to continue. He emphasized that this was Baron Carlo's territory, and then a portly red-haired man with shoulder-length hair stepped out, frowning harshly as he demanded they notify the Sai Wei Knights to arrest anyone who dared lay hands on his people. Lin Yuan showed no emotion, raised the badge to prove his identity, and said he had been sent by the Sai Wei Knights because of the Baron's nightmare, prompting Carlo to freeze and ask if he was a knight. Carlo angrily ordered the earlier men to be hanged and starved for 3 days. The steward complied, then turned to flatter Lin Yuan while scolding his subordinates for failing to distinguish knights from lowborn. Carlo folded his hands behind his back, exposed as pobily, and laughed that Lin Yuan had finally arrived, promising to credit Sid if he solved the problem. But Lin Yuan responded coldly. In the study lined with bookshelves, the maids quietly swept under the warm glow of yellow lamps. Dark circles showed under their sleep-deprived eyes, fearful. They still begrudgingly pulled out chairs and invited Lin Yuan to sit. Carlo sat opposite, and recounted that in his dreams he was always chased and tormented by a gigantic snake. Even veteran priests couldn't find the cause, and a baron like him was relentlessly tormented. So he had someone sketch the terrifying serpent and asked Lin Yuan if he could handle it. Carlo held up a painting of a purple serpent with a sturdy body and blazing golden eyes that looked savage. At a glance Lin Yuan recognized it as the Serpent King Min and prepared to reply. He calmly told the baron he needed a bit more time to deal with it. A tired maid brought 2 cups of water while Carlo urged Lin Yuan to secure the victory since it would benefit them both. Suddenly the maid tripped over a scrap of fabric on the floor. She cried out in alarm and, by reflex, spilled both cups of water onto Carlo's face. The steward panicked and handed a towel, while Carlo leapt up, furious, shouting abuse. He snarled and swung a hard slap across the maid's face, uttering cruel words that made her cry out in pain. The maid dropped to her knees, clutching her cheek, tears trembling as she begged him to stop. Carlo continued to berate her loudly, saying she couldn't even handle such a small thing and calling her worthless. He cursed that she was intrinsically lowborn and then lifted his foot as if to stamp on her face. At that moment Lin Yuan stepped forward, scooped up the maid, causing Carlo to miss his stomp and turned to call his name. Lin Yuan set the girl down and said they were still discussing the commission, and the baron's recent action was inappropriate. Carlo forced a smile and explained he only wanted what was best for them. If they couldn't handle small tasks, survival would be difficult. He added that when they had nowhere else to turn, only he took them in, and the yellow light revealed the red swelling on the maid's cheek. Carlo tilted his head, his expression turning cold, and forced Anna to confirm whether his words were true. Anna trembled, bowed her head, clasped her hands, and reluctantly answered that she was very grateful to the baron, pleasing Carlo, who ordered her to withdraw. Carlo sneered, comparing his noble self to the wretched poor in the slums. While Anna hurriedly left, Carlo sat back down, saying the lowly still had value when they pleased him, then asked Lin Yuan if he agreed. Lin Yuan remained silent, understanding that the baron was hinting he had meddled where he shouldn't. Carlo loudly ordered a feast, and a separate place set for an untitled knight, proudly thinking that without his favor Lin Yuan would never taste fine food in his life. After a while the meal was served. Lin Yuan had his own table. The steward reported the venison was prepared as requested, and Carlo nodded in approval, then hesitated. Carlo decided the night wouldn't be used to delicate dishes and said to just bring fish, and the steward immediately agreed. Annoyed but patient for the mission, Lin Yuan calmly said he would eat whatever was served. Anna smiled as she brought the food to Lin Yuan and politely invited him to eat. He nodded in thanks. While chewing, Carlo asked if Lin Yuan had figured out a solution, insisting it shouldn't be delayed. Contrasting Carlo's crude manner, Lin Yuan calmly said he wanted to inspect the baron's chamber tonight. Carlo showed displeasure and slammed his wine glass down heavily. He angrily pointed at Lin Yuan and barked that his chamber wasn't open to just anyone, demanding results, not process. A surge of annoyance rose in Lin Yuan. He judged Carlo a foolish, arrogant man. He frowned, set his soup down, and fixed Carlo with a cold, deadly gaze. Hidden, Lin Yuan silently crept toward the door, where 2 guards stood watch. Standing before the door, he quickly calculated, based on Carlo's daytime behavior, there must be a secret inside. To complete the task he would need special measures. And at that moment the system notified stealth had been activated. Suddenly a desperate scream rang out, and Lin Yuan immediately realized something had gone terribly wrong. Inside the chamber, the brown-braided woman was still being slapped mercilessly by Carlo. Carlo sat with legs apart on a high seat, looking down haughtily and mocking that serving him was an honor. The steward echoed that many sought such a chance, while the pink-dressed girl trembled, crying and begging for mercy. Carlo's eyes went cruel. He grabbed her hair, pulled her face close, and sneered that a knight like Lin Yuan couldn't protect anyone, merely a tool he sent to beat as ordered. The steward flattered further, saying knights were nothing but servants when the baron commanded. They were no different than a trained dog. Hidden nearby, Lin Yuan clenched his fist, realizing all the maids here had been forced by Carlo into servitude. Carlo shoved the maid away and boasted hoarsely about influence, not only in West Mac but in other countries as well, declaring she could never escape him, and she fell to the ground crying out in pain. The steward bowed and flattered, praising the baron for spreading his power around rather than concentrating it, and Carlo smirked, propping his chin on his hand in satisfaction. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed something off. A baron title granted by the Westmatch king shouldn't carry privileges in other nations unless there's a hidden agenda, so he immediately summoned the system interface. A system window popped up, the quest updated to arrest traitor Carlo at gold rank, requiring capture and evidence collection within 48 hours, confirming Linuan's suspicion, so he decided to contact the Sai Wei Knights first. After the action, the system reported it had sent an arrest request for Carlo to the Sai Wei Knights. Carlo suddenly frowned, a flicker of unusual doubt appearing in his eyes. Immediately after, murderous intent flared in Carlo's eyes, his face showing obvious fury. Carlo braced himself to stand, red smoke swirling around him as he snarled curses at the snake that robbed him of sleep and threatened the girl with never finding peace. Just then, the door was suddenly flung open. Linuan strode in boldly and demanded to know about the scream, calculating inwardly how to stall until the knights arrived. Carlo stammered angrily, calling Linuan an insolent knight, while the steward backed away and echoed that barging into the baron's chamber was a grave crime. Linuan turned to the pink-dressed maid and told her to leave, because he wanted to speak privately with the baron. Those words enraged Carlo completely. He sneered, calling Linuan a common knight and saying the badge couldn't hide his poverty. The steward loudly suggested punishing Linuan, and Carlo pointed, ordering him to be hung up so the lowborn would learn his fate. The steward clapped to signal others to come and assured the baron to rest easy. The steward shouted that there were assassins, which the two guards outside heard. The two guards immediately grabbed their spears and charged inside. The pink-dressed maid dropped to her knees begging Linuan to run, but he calmly replied that they weren't capable of taking his life. The guards burst in shouting about assassins and attacked, while Linuan summoned his weapon. Linuan raised his sword to eye level and told the maid to prepare to leave first. The maid grabbed Linuan's hand and dashed out with him as he instructed. A single strike from Linuan's sword sliced through, leaving the guards stunned and unable to react. Soon after, the scene continued to unfold across the baron's manor under the cover of night. The silence was shattered by a loud explosion from the main gate. The pink-dressed maid standing beside Linuan collapsed to the ground panting from exhaustion. The pursuing guards behind screamed and leapt down, continuing to close in to prevent Linuan's escape. Linuan calculated silently that with so many maids and servants around, it wasn't suitable to use soul death techniques or violent magic. The maids watching from afar were confused. One nervously asked if Linuan truly intended to assassinate the baron. Someone beside her quickly raised a hand to signal silence, warning not to speak recklessly. What happened next left everyone dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. The guards struck by Linuan's blade fell one by one, crying out in pain and desperately pleading for their lives. After dealing with the immediate threat, Linuan quickly planned his next move. Silently monitor the baron and steward and wait for the knights to arrive. At that moment, an invisible iron chain suddenly wrapped tightly around his ankle. That immediately put him on guard. It was clearly a restraining skill, useful for testing the power of the dark Mist Dao spirit equipment. Right then the system announced that magic immunity had been activated, and all control effects were dispelled. The chain had been launched by the steward, who sneered that the knights only knew brute force and not thought. Carlo stood nearby with an arrogant tone, claiming he could not be without a masterful fighter at his side, and ordered Linuan to be tortured. From afar the servants were all anxious, thinking Linuan had fallen into the steward's hands, since the steward was a veteran who had once been discharged from the Royal Mage Corps. Returning to the attack, the steward lunged like a madman, boasting as he charged that his dagger could transmit lightning directly into an opponent's blood. He coldly added that the sensation would surely be unbearably agonizing. The threat hadn't even finished when Linuan didn't dodge. Instead he curled his lips in a calm, indifferent smile. He steadily reached out and gently grabbed the arm holding the weapon. Then he twisted with force, redirecting the attack so the blade spun back and drove straight into the steward's chest. The counterstrike made the steward clutch the bleeding wound and collapse to the floor. Without hesitation, Linuan immediately shifted his aim to the next attacker. Seeing that, Carlo's face went pale, but he forced his tone and accused that he had summoned Linuan to entrust a task. Was Linuan planning a rebellion? Linuan replied coldly that compared to an entrustment, their treason was far more serious, leaving Carlo stunned and asking in fear how he knew. At the same time the steward forced himself up, gritting his teeth and saying that, if they'd been discovered, then Linuan must die. Hearing that, Linuan quickly stepped back to evade and unleashed a counter skill, causing the steward to exclaim in shock that a knight could use magic. Not stopping there, he closed in on the steward and regretfully said the mission only required capture, so he couldn't kill them. Then he gathered his strength and threw a straight punch at the steward's face. The blow was so powerful it sent him flipping backward. Finally he crashed face first to the ground and passed out. Amid the chaos, Carlo seized the chance to flee, still viciously threatening he'd find Sid to punish and execute Linuan. But he hadn't gone far before Linuan blocked him, frozen, asking why he was here. Linuan replied indifferently, reminding him hadn't Carlo just tried to execute him. Carlo hurriedly changed his tune, claiming he only intended to report Linuan's deeds to Sid and even ask the king to award him a medal. But by now no one believed him. Linuan bluntly said that capturing Carlo would earn the king's reward, which made the man panic and cry out for mercy. Before he could finish, Linuan struck straight at his face, demanding whether he'd ever thought to stop while harming the innocent. Carlo collapsed to the ground begging, apologizing and promising to spare the commoners, but Linuan only sighed that it was too late. He grabbed Carlo by the collar and hauled him to his feet, telling him to consider his testimony, while Carlo kept begging, promising to give everything to be spared. Not wanting to waste time, Linuan drove a hard strike into his abdomen and coldly said to bid farewell to his noble status. The blow landed in front of everyone, enough to break one bone or another if it didn't shatter him outright. At that moment Sid rode up on a mount and asked if he was late, and where the culprit was. Linuan replied flatly that the one to arrest was Baron Carlo, a traitor. Hearing that, Sid immediately froze and halted in his tracks. Sid said in horror that treason carried death. Without evidence, moving against a baron was a capital crime. Carlo instantly screamed in protest, calling it slander and raging about sending a madman to harm him. Sid turned to Linuan and said that a single-sided claim wasn't enough to arrest the baron. Suddenly Anna appeared in time and spoke up that she knew where the evidence was. Anna recounted that she had once overheard the baron's conspiracy involving the serpent civilization, and that he secretly worshipped in a hidden vault. She affirmed the vault wasn't far and that it held full evidence. Carlo immediately panicked and shouted denials, insisting he'd never consorted with the serpent civilization. He went mad and lunged at Anna though his hands were still bound, screaming that he would tear her mouth apart. Meanwhile Linuan carefully reconfirmed the mission details. Every directive indicated the baron was indeed a traitor, so he immediately overpowered the man, pinned him to the ground, and told the captain to escort the baron to prison first, while he would swiftly retrieve the evidence. Truth would soon be revealed, and he would take full responsibility. Sid rubbed his head and sighed wearily, finally agreeing, saying whether this would be a great deed or a grave mistake depended on the evidence Linuan found. He then ordered his men to hold 2 knights back to help search for evidence while the rest escorted the baron to the camp. And everyone answered in unison. Linuan turned to Anna to reassure her, asking her to lead the way and not to worry. Anna frowned slightly, then said he was different from the others and she trusted him. The scene shifted to the baron's secret passage leading straight to this place. It looked exactly like a sewer, the kind of passage typically used by the serpent people. Still, Linuan felt suspicious. Why had Anna appeared here and conveniently overheard that secret plot? A while later Anna led him to the hidden vault and pointed, confirming this was where they met in secret. Linuan nodded and said he would handle the rest. From a quick inspection Linuan judged that the door showed no signs of tampering. He warned the guards to stay alert and announced he was about to open the door. It seemed there was no one inside. Suddenly serpent familiars burst out from within. Linuan immediately told everyone to fall back while the guards still stood bewildered. Linuan quickly dealt with the serpent creatures, and then reassured the guards not to panic. It was just snakes. After it was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, praising Linuan and remarking they hadn't expected snakes here. Clearly something shady was afoot. Linuan grew suspicious and glanced at Anna. She seemed unnerved, but he wondered if she might be a serpent disguised as human, colluding with the baron and ready to flee once the plot was exposed to silence witnesses. A snake repellent would provoke a reaction from any serpents involved, revealing truth or falsehood, so Linuan cleverly smashed the vial on the ground, saying it was snake repellent to dispel the surrounding snakes and prevent ambush. When the repellent dispersed, Linuan noticed Anna showed no abnormal reaction. She apologized for not knowing there were beasts here, and insisted the evidence was definitely inside. Linuan fell silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on her. Finally he turned away, deciding he might have overthought it, and said this was not her fault. Not long after they found the necessary evidence. The first guard stared in horror at what lay before him, and said these were serpent relics the king had ordered destroyed long ago. Yet the baron had hoarded so many. The second guard also pointed out the baron's badge, proving he truly colluded with the serpents. Anna stood behind them, her expression dark and inscrutable. She gave a faint smile and urged the knights to make the baron pay for his deeds. Meanwhile in the holding cell Carlo kept grumbling that after a night there was still no evidence, and they dared to slander the baron's honor. He aggressively threatened that once freed he would deal with them all. Suddenly Sid opened the door and loudly declared evidence had been found, ordering Carlo be interrogated immediately, and his men complied. Carlo gaped and protested he had nothing to do with the serpents, but a guard shoved his head down on the table, shouted for him to shut up, and demanded he confess to treason. Even Sid found the truth hard to believe. No one expected Carlo to be the traitor. Afterward, Sid happily patted Linuan on the shoulder, praising his great deed and saying he had reported it to the king so rewards would be granted soon. Linuan modestly replied it was his duty. Meanwhile, Carlo was punished by the guards, screaming nonstop that he was a baron, while the man beside him panicked, shouting that he was only the steward. Sid frowned at him and said the serpent civilization surely held important intelligence and would be thoroughly investigated, then asked Linuan to handle the baron's maid. Linuan smiled, because there was still an item in the baron's house he couldn't ignore. He nodded in agreement and said he would arrange everything properly for them. At that moment, another guard stepped forward to report they wanted to confess. Sid nodded and ordered preparations to record it. It turned out to be the steward. He stammered, intending to testify that the baron had secretly colluded with another power. But before he could finish, Carlo lunged at him, shoved him hard, and barked for him to shut up because it wasn't his turn to speak. Carlo then immediately changed his tone and confessed, admitting to some dealings with the other power and begging that since he'd turned himself and the king spare his life. Sid replied coldly that they had fought for the country for years. While Carlo betrayed them, he was truly worthy of death. At the same time, Linuan's system panel appeared, announcing the treason, capture mission complete, and adding renown to the Night Order. He thought the mission was finished yet still felt something missing. The giant serpent was gone. Surely there was a detail he hadn't uncovered. When everything was settled, he dusted off his hands and prepared to leave, saying he would arrange things for the girls. Sid told him to go, and that he would make Carlo reveal all his secrets. Hearing that, Linuan left the room and closed the door behind him. Then Sid revealed his ruthless side, forcing Carlo to disclose all serpent collaborators. Carlo panicked and confessed that his contact was an operative from the Southern Turtle Kingdom. The scene shifted to Linuan inside some library. He was searching for clues, recalling that in his previous life someone had posted that Baron Carlo kept a piece of gear granted by the king with special attributes and skills, very possibly here. Suddenly Linuan's pupils contracted as his gaze landed on the box before him. He realized the item had been taken. Apparently someone else knew about the gear. Unable to find any other crucial leads, he had to temporarily suspend the deeper investigation. Once everyone gathered, the guard reported all the girls were present except one. And when he asked, the guard confirmed it was the girl named Anna. Doubt rose in him. Had Anna been targeted by the serpent's revenge, or were his earlier suspicions actually right? Whatever the case, he had to find her. Anna couldn't just vanish for no reason. And the secret passage linking the Baron's mansion to the sewers was the most suspicious place. He immediately moved quickly to the pre-dug secret passage. As he went deeper, Linuan kept thinking he'd missed an important detail. If the Baron truly colluded with the serpents, why would he bring up dreaming of snakes himself? Suddenly a cold voice rang out, and Linuan reflexively concealed himself in a corner to eavesdrop, hearing a remark that the other party had arrived rather late. Anna appeared with her usual calm demeanor, and replied there was no need to hurry. The person hiding in the Baron's house wasn't him. Come whenever you like. The mysterious man smiled faintly and asked whether the Baron Carlo was dead yet. When Linuan clearly saw the man's face, he immediately recognized him as the snake controller and silently activated his stealth skill, wondering why Anna met him alone. Wasn't she an NPC? He stayed hidden, listening as the mysterious man curled his lips, praising Anna as a natural actress so foolproof that even when the Baron died he never suspected the vault was prepared by her. Anna crossed her arms arrogantly, admitting they of course wouldn't suspect, but there was still more she hadn't revealed. Recalling the earlier event, Anna frowned and said there was a very unusual knight who for some reason began to suspect her of being tied to the serpents, even using snake lure to test her. As for fighting, that required the other to make a move. He sounded surprised, saying those people had always been played by her, then asked what that knight looked like. Anna pulled a portrait of Linuan from her pocket, saying that was his appearance, and reminded him she still had to continue her serpent mission to weaken the Western MC nobility, then asked about the status of his snake brood. The mysterious man scrutinized the picture and suddenly frowned as if recognizing something. He ground his teeth angrily, shouting that that bastard had made his little serpent abandon him, and even stolen the hidden dungeon that belongs to him. Linuan gradually pieced everything together. Anna turned out to be a serpent spy planted to frame and purge the Western MC nobles. But since the system still marked the mission complete, he decided to put his doubts aside for now and wait for a chance to topple them first. Anna asked in confusion what was going on. Wasn't the other just a knight with some magic, so incapable that they couldn't handle him? He immediately slammed his hand on the wall and growled that Anna didn't understand the opponent had more than surface power and could summon undead. If that undead weren't guarding the hidden dungeon, he wouldn't be such a headache. Anna suddenly realized something and guessed the opponent's class. He admitted it, which was why he needed her to lend him the bright king serpent. The mysterious man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he declared he wanted the other torn apart beyond recognition. But Anna immediately stopped him, saying absolutely not. The bright king serpent had other plans, and if sensed by the Western MC order it could be destroyed, a loss the serpent civilization could not accept. Yet the mysterious man seemed unconcerned and insisted on borrowing the bright king serpent to eliminate the opponent. Anna firmly declared she would not let him act recklessly. Linuan watched silently from a corner, realizing NPCs rarely interact deeply with players, which showed the snake controller was exploiting Anna to boost the serpent civilization's prestige. Recognizing this, he immediately prepared to act. He couldn't let them achieve their goal. But before he could move, a large explosion suddenly occurred. The blast left Linuan completely stunned. When he looked over, he found they were facing off and attacking each other. The giant serpent that appeared before them forced the mysterious man to be cautious. Anna laughed coldly and said the bright king serpent could sense her emotions. If he forced it to act, she wouldn't be able to control it to stop. He swallowed and reluctantly said they were indeed a close master and servant pair. Then she turned to stroke the serpent, saying it was all for the plan. The mysterious man relented and said he would find his own way to deal with the opponent, while Anna should continue her mission and remember to coordinate with higher orders. Anna replied with disgust that she needed rest after serving the hateful old man for so long. This time she only got a shield too high a price. Hearing that, the mysterious man grew bored and left, leaving matters to her. At the same time Linuan suddenly understood and quickly sent the little serpent to tail the snake controller's trail. Since stealth had no effect on the bright king serpent, he couldn't act rashly. He could only have the little serpent secretly follow and wait until the man was far away before striking. Anna whispered to the serpent to be patient, saying it would see the sunlight soon. From above Linuan watched and calculated that they could question the Baron later. But catching the snake controller was the top priority. Then he immediately leapt down to tail the target closely. With the skill Damn Dowling in hand, he was confident this time he could catch the opponent off guard. After trailing the snake for a while, the mysterious man finally realized he was being tracked and instantly counterattacked. The undead that appeared turned out to be him, causing the system to immediately auto-activate the perception, numbing skill. He immediately became aware something was wrong. Clearly someone had been shadowing him. Fortunately, he had prepared for this and silently calculated that sooner or later he would have to eliminate that bastard. He frantically activated teleportation and quickly transported himself to another location. Before Linuan could give chase, he regretted to see it was a teleportation spool, a single-use, extremely costly item the opponent had used so casually. It seems the resources of the first devotee are far richer than imagined. Linuan told himself he needed to accumulate more capital, especially quality insulating potions, to be ready when the Thunder System dungeon opened. Those would surely sell for a fortune. In any case, the hidden dungeon Serpent Demon's Nest must continue to be tightly controlled. A while later at the Edith Manor, a mournful sigh escaped as she pitied the homeless girls who had suffered so much and decided to let them stay. Edith, eyes glistening, clasped the maid's hand and said she could teach them sewing so they could support themselves rather than be servants. Watching this, Linuan smiled with satisfaction. This was their original goal, and he thanked Miss Edith. They soon asked permission to leave. Linuan questioned the guards about Carlo's crossbow, and learned it had been handed to the caravan leader who, unexpectedly, had secretly colluded with the Southern Turtle Empire, an implacable enemy. Linuan suddenly realized the Southern Turtle Empire had long been hostile to Ximak in the Immortal World setup. He silently hoped that fellow would get his just desserts. Meanwhile, Linuan was completely unaware that someone was stealthily tailing him, spying on his every move. After gathering the necessary information, that person immediately ordered the crow on their shoulder to fly back and report to the leader that the target had split from the cavalry and could move at any time. The crow quickly spread its wings and flew off, as if fully understanding the command. The scene shifted. The sky was gradually leaning toward evening, but Linuan remained absorbed in completing the task. His method for brewing a potent insulating potion was his only lead, and producing it required a high-level metallurgist, most of whom belonged to major guilds. The instructional artifact could only be used once before vanishing. If an opponent learned the method and then turned on him, it would be a major problem. Therefore, finding a freelance metallurgist and signing a clear contract was the safest option. However, high-level freelance metallurgists were extremely rare, so for now he decided to post a bounty quest to find a suitable candidate. Suddenly he noticed a scrap of paper with information that looked eerily familiar. Lack Koinan in his past life's memories she was a top 10 metallurgist in Simak, a wandering knight whose specialty was long-range attacks. Moreover, she still hadn't joined a guild. Linuan quickly checked the quest details and immediately accepted the bounty, the system automatically friending the issuer, Lack Koinan. Not long after, he received a message. Koinan sounded surprised someone had accepted the quest, and he bluntly asked when she could complete it. While brewing potions, Koinan told him he was impatient and then sent coordinates for a meeting. Looking at the system board, he thought high-level freelance metallurgists were rare and hoped she could cooperate long-term. Within a few hours, the two formally met. Linuan arrived first, Koinan came later, greeted him, and confirmed he was the quest taker. She asked in surprise whether he could really defeat the level 15 monster spirit rock core errant alone. He nodded, then realized she was the woman who'd gotten drunk in the tavern that night. It was Lack Koinan. Koinan stepped closer and looked him straight in the eye, teasing that she hadn't expected him to be a handsome hero, and that this mission depended on him. She warned she'd use a bow for protection, but he coldly refused, still suspicious because she didn't seem entirely trustworthy. With no better option, he followed her. Koinan warned that the rock core errant often hid in stone and launched surprise attacks. As they moved, she jabbered nonstop. She reassured him not to blame her if they failed. Just then he noticed something amiss and turned around. He saw a gigantic, ferocious level 15 monster spirit rock core errant charging straight at them. By reflex, the two quickly dodged the attack. Koinan struck first, loudly declaring she would protect him as promised, but her first arrow missed completely. Koinan cried out in frustration, admitting fighting was much harder than metallurgy. Suddenly more rock core errants that had been hiding appeared from all four directions. He quickly closed in on her, told her to take cover carefully, and took charge of dealing with them. Muttering as he analyzed the rock core errant's traits, he began to activate his skills. Rock core errants have extremely high defense, so exploit that trait and use blunt force hard to hard combat to counter them. Unexpectedly, a vague sense of familiarity rose in Koinan. She couldn't explain why she felt she had met this young man before, cold and aloof yet extraordinarily agile. Thinking it over, memories suddenly crystallized. The man before her was the one who had driven off the thugs at the tavern. What shocked her was that he really intended to face the monster alone. With that thought, Koinan hurried over, guessing he might be angry at her, and quickly reassured him, promising to bring recovery potions immediately to assist. Under pressure as enemy numbers kept rising, Linuan had to spring upward to find an opening for a counterattack. He then swiftly opened the gate of the nether realm and summoned a pack of demon wolves from the murky space. The demon wolves surged out and charged straight into the rock core errants, frantically crushing them into fragments. In a very short time, all the monsters were wiped out, vanished as if they'd never existed. After the monsters dispersed, glittering cores rained across the ground. Linuan bent down and picked up a few. He held those cores out to Koinan and said softly that these must be the items she needed. Declaring the bounty quest complete, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Had it really ended that quickly? Or was she hallucinating from staying up late brewing potions? He calmly replied that they were just monster essences. Unable to hold back, Koinan asked the long-standing question, "Were you the one who took me to the inn? You owe me a great favor, but with such strength, why choose a low-paying task?" Linuan answered straightforwardly that he was seeking a high-level metallurgist to sign a contract for cooperative potion making, distrustful of guild members, and only she met the requirements. This was a lucrative deal. Hearing that, she laughed heartily, saying she'd already vouched for his character, then suggested they go for a drink to discuss plans. He politely declined, saying they'd discuss the plan later and should sign the contract first. Though Koinan was a bit displeased, she agreed out of trust in him. Seeing the system notification appear, Linuan felt reassured he now had a stable ally, and the cooperation contract was officially confirmed. With everything settled, Koinan excitedly asked what he needed her to do. Linuan reached into his coat to take out a brewing formula. At that moment an odd sensation struck, causing him to pause as doubts about his current location flashed through his mind. He vaguely felt this scene had appeared in his past life's memories, and the rock core errant's distribution seemed to follow a clear pattern. After thinking it through, Linuan immediately ordered Suyet to appear. He leaped onto Suyet's back and flew off ahead, leaving Koinan behind in a daze, unable to react in time. While flying, Linuan realized the blurry perspective he'd seen on the old forum came from this very spot. This place was clearly the entrance to a rare hidden dungeon. Unable to bear her complaints from behind, he turned back and led Koinan in with him. On the way, Koinan was both frightened and astonished that a hidden dungeon had appeared in the stone forest, and worried they were only two. Linuan recalled his past life. This dungeon had almost no records, but high risk meant high reward, and despite the lack of information he decided to proceed. He reminded her awkwardly that she was the one who insisted on coming. Kind Nan scratched her head in embarrassment, saying she was just curious and wouldn't compete for the spoils. Then Linuan seriously ordered her to follow his commands, and pointed out the dungeon entrance right before them. After walking a bit, Linuan suddenly stopped. He looked down, and before him was a familiar sight. It was the buried ruins of the Azek civilization, an ancient tomb. In the immortal world setup, Azek worshipped death as the highest creed. They sought soul release and immortality, mastering powerful embalming techniques, but the civilization had long since perished. A chill ran down Koin-nan's spine, and the two silently watched a monster standing on the stairs with its hand on an ancient casket. Suddenly strange sounds rang out. Linuan turned instinctively. It was a familiar buzzing. The creature's speed was so great it nearly killed him on the spot. Linuan's heart pounded. Its speed far exceeded expectations. Having barely evaded the first strike, he didn't expect its next target to switch to Koin-nan. It struck before Koin-nan could react, hitting her directly and flinging her away. The opponent was only a common black-robed vengeful spirit level 17, currently with just 4 points left. Its stats displayed at P4 500 attack 530 defense 45 with 2 skills endless resentment and relentless pursuit. Purple mana exploded, tearing the air and sweeping toward the enemies, blasting them off the ground like debris. The twisted purple energy carried killing intent and crushed everything. At the front line, Linuan coldly judged it an insect-type monster. At that moment Koin-nan collapsed, coughing weakly and saying she couldn't move. Without hesitation, Linuan ordered the dog head servant to carry her out of the dungeon. Following the order, the dog head servant acted immediately, scooped up Koin-nan and retreated quickly, leaving Linuan alone on the battlefield. Before leaving, Koin-nan still tossed him a few enhancement pills and called back while retreating that they could temporarily boost stats. Linuan accepted and used them at once. System notification panels appeared one after another, confirming a 10 agility increase, and 10 damage and 10 defense were activated on him. Linuan quickly shifted his target to the outer ring of hairy monsters, ambushing proactively to clear the battlefield, planning to finish them first before focusing fully on the dangerous monster. Seizing the opportunity, Linuan darted like a shadowed arrow. Golden gleams from his blade curved into a death arc, each green-tinted strike crushing monsters one by one. Monstrous forms were hurled high, green light erupted like fireworks of death, hair falling over his brow and eyes flashing red. Linuan immediately turned as he sensed danger approaching from behind. He blocked the critical strike in time, remaining vigilant and thinking the creature was smarter than expected and chose its moment well. As he gradually grasped the opponent's movement pattern, Linuan let out a hoarse smile. This was a larva with no defense yet immune to damage, clearly possessing a special mechanism. At that moment a system notification appeared, explaining this was a special holy armor beetle of the Azek Empire, of rare rank. Its stats were shown clearly, defense 0 but possessing the skills execution and immortality. Realizing its tactical value, Linuan excitedly concluded this creature could perfectly complement his strategy and vowed not to let it escape. Without hesitation, Linuan immediately summoned his battle pet, Leihiat, onto the field. From the sky, Leihiat spread its pincers, curled its body tight, and dove like a thunderstorm. Leihiat's mana erupted, locking onto the beetle. Linuan couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, forbidding it from fleeing. Leihiat pressed the enemy with no retreat, charging while spitting blue light. Its terrifying speed cracked the ground and forced the beetle to flee at full power. Linuan leapt into the air, aimed at the beetle's position, and struck downward with a single sword from above. The blade slammed against the beetle's armor, sending shockwaves across the ground and showers of blue sparks. Linuan curled his lip in a cold smile. He drove the sword deep into the creature's body, growling each word with evident killing intent. Force continued to build, the ground splitting relentlessly, and Linuan coldly concluded it was nothing more than an insect. The finishing blow was delivered. The sword plunged into the earth, the pressure shattering rock, the beetle pinned in a deep pit as Linuan spat out each word with murderous force. After the strike he rose, breathing heavily as he looked at the corpse pinned below, silently judging that though each hit hadn't dealt huge damage, its fate had been sealed. Immediately a system notice confirmed the monster's AP had dropped to 0. Without delay, Linuan drew out a soul capture item, aimed it at the beetle, and smiled in anticipation. Light shot from the item straight at the beetle, causing it to convulse violently as strange beams of light appeared around it. Raising an intrigued brow, Linuan realized the creatures still had a conscious spirit, an unexpected bonus, and asked where it wanted to lead him. The creature's spirit flew toward the coffin. Linuan watched it, frowning in puzzlement and asking questions. The spirit hovered and then placed itself directly on the coffin lid. In the next instant the coffin exploded with a thunderous blast that echoed through the space. Watching from below, Linuan couldn't help but admire it, understanding why this dungeon had no intel in his past life. It required the holy armor beetle to actively cooperate. The system quickly notified him, "Congratulations, the player received a curse tome," allowing bids to select skills to learn. The system listed a slew of curse skills, each with powerful effects accompanied by harsh costs, ranging from reduced AP vision and attack to mind. After considering each option, Linuan sighed at this death-worshipping civilization and decided to choose a damage-boosting skill for its superior combat effectiveness. After a moment's thought, he confirmed his choice. The system immediately deducted 200 HP limit points to exchange for the damage-increased skill. Linuan silently adjusted his tactics, realizing the holy armor beetle and the curse would perfectly offset his assassination weakness and help him handle key targets more effectively. Detailed skill information was displayed, clearly describing effects, mana cost, cooldown, and future upgrade conditions. Linuan glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground and judged that these lost spirits could not resurrect and were not worth worrying about. Linuan climbed the stairs, calculating that combining paralysis effects with concealment would make the snake controller hard to escape. And at that moment a new notification appeared. The system displayed full stats and the unique skills of the holy armor beetle. The notification detailed each skill effect, revealing the beetle's formidable power and extreme immunities. Leaving the cave, Linuan stretched, planning to return to prepare the shop and start stockpiling metallurgical potions. Suddenly, Koinam was hurled toward him, prompting Linuan to immediately raise his guard and shout, "Who?" from opposite them. The group with multicolored hair sneered and mocked, revealing that Koinam had been blacklisted by the Frenzy Guild, their leader breaking into a dangerous grin. Koinam was covered in wounds, scratches still bleeding. She forced herself up on her hands, her voice hoarse with pain. She quietly told Linuan to look for an opportunity to retreat later, since she was their target. The group had been weak, but recklessly taken her commission. Nearly the entire team wiped out by monsters. Now they turned to threaten and extort her. The blonde leader leapt up, veins bulging as he shouted, cursing Koinam and blaming her for everything. He claimed that if they hadn't helped her fight those stone monsters, his teammates wouldn't have died and lost ranks. All losses must be borne by her. If she didn't hand over 30 gold coins, both of them would die right there. No sooner had the threat ended than a bizarre purple light suddenly spread, enveloping the area around them. The purple light thickened and persisted rather than fading, leaving them unable to react. The blonde man's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, not understanding what the hell was happening. Someone nearby turned pale and blurted in panic that the phenomenon covering them was a kind of curse technique. It was the falling curse technique Linuan had been covertly casting all along. Standing opposite, Linuan calmly watched their chaos and smiled with interest, thinking they'd sworn none should leave alive, perfect for testing his new skill with the holy armor beetle. Immediately the system notification chimed, confirming the damage increased skill had been successfully activated. Realizing the situation worsened, the blonde turned angrily to his companions, yelling insults and calling them useless for failing even to dispel a curse. The mage hurriedly erected a dispel formation, but it was completely ineffective. Clutching his staff, he panted and stammered that this was a curse he had never seen. The staff kept reporting failure, proving the technique could not be removed. Provoked by Linuan's words and actions, the blonde turned directly toward him, sneering arrogantly that stealth alone could not win. After struggling, the mage finally established a counter matrix. Restoring the blonde's confidence, he pounded his chest and boasted that a mere curse was nothing, and that with 4 of them killing Linuan would be like flipping a hand. Suddenly the mage behind let out a wail as a reactive formation unexpectedly activated, shattering his defenses. He quickly collapsed, utterly drained and unable to resist, losing consciousness. The others stared at one another in horror, not knowing when the attack had been launched. Linuan calmly explained he had used a curse to increase damage, then commanded the fastest, most mobile holy armor beetle to directly assassinate the enemy's support, making their tactic far less stable. Linuan's words inadvertently provoked the blonde, who tightened his grip on his weapon and charged fiercely, ordering his teammates to attack quickly. Assuming Linuan was still in cooldown, he unleashed a screaming vortex of green mana that tore the ground as it sped forward, shouting that Linuan only relied on healing items to fight at range and was a weak, ranged class, signaling his comrades to rush in. Facing the assault, Linuan merely smiled slightly, then leisurely summoned his weapon and strolled straight toward them. The move startled the 3 remaining men, who all exclaimed in disbelief that he had drawn a close-range sword. Linuan smiled coldly, saying they had misjudged him. Then blue light flared from his hand and blades appeared densely like a rain of magic. Overwhelmed, they screamed in pain and panic, asking what this demonic power was. Another despairingly replied that attacking Linuan hardly dealt any damage, The blonde was blasted into a rock face, the impact cracking the ground around him violently. He forced himself to lift his head and watched Linuan slowly approach, his voice broken with fear, unable to believe his squad had been defeated so easily, and asked what Linuan's true profession was. He feigned regret, looked at Linuan, and offered him a place in the Frenzy Guild, promising pay far greater than Kind Nan's. Linuan noticed the opponent's unusual hand movement and immediately grew wary. He slightly furrowed his brow, realizing someone else was still hiding nearby. Calmly, Linuan summoned his spirit beast and spoke coldly, ordering them to be silent before meeting death. Lei Hayat appeared in giant form, instantly exuding terrifying pressure that turned the blonde's face ashen with fright. Linuan immediately cast magic, activated his ultimate skill, then turned and walked away as only agonized screams echoed behind him. The scene shifted to a forest where dusk was falling and the atmosphere grew gloomy. Inside the woods, cloaked figures fled in panic, trying to put as much distance as possible between them and whatever hunted them. Suddenly they realized something was wrong and halted at once. One of them, panting, wondered aloud whether it was mere coincidence, or if they had already been detected. Moments later, Linuan appeared behind them, his calm voice heavy with pressure as he declared that 3 fugitives still hid here. One of the group shouted a panicked warning to the others. At once a burst of blue magic detonated, sweeping everything aside like the world collapsing, and they screamed as they scattered. Linuan watched intently, suspicious, realizing these fighters were entirely different from the Frenzy Guild and likely belonged to another power. They quickly regrouped and lunged forward to attack in unison. Their leader ordered immediately since they'd been discovered there was no need to hide. Use your ult. The other 2 answered at once. A whistling wind came from behind. Linuan merely tilted his body to evade, his expression as composed as if watching a performance. Another rushed forward with a rope to pull Linuan down from behind. However, as Linuan had anticipated, he sprang up, kicking up a cloud of dust. Linuan stepped back, glancing coldly at his opponents before taunting them to use every trick they had left. A soldier launched himself from above, swinging a heavy axe straight at Linuan while shouting with murderous intent. Linuan countered instantly. A blinding blue beam shot forward, striking the cloaked soldier's chest, shattering his defensive armor and blasting him into the air like useless debris. Linuan smiled confidently, quickly bracing one hand on the ground to activate a matrix, whispering that it was his turn, and the notification popped up as the damage increase effect activated. The soldier immediately fell under the spell's influence, his body trembling uncontrollably as purple streams of light coiled around his limbs like magical chains, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure in agony. He turned his head toward his comrade. He ground his teeth and barked orders, demanding they quickly dispel the magic binding him. At that moment, a spirit beast dove down from above and pinned him, its weight and presence cracking the ground beneath. Lei Hayat closed in and used his entire bulk to press the man to the earth, easily restraining him with almost no effort. The remaining man, realizing things had gone wrong, hurled his spear at Linuan and shouted for his comrades not to hesitate, to continue the mission to kill him. The one with the rope immediately answered with a terse, "Yes." Linuan swung his sword in a single strike. Blue light erupted, snapping the enemy's weapon shaft. He frowned, thinking they were clearly hired assassins. Suddenly a long rope whistled through the air, charged with deadly intent as it whipped straight toward Linuan. Linuan spun quickly, caught the incoming whip precisely, then pulled hard, instantly throwing the attacker off balance. He held the rope fast and yanked, wrenching the man's body aside. The attacker cried out in shocked alarm. Under the spell's effect, the man lost all strength and collapsed to the ground, dust billowing. In a panic he screamed for the captain to run. The pink-haired man grew flustered, gripping his weapon tightly with tense eyes on Linuan, secretly terrified that the second and third had been defeated in an instant. The assassin launched a massive metal drill with a razor edge aimed straight for Tin Engin's head. She didn't realize Linuan's spirit beast had silently crept up from behind. It immediately unleashed magic, knocking her hard to the ground with no chance to counterattack. Linuan stepped closer, staring coldly down at her, his low voice asking who was pulling the strings and promising to spare her if she confessed. She forced herself up, battered and hoarse, sneering that he wouldn't extract any information and daring him to try. Linuan watched her silently, frowning as he concluded she couldn't be forced to talk. Whatever power backed these 3 was likely considerable, making him wonder who was targeting him. Linuan coldly agreed, then ordered the blue beetle to spin like a glowing drill, forming a massive vortex of magic that swallowed her whole, leaving only helpless screams behind. Kind Nan ran up to him, excited, praising how neatly he handled the thugs and happily reporting she'd gathered all the loot for him. He handed the silver bracer he'd found to Koin Nan, raising an eyebrow as he told her it had a crossbow firing speed skill perfect for her, while he'd sell the other silver gear. Koin Nan's eyes lit up. She gladly accepted the item and said she wouldn't refuse, taking it as advance pay. The info panel immediately displayed details about the silver gauntlets, showing they were effective pursuit gear, boosting attack power, movement speed, and attack speed, with a linked shot skill that further increases firing speed when using bows or crossbows. The two left the forest together. Kainan eagerly asked if they could get a drink, but Linuan shook his head, saying he still had shop matters to handle. Suddenly 2 figures appeared behind them. The one at the back respectfully reported to the masked man that the 3-member team with a perfect completion rate had been completely annihilated. The masked man bowed his head, pondered long, and then rasped that the opponent was more interesting than initially predicted. A soldier hesitantly asked if they should send a stronger team, but the masked man refused, saying they should recruit a free talent like Linuan to their side. He showed clear interest, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile, and ordered all actions against Linuan be suspended for now, leaving the client's matter for him to handle. Elsewhere, Linuan sank into thoughts about the anti-electric formula, the highest tier recipe he had long possessed, and he also had a contract with a reliable alchemist. Once he stabilized the shop and gathered enough materials, he could mass-produce them to reap huge profits when the Thunder System dungeon opened. Just then Hencheng's voice came from afar, dragging Linuan from his thoughts as he called his name excitedly, and recalled the thrilling dungeon run they'd shared. A notification immediately appeared confirming payment of 400 gold coins, and the gear Linuan sent had been delivered straight to his mailbox. Kainan teasingly asked if it was a fan, and Linuan merely cleared his throat and explained he was busy buying a shop, so the dungeon could wait. Kainan beamed and turned to leave, saying she'd return to her office to organize alchemy tools, while Hencheng excitedly begged to come along, claiming he knew plenty about shopping. In Magistrate Quan's office, he repeatedly waved his hand in denial, insisting this had nothing to do with money. Then Magistrate Quan bluntly stated the rule: by royal decree, shops in Roger Square must not be sold to outsiders. Seeing this, Hencheng immediately fawned and politely argued that their buying and opening the shop would boost the local economy and do no harm, but Magistrate Quan coldly cut him off, saying there was nothing to discuss. Realizing things had gone awry, Hencheng awkwardly told Linuan he might have messed up, and even offered to compensate with a real-world shop. But Linuan calmly refused and confidently said he would negotiate himself. Across the room, Magistrate Quan impatiently dismissed them, saying the shop had been allocated long ago and sudden requests weren't accepted. At that moment Linuan calmly replied, asking what if he had this. Hearing that, Magistrate Quan froze and turned sharply to look at Linuan. Linuan produced the item he carried, confidently raised it, and said it was the honorary medal of the Hyatt Vicavary, which only Captain Sid had the authority to bestow. Seeing the medal clearly, Magistrate Quan's eyes widened in shock as he realized the man before him was an honorary knight of the Hyatt Vicavary. Instantly his attitude changed. Magistrate Quan welcomed him warmly, explained that while the area didn't sell to commoners by royal order, cavalry members were an exception, and produced a map of available shop locations for Linuan to choose from. Holding the map, Linuan pondered, because location would directly affect future capital and required careful consideration, while Hencheng kept praising him for looking so impressive in front of the NPC. After careful thought, Linuan placed his hand on the map, pointed to a specific spot, and decided on it. When the announcement went out, everyone saw Shop No. 32 had been bought by a player with hidden id, which baffled them since that location wasn't supposed to be for sale and the buyer was unknown. Back inside, Kainan was stunned and asked in disbelief that he'd really acquired a shop that was said to be off the market. Linuan replied coldly that it only took a slightly different trick. He then showed her the crafting method and asked what materials were missing. The system immediately notified that the high-efficiency anti-electric formula had been shared with Kainan. After reviewing the recipe, Kainan said the other ingredients were ready, only the Thunder Charge fungus claw was missing, an extremely rare material hardly ever found on the market. Hearing this, Linuan brooded for a moment, realizing he was about to level up and could farm materials while gaining experience. And Hencheng eagerly stepped forward asking to join the monster hump to help pick up drops. Seeing the two prepare to leave, Kainan insisted on staying, saying she still wanted to focus on her metallurgy research. Suddenly Linuan turned back and said something that stunned Kainan. He had entrusted the entire shop business to her, and this would be her long-term workplace. With that he set off at once, suggesting they fly there to save time, prompting Hencheng to marvel in admiration as Linuan summoned an imposing cavalier mount. When they arrived, they saw a thunder charge continuously emitting bolts of electricity. The system immediately displayed details about the thunder charge fungus, its rank, AP attack, defense, and discharge skill. It instantly activated a summoning skill, calling nearby kin to join the battle. Right after, the monster spat out a barrage of crystals that rained down around the area. As soon as it appeared, the two witnessed a violent explosion that left them dazed. After the blast, Han Cheng noticed something amiss and exclaimed in shock that there were too many monsters here. Contrary to his panic, Linuan calmly analyzed that thunder charge fungus traits, cause a dying individual to trigger its nearby kin. This was normal, but Han Cheng suddenly volunteered to charge the front line. Linuan immediately stopped him, forbidding Han Cheng from rushing in to attack the monsters, and ordered him to focus solely on collecting dropped materials. Having said that, Linuan lunged at the charged fungus king with full force. The beast retaliated wildly, and after a fierce battle the system announced he had leveled up to 16. Linuan was not surprised by the notice, knowing his rank was already top tier, but Han Cheng was astonished, unable to believe the boss of the Hoi Tun Valley was being commanded by Linuan. Shortly after, the system displayed Linuan's detailed attributes, level, class, and stats, leaving him thoughtful, while he remained wary of the three mysterious ambushers who felt like assassins and planned to investigate them when possible. After packing up the loot, Han Cheng cheerfully carried the bag of materials to report to Linuan. Praised, the two left together. The scene then cut back to Koin Nan's crafting shop. While making the potion, Koin Nan worried that the anti-electric drug was overly potent, and current dungeons didn't seem to require such a high-tier potion. Just then the shop door was suddenly pushed open and someone entered. It turned out to be Linuan returning with materials. He said the supplies would last a long time and asked about her progress learning the formula, surprising Koin Nan at his speed. Koin Nan explained the recipe was advanced. High-level metallurgists could still fail, so she needed more time to raise her proficiency. Hearing that, Linuan suggested selling fruit, which puzzled Koin Nan since the shop location was too good for such wares, and she even proposed displaying existing stock of potions instead. Linuan didn't elaborate. He simply told them to try the fruit and invited Han Cheng to taste it as well to judge for himself. They tasted the fruit with different expectations, one suspecting it was ordinary fruit, the other trusting Linuan must have his reasons. As soon as they finished, both immediately felt clear stat boosts. Astonished by the fruit's unbelievable effect, and even more convinced of Linuan's special choice, Linuan explained the fruit's effects. Each person could use it up to 100 times. He would supply the shop weekly. The temporary price was 5 gold coins per fruit. He also declared the shop open that day, and the system broadcasted the announcement server-wide. Elsewhere, a passerby hearing the announcement was puzzled. Yesterday Lang Guyan said the shop couldn't be bought, yet today someone had opened one. Hearing the news, Thian excitedly told Lin Tan that this was the first shop on the entire server. Those nearby immediately buzzed with speculation, not understanding what had happened, angry that the best spot had been bought and urging each other to hurry to Roger Square to see for themselves. A mysterious figure lurking in the shadows was stunned upon hearing the news, unable to believe the rival had opened a shop. He then angrily turned to his subordinate, demanding why they hadn't killed the target as planned, his tone incredulous. Suddenly the mysterious man took back all the money he had received, placed it on the table, and refused decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. His strength far exceeds what our intel reported. An entire elite squad was lost, so return the deposit in full. We won't continue this job. Hearing that, the elite grabbed his hand desperately, speaking urgently that it was all just a matter of money, and begged him to name a price. If you agree to kill that person, we can renegotiate the pay and raise it as much as needed. At that moment his gaze happened to land on a familiar figure, making his heart race. The person who appeared was none other than Lang Yugayat. He ground his teeth and stomped the ground in fury, furious that she had gone after that bastard. At the same time inside the shop, Han Cheng played host for free, warmly bowing to greet the customers coming in. Those who entered were stunned by the shop's unbelievable simplicity. Someone couldn't help but ask skeptically whether the whole shop sold only fruit, and why such a prime location was used for that. Keone Han smiled brightly and explained that these fruits permanently boost a primary stat, priced at only 5 copper per fruit. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in disbelief at the 5 copper price. His entire gear wasn't worth 10 gold. He suddenly paused, realizing the key point, and confirmed whether the fruit truly granted a permanent stat increase. The crowd pressed in, curious but skeptical, and the man finally decided to buy one to test it himself. Without hesitation he put the fruit to his mouth and tasted it. Almost immediately a system notification appeared, his eyes lighting up as it confirmed his constitution had indeed increased by 4 points. The scene left the dark-eyed man frozen, unable to react. Soon everyone present scrambled to pull out money to buy some. Some purchased extra, believing they could resell to major guilds for a tidy profit. Seeing the frenzy, the man quietly slipped away without saying another word. Just then Lang Yugayat appeared and remarked about the lack of a system notification. She admitted she hadn't expected the first shop owner to be him and curiously asked how he'd done it. Since her application was rejected yesterday, Linuan only smiled lightly and replied that perhaps it was just good luck. She then changed the subject, saying she'd investigated the sewer incident and confirmed no one from the guild had shown up that day. He smiled and thanked her, saying he must have been mistaken, internally dismissing suspicion toward the Jingha Shuyu Gaiet guild. He then invited Lang Gaiet to look around freely and promised discounts, but she suddenly stopped as if remembering something. She widened her eyes and stared straight ahead. A notice popped up before her that close friend Tungan was nearby, surprising her that he'd shown up here too. The scene cut to Tin and Dingan, who was frantic, repeatedly raising the bounty fivefold to hire the assassination, but the mysterious man angrily barked that this wasn't about money and announced he would accept no further tasks related to that target. Suddenly Lang Gaiet appeared behind him, accusing Tengan of raising the price and demanding to know whom he intended to kill. The remark turned Tengan pale. He hurriedly protested that she misheard and he was merely trading gear. Lang Gaiet showed displeasure, noting the system automatically notifies when a friend is nearby, and she suspected the identity of the man beside him, mentioning the word assassination she'd just heard. That made him freeze and release his grip, cursing inwardly for forgetting to block Lang Gaiet, while the mysterious man immediately departed, leaving him to fend for himself. At that moment Lang Gaiet suddenly noticed a piece of jewelry hanging at the man's hip. Her eyes widened in shock as she recognized the familiar pocket watch. She immediately shouted for him to stop and answer questions, but the man only snorted a cold challenge. He said coldly that no one could stop him, then pressed to the wall and surged away at extreme speed. But as he fled, a death spirit insect suddenly appeared, startling him. He reacted instantly, firing a grappling line to hook the wall's edge, that let him change direction in time and avoid the insect's dangerous electric strike. Landing on the statue's edge, he breathed a sigh of relief. He'd nearly died. Suddenly another person appeared behind him whom he hadn't noticed before. Linuan lunged fiercely, swinging his sword straight at the man and coldly asked where he thought he was running to. When it was over, Linuan gently landed on the ground, steady and unhesitating. Lang Gaiet's gaze immediately turned to the mysterious man. She asked why he had appeared, and Linuan calmly replied he was nearby and heard the commotion. He then leveled his sword forward and sternly asked if she was certain the man carried a pocket watch. Lang Gaiet nodded firmly, declaring that though she'd only glimpsed it briefly, she was certain she hadn't mistaken it. After confirming, Linuan wasted no time and acted immediately, coolly remarking that the man had been vexed over not knowing where to find his target, and yet the target had appeared on his own. The mysterious man panicked inwardly, wondering whether Linuan already knew the assassination team had been hired by him, and he realized the opponent was not only strong but had terrifying intelligence. With no other option, the man kept dodging lethal strikes, backing up while insisting they could talk properly and he would explain everything. But Linuan attacked with contempt, coldly saying he would ask only after he'd captured him. Tungan stood to the side, face ashen, calculating that by the rules an assassin mustn't betray their employer. If things went wrong the assassin would strike first. After being pressed hard by Linuan, the mysterious man finally conceded, claiming he'd abandoned his plan to target him and didn't want mutual harm. But Linuan sneered and taunted that all he knew was how to run. As soon as he finished, Linuan unleashed another death spirit electric strike at him. Yet the man still tried to make peace, saying he only took money for jobs, and couldn't reveal his employer, because of rules. Linuan frowned in puzzlement, repeating the words "took money for jobs" with suspicion. Just then, a purple orb suddenly sped in from nowhere. The unexpected attack forced the two combatants to separate and fall back to a safe distance. It turned out the purple orb was launched by Tungan. He cowardly shouted for the man to shut up and die, secretly fearing the assassin would betray him if Lang Gaiet found out. He'd be finished. The mysterious man stepped back and angrily accused Tyne Nengan of being foolish for even planning to kill him to silence him. As he spoke, he tossed a stack of documents toward everyone and coldly declared that since there was no morality left, they shouldn't blame him for turning against them. He admitted those 3 assassins were sent by him for money, but he pointed out that Tungan was the mastermind who wanted to kill Linuan. He told everyone to examine the documents themselves. Inside were recordings of Tun Engin's plot from promises to double the fee to orders to make Linuan's death as gruesome as possible, sending chills through the crowd. Those pieces of evidence made Lang Gaiet sink into despair and directly asked Tungan if it was true. But he panicked and counter-accused that the other party was the one who hired the assassins. Linuan showed clear disgust, scolding Tungan for daring to betray him. But he didn't care about the assassination. He immediately turned to the mysterious man and asked about the origin of the pocket watch. The mysterious man pulled the watch out and held it up to Lin Yuan, asking if that was the cause of the commotion, then said that before long Lin Yuan would have it too. That remark baffled Lin Yuan. Before he could ask further, the man activated Vanish. Only Tengan, Langayat and Lin Yuan remained. She coldly demanded that Tengan explain himself. That left Tun Ningen terrified, his face turning ashen. In a panic he told Langayat that if Lin Yuan were eliminated, their relationship could go back to how it was. Langayat immediately cut him off, saying the Tengan she remembered was genteel, not a coward who hired assassins, and demanded he apologize. Then she instantly severed the friend bond with Tengan in front of everyone. That left Tin Engen nearly in tears. He couldn't believe she would sever their bond for an outsider and force him to apologize. Inside he screamed, wondering in what way he was inferior to Lin Yuan. He went mad, shouting in Lin Yuan's face and dumping all the blame on him, claiming Lin Yuan had ruined the group and made him a laughingstock. He cursed Lin Yuan as the most deserving of death, a comet of disaster, then immediately lunged into combat without hesitation. Unmoved by the provocation, Lin Yuan only gave a cold smile and vowed that today he would finish him. With those words they dove into a fierce fight. Tun Ningen still arrogantly declaring he would end everything himself. On the surface they seemed evenly matched. But in truth Lin Yuan was deliberately yielding. After only a few minutes, Tengan was knocked to the ground, unable to rise, unwilling to accept the result. Despite his defeat, he tried to put on a tough front, cursing that this still hadn't knocked him out. Suddenly Lin Yuan activated Death Spirit Thunder Strike and lunged at Tengan. A massive surge of electricity coursed through Tengan's body, leaving him unable to react and paralyzed. After a moment, Lin Yuan stopped to let Langayat interrogate him directly, asking if he still refused to admit his guilt. Still obstinate, Tengan insisted he was innocent and thought only of calling for old Sun Year's help, immediately sending a support request. The summoned person quickly appeared and asked in surprise why Langayat had severed the friend bond with Tin Engan. At the same time, everyone's system interface displayed a notification that Langayat's bonded friend, Tin Engan, was nearby and asked if they wanted to invite him to form a party. Seeing the support request went through, Tin Engan begged when he saw the arrival, "Old son, hurry, help me remove the paralysis effect, I've been set up." As soon as he led his troops in, he was immediately blocked by Langayat's raised sword, her face tense. She glanced and ground her teeth as she warned sharply that this was retribution for Tin Engan deliberately hiring assassins to silence someone. He brought this on himself, and no one should interfere. The moment Thaidan heard that, he looked incredulous and visibly shocked, hiring assassins to silence someone. Noticing Lin Yuan's appearance, he immediately asked, "Oh, Che-CT, you here too?" Seeing the sword in his hand, he coldly confirmed, "So Blue Star wanted you to be the target." Realizing people's hearts, that Iding showed clear disappointment. "I understand, Che-CT, I won't interfere. Xiao Gaiet already has her sword pointed at me." "Blue Star, what exactly have you done?" He deliberately summoned them to receive this cold reply. Tin Ngan rolled his eyes, a wreck, glared and snapped, "That Iding, you won't help me either. You'd rather trust an outsider than our years of friendship." Without another word, Lin Yuan kicked hard into his gut and demanded, "Tell me, what do you already know?" Sent flying, his head scraping the ground and wincing, Tin Ngan stubbornly snarled, "In your dreams I'd rather die than let you get your wish." At that the insect's thorax glowed as it spread its wings and flew to Tin Ngan. It immediately discharged a burst of electricity that made him scream in pain and freeze in place. Not satisfied, Lin Yuan raised his foot and stomped hard on him. He then drove the sword's tip deep into the ground beside his head with such force that it terrified him into silence. Lin Yuan's eyes flared red as he pressed down on the sword in threat. "Now tell me, what is the identity of the man with you?" Terrified and guilty, Tin Ngan stammered. I'll tell everything, just don't let that insect keep electrocuting me." Tears welling, he choked out, "That man, he's from the Zijai Guild." Seeing Tin Ngan yield, Lin Yuan relaxed and lifted his foot so he could speak. "The watch you mentioned is the insignia of the ZJ Guild." Quickly a thought flashed through his mind. The ZDJ Guild, he hadn't known much about them in his past life, but he recalled they were an assassin organization that accepted contracted hits, and because they operated in extreme secrecy, very few people knew intelligence about them. While Tin Ngan crawled away on his last legs, unfortunate enough to be spotted by Lin Yuan. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" Lin Yuan stepped closer with the sword, making him startle. Lin Yuan raised his hand to summon magic and said angrily, "Didn't you want me dead today?" Which made Tin Ngan scream. His body was surrounded by deep blue magical flames that burned continuously as he howled, "Lang Ngayat, that Iding, save me, I don't want to be demoted." Lang Ngayat was unyielding and coldly declared her final verdict, because Tin Ngan hired assassins in violation of the Violet Water Flower sex rules. She decided to strip all his positions in the guild and, out of past courtesy and contributions, temporarily retain only his membership status. Hearing that harsh conclusion, he reached out pleadingly. Lang Gayet, I'm sorry, I'll apologize to him now. You can't treat me like this, I'm the one who deserves to stand by you. After everything, she no longer trusted him. Her voice turned serious and sharp. Tin Engan, you've disappointed me henceforth. Address me as guild leader. Some time passed. Tin Gan wailed in misery as the system announced his life points had dropped to 0. Before the Idun, he gradually dissolved into black ashes that were blown away, leaving him stunned. The couple behind only exchanged looks, then suddenly understood. No wonder he often made mistakes at the Tiananchai Valley Guild. Let's go. At that moment Linuan realized one more thing. The watch wasn't an item exclusive to the top disciple, but a kind of insignia of the ZDJ Guild. Whatever the case. At least now he knew the snake handler was hiding within the ZDJ Guild. His eyes turned gratefully to Lan Aite. Thanks to her help searching for clues this time, he hadn't expected her to protect him so fiercely. Linuan said, Lalangai T, thank you. My shop has some permanent attribute, boosting props, pick one, okay? As a return favor he took her to his shop. It was already late afternoon, but the announcement rang out, sold out. Nan stood with her hands on her hips staring at the pile of gold like a mountain, wiping sweat with a cloth as if soaked, and mused idly, well then, did I do a good job? Seeing that pile in person, Lalangai T froze, embarrassedly replying, looks like I didn't get to choose this time, come back next time. But Linuan wouldn't hear of it. He called out, wait. He told her he happened to have a few here. Take one, don't let that guy affect your mood. When the item was offered, Lalangai T immediately brushed her hand off shyly. This is too valuable, let me pay you. Seeing Linuan's action, her eyes nearly popped out, her face darkened in disbelief. What, he just handed her a pile of stuff? I've been running around all day and he acts like I don't exist. Feeling it was unfair, Coin Nan pretended to rest her hand on the table edge and sighed. Worked hard all day and got no recognition. Her wounded pride mixed with disappointment, so she turned away and kept walking. I should finish work early and go grab a drink. Langite noticed Kai Nahan's mood and said, your shop attendant doesn't seem very happy. Linuan paid little mind and replied simply, she's probably tired, let her rest. The wooden door was pushed open. The sky outside was stained a vivid orange by the sunset. Outside, the white gate pillars and modern structures made her puff her cheeks in annoyance. She kept kicking the wall and muttering, what's this fake glitz, and you don't even charge? Who's actually your shop assistant? Just have her mind the store for you. When Coin Nahan casually flicked a pebble, it stopped right where a footprint lay. It was Hyenthi, his face dangerous and frightening as he declared, owner of shop Nov 32. I've been waiting for you. The Black Arbor Guild is very interested in how you acquired this shop. I hope you show some sense. Her mood already sore. Meeting Hyenthi made Coin Nan clench her fists in warning. Black Arbor Guild really was as overbearing as rumored. What, you see me as an easy target because I'm a woman? You were going to brazenly seize it? He glanced at her slyly and replied, of course not, you could join the Black Arbor Guild. I guarantee you'd become a distinguished guest of the guild. Suddenly the system popped a notification. Friend Linuan had hidden sent parcel, blood flesh seed X45, added to backpack. Reading that, Coin Nan, still angry, muttered incredulously, especially reserved for me. At least he has some conscience, there's still a place in his heart for his big sister. Then the system continued, Linuan message, 45 seeds remaining in stock, remember to put them on sale tomorrow. She was briefly elated, then realized the truth and glared with burning rage as if she wanted to eat him alive. I knew it, heartless jerk. Standing there, Hyenthiu's face hardened and his tone deepened into a threat. Don't think you can protect this shop. We have a real company in the real world, countless people are fighting tooth and nail to join. Don't be unreasonable. Faced with this dangerous, difficult situation, Kynan wasn't about to stay. She bolted but froze after a few steps, thinking, this is serious, I need time to consider. If your guild is that powerful, surely you can at least give me a little time. Though still suspicious, Hyenthiu agreed nonetheless, fine, but don't try anything with me. To stop Kai Nan from playing games, he emphasized sharply, remember, I can have you silenced at any time. His words stunned her, and she fled in a hurry. Watching the fat prey run, the man grinned with a scheming, sly smile. Once I seize the shop and show the board my abilities, the entire Black Arbor Guild will be under my control. He returned to the familiar roof. On the way home, Coin Nahan puffed her cheeks thinking about Linuan, such a straight guy. Threatened yet wanting to help him keep a secret. Where else could you find a girl as good as me, you little rascal? Sooner or later, I will make you repay this debt to your sister. Inside the sewer, dark and damp, he was now scouting alone. The blood flesh seeds truly sold well. After this batch goes on sale, the price will surely spike, and he might find clues about the snake handler. Quickly the system notified, skill activated, stealth. Using the skill, he strolled past the monsters. In his head he calculated that the death spirit still lingered here, and the holy armor worm showed no anomalies lately. It seemed unusually tame. Linuan pressed on inside while the ajar door didn't close. He shouted and transformed. The scorpion god grew monstrously huge. Quick and decisive system notice. Entered hidden dungeon, Serpent Fiend's lair. Inside the corrupt deity hall, where the ice throne sat beneath a massive, bloodshot purple eye. The fake serpent looked furious, grinding his teeth in fury. What a wretched bastard. He had been watching Linuan's every move, lying in wait in his hidden dungeon for days and stealing his precious treasures. Not only that, the woman Anna refused to lend him the sovereign serpent, and his little serpents hadn't fully recovered. So, with no other option, the fake serpent decided to beg his master for help. He bowed and reported, "Master." Immediately his master took on a dark humanoid form, hands clasped behind his back, and asked, "Snake handler, at this hour you should be carrying out missions like the others, shouldn't you?" Seeing the one he worshipped appear, the fake serpent bowed to the ground and reported, "Master, a player has been disrupting our plans. He even captured several of my little serpents." Hearing this, His Majesty bristled with anger. The purple flames at his feet flared as he demanded, "If even a common player gives you trouble, tell me, how should I punish you?" To save his life, he dropped to his knees and stammered, "Master, I have a suspicion he might be a death spirit hunter like you." At that suggestion the master grew even more irritable. The flames around him swelled as he rasped, "A death spirit hunter." Then from behind, Yusir appeared with a mocking laugh, "You snake player, looks like life in the West has been rough for you, yet you invent such an absurd excuse." She declared confidently that aside from the master, there could be no second death spirit hunter in the world, forcing the fake serpent to try to persuade her. "Master, what I said is true. Yes, I have evidence." Activate item loading. Replay of the battle, saved in the memory tum. It showed the moment he summoned the four-headed constrictor and completely lost control. "You dared turn my snakes into death spirits. Since when?" Faced with that question, Linuan, still bound, calmly answered, "My death spirits are endless. Your snakes are the ones getting slaughtered. Give up your struggling." Both he and she froze in stunned disbelief, unable to trust their eyes. But you still doubted and sneered. "Is that all? If he truly is a death spirit hunter, how could you still return alive? Snake player, you lied without preparing an excuse and now claim to be a death spirit hunter." After watching the replay, he laughed with excitement. Interesting, who would have thought another death spirit hunter exists, but the form of his skill and his inheritance seem incomplete. So there's no need to worry. Thus the demon lord summoned only solid dark magic. An amateur like him doesn't require my personal intervention. At this, the fake serpent revealed a smile and said, "You mean?" Then His Majesty pointed behind him and revealed, "Listen closely. Deep in the desert of the Western Empire there's a flying serpent species of extreme speed with a skill that temporarily lowers an enemy's mental attributes, an archenemy of players like him." In an instant the dark demon shared coordinates 458-2496. He added an aid. "This demonic potion can temporarily boost your snake controlling power. Then, go force him to show his true skill. Follow my instructions." The fake serpent raised both hands in assent. "Understood. I will make him suffer and use every trick." But that wasn't exactly His Majesty's intention. He leaned closer to the throne and hinted, "If there's an opportunity, bring him into our ranks." Sitting on the throne with a leg crossed, the demon lord propped his chin and said, "I'm curious, another death spirit hunter shouldn't have appeared. Where did he come from?" "In the Grand Castle where he often went to take missions." The fake serpent sighed against the wall, thinking, "I didn't expect the master would want to recruit that bastard. What about my grudge?" To lure him into the guild as ordered, he'd have to use the intelligence of the death disciple imposter to see if the man belonged to any guild. Then the fake serpent went deeper inside, to the back hall of the tavern. "A server blocked his way, sir. If you want a drink, please go to the front hall." The fake serpent replied, "No, I'm here to present a beer offering." He patted his person for the token, muttering, "Every time I have to verify the password and the token watch, such a hassle." Searching for the watch's location. But after fumbling he suddenly realized and shouted, "The watch is gone. When did it disappear? Damn it, wait, where is it?" But the server insisted on driving him away. "Beer offerings, sir. We don't accept beer offerings here." "Why don't you try another tavern?" The server sneered, making him furious. Suddenly an acquaintance appeared to help the fake serpent. "Wait, I know this person, let him in." It turned out to be the assassin from before. The server respectfully bowed. "Yes, branch chief." A while later, in the innermost part of the tavern's back hall, this place was filled with secrets ordinary people could not know. The fake serpent sat before the assassin and said, "Thanks, boss. It's my fault for losing the watch and causing you trouble." The assassin wasted no words and got down to business. "Speak, what's the matter?" Then he handed over a stack of papers. "I'm here because I just received a commission and need intelligence on this person." He thought to himself that these coarse people probably wouldn't notice the fake commission he forged. And killing him alone wouldn't help. If he could plant intelligence to make the target suspect they had ill intent, Then even if he tried to recruit him, the man would refuse handy for reporting back to the master. After reading it, the assassin understood, is that so? Then he nonchalantly took the paper he had hidden in the drawer out. He then slammed it onto the table in front of him. Clever, I've also got a commission here. And the target is the same person. This surprised the fake serpent. Is that so? It seems this person really has many enemies. He stroked his chin and continued. I've already investigated the commission's target thoroughly. If it's the same person, I will just finish him off while I'm at it. Hearing this, the fake serpent eagerly showed his excitement. Boss, I've always admired your skill. Can you take me along on this commission? I don't need payment. The assassin agreed without hesitation. Fine. I'll just team up with an acquaintance. Besides, why do I feel like you care a lot about him? He asked suspiciously. Could you have other intentions? The fake serpent awkwardly scratched his head and replied, of course not, boss. I'll go carry out the other commission. He quickly left, but his mind was full of schemes. Even if the king of hell assassinated that guy, it would be useless in the immortal world. He would just resurrect. So he needed another way to eliminate the chance the master would recruit him. At the same time, beside the assassin, he sat reviewing the dossier, surprised that the forged nullified commission had actually worked. No wonder that scowling guy lunged at him like mad when he saw the watch, so the problem lies with that brat. But why do they all want him dead? This is getting more and more interesting. Then a speaking mask appeared. The person you mentioned, could he be the one who wiped out one of our elite squads? At the same time the system panel flashed. The leader is initiating a remote call through the surveillance eye. He replied, yes leader, unfortunately when I found him the situation was too chaotic. Otherwise I'd really like to spar with him. The leader, hearing this, grew somewhat interested in Linuan. If so, go test him and see if he wants to join us. He nodded, I understand. After a while the house door opened. Looking in at Linuan in surprise, he is here. Han Cheng replied excitedly, Yuan Shen, I came to help you, you have no choice but to accept. At this time, Kai Nan also said, little brother, he said he's an acquaintance of mine, so wait a bit. Looking at that person, Linuan frowned, thinking it's him. The assassin signaled, let's go, we'll talk outside. Before leaving he informed everyone, this is this week's shipment, cooked meat seeds, X1000 have been transferred to the hired partner, Lak Kai Nan. Linuan instructed, set the price a bit higher. A while later at a rocky field he and the other chased each other. Linuan wondered, did you deliberately take a long route just to flee? The assassin laughed loudly, taunting, kid, if you have questions, duel me first then talk, don't use those weird summoned beasts of yours. He was full of question marks inside. What is this guy up to? Could someone have hired him to kill me? Even so, Linuan was not intimidated. Fine, bring it on. He grew more interested. Exhilarated, let me see your true skill. He lightly flicked the assassin's anchor and threw it. However, the sword had been hooked back. Linuan froze and thought to himself, there's a mechanism. Seeing him lunge, the assassin was delighted. Come on then. Linuan used his advantage of hand speed, but the assassin sneered, too bad you were too slow. Immediately there was a loud explosion at his position. He continued to taunt, come here to me. While the assassin stared at the billowing smoke, Linuan struck from behind. He sneered, the one who's too slow is you. With a single punch he was sent tumbling into a rock pillar. Linuan still gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. At the same time he wondered why the assassin hadn't used stealth skills. Do members of the T-faction all follow assignments like this? The assassin retorted, who said I was hired to find you? He replied coldly, if that's the case, then knock him out first. At that moment the system announced, dear friend, Sincere just called. Do you want to accept? Linuan answered yes. Han Cheng's voice urgent, Yuan Shen. It's dire, the shop owner has been forced and kidnapped by a group of people. I can't handle them alone. You must return at once. He realized it was a diversion. Seems I overestimated your methods resorting to kidnapping. He protested, nonsense. Daimvon would never stoop to such shameless acts, let alone touch women. Immediately they proved otherwise. Wait and see. I'll prove it to you. The intelligence network reports a woman was kidnapped from the newly opened shop at No. 32. Locate her position immediately. Right after that, an emergency order was issued. Team members received it, and the intelligence unit sent the location. The assassin confirmed the location wasn't far, so go handle it with confidence. Now that I'm here I won't run off. Coordinates 8893, 475, 38 have been shared with the player. Id stamped. Linuan warned, you'd better not try to run. At the same time elsewhere, she was slammed hard to the ground. The system rang out, life points reached 0, you were down 3 times, level dropped from 14 to 11. But in an instant Kai Nen was resurrected. She was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Kai Nahan frowned as she looked at the person in front of her. He angrily barked, you woman, you've been searched so many times and still won't talk, standing beside him threatening. Young Master Hyan heard clearly from the magistrate's place that the shop buyer was a man. If you don't tell me his identity, I'll send you back to Newbie Village today. Confused inside, She realized these two bastards ambushed her right at the respawn point. There's no escape. Even if forced offline her body would stay, yet Kunnan still spat back. If you've got guts then come on. I'm not afraid of you, he ordered with amusement. Looks like we still need to teach her a lesson, brother. I'll stay and guard the shop. You keep going. I don't believe that guy won't take the bait, he agreed. Don't worry, I'll make her submit. At that moment a cold voice rang out. Who do you think you remaking submit? Then Linuan struck. Dai Hencheng joined the fight to take this. She looked in surprise at them collapsed on the ground. He thought to himself, the coordinates that guy gave surprisingly were correct. Even as he was about to die he still ranted. How dare you touch a member of the Black Tree Guild, brat. You refinished if you know what's good for you, kneel. Before he could finish the sentence he was dead. Linuan snapped angrily, muttering that Black Tree Guild I'll find them and demand an explanation. As they died, their equipment gradually dropped from their bodies. Just as he expected, indeed her gear was all on these two. Nan hesitantly called, little brother. Seeing her eyes well with tears made Lin Yuan uneasy. He hadn't expected things to come to this. Although it's a game, the realistic simulation still causes real pain. So he comforted her, it's okay now, tell me what happened. Nan sobbed as she recounted that they wanted to learn who owned the shop through her. She refused, so they smashed the shop and trapped her at the respawn point to ambush her. Lin Yuan asked worriedly, you could have just told me. She insisted that as a sister she had to protect her little brother. Actually they weren't that dangerous. She wasn't afraid. After hearing the story he hurried. Outrageous, they must have been attacking her at the respawn point for a long time. All her gear dropped. Recover your stamina first. Use healing potions. Suddenly he coldly said Hencheng. Lin Yuan demanded angrily. Tell me what intelligence you have on the Black Tree Guild. Nan hurriedly intervened. Little brother, don't be rash. Hencheng also disagreed. Lin Shen, the Black Tree Guild is not easy to deal with. Briefly, compared to ordinary game guilds they have capital backing the Black Tree Corporation. In reality they run very orderly with clear ranks and are superior in every aspect to common guilds. Lin Shen, although you are powerful, one person against hundreds or thousands from a guild is impossible. To his surprise he remained unfazed. The Black Tree Corporation, I know they were wealthy, but so what, this is the immortal world. Suddenly Lin Yuan sensed something. He turned and saw they had resurrected. They cursed angrily, damn it. Seizing the moment Lin Yuan stirred. Isn't it you who want to take my shop? Come on, make your move. He was determined to finish it. You re nothing but a sneak attack or die. However, they were surrounded by scorpions. Something flew over summon nearby guild members here. A rescue request has been sent to Black Tree Guild members nearby. Life points returned to 0. Next notice you were downed once, rank dropped from 14 to 13. Then it reported you were down twice, rank dropped from 13 to 12. Another notice, you were down 3 times, rank dropped from 12 to 11. Now they have no way out. Please don't act further. I've fallen to level 1, my account is ruined. She rejoiced, my gear, thank you, little brother. I thought I'd never get it back. At the same time a jeer rang out. These two trash interrogating just one person and you already sent a rescue signal. Let's see who dares ruin young Master Hyan's fun. Recognizing their ruffian, he sneered. I remember you, you were that nobody from the Blood Kylan arena. The thug showed contempt. Looks like young Master Hyan's men have already been handled by you, wait. And I'll eliminate you. Then interrogate this woman, she'll surely gain young Master Hyan's favor. The arrogant man declared, I'll crush you. Lin Yuan whispered to the ghost wolf. It seems that guy named young Master Huan is the ringleader. At that moment the thug noticed him and startled. It's you. Suddenly the henchman shouted. How dare you snatch someone from the Black Tree Guild, you? We're looking to die. Our captain is a top 10 expert in the guild. If you kneel and admit fault now, the captain might spare you a few hits. He asked coldly, you want to beat me? The thug panicked and cursed, you idiot, shut up. At the same time he said respectfully, great one. If I'd known it was you I wouldn't have interfered even if I were beaten. He promised he'd lead them away, but Lin Yuan said, no need. Then he wiped them out. He spoke coldly. Now that they were gone, take me to find that guy named young Master Hyan. The man trembled and hurriedly agreed, yes. Some time passed. The thug led Lin Yuan into a forest. He was in turmoil, bringing outsiders to headquarters as betrayal. The Black Tree Corporation's fines could ruin him. And the person he was bringing was a monster. No, he needed a reason. So the thug posted in the guild channel, Black Leaf, any Pete's missing in the group, listening post. We reshort a tank and a healer trio Q report. Ivy found the shop owner and I'm luring him back to headquarters. Send ambushers along the road to prevent his escape. Coordinates 482213782. Leader of the 7th Combat Team. We will hold the next road segment and can provide support at any time. Black Swan, good job. Escort him back and find me for the reward. Hearing that promise, he brightened so fast. Now I'm saved. A few seconds later the thug received a notice. You've entered the ambush location of the Black Tree Guild's 7th Combat Team. He was secretly glad it's here. He immediately turned vicious. You stupid bastard. You think you unbeaten in the world. I despise you. Teach you a lesson, brothers. Charge. But at that moment a corpse fell dead in front of him. The thug froze, thinking, what's going on? Why hasn't the 7th team struck? He scanned the surroundings at once, and discovered, how is this possible? The 7th team has been wiped out. He examined the corpse closely, and thought to himself, it's that guy's throwing knife. He was trying to help me. Then he turned to demand, weren't you going to show me? Do it. At that moment a cicada quietly appeared behind the thug. It discharged electricity, causing the thug to cry out in pain and beg, please don't, I'm sorry. Linuan calmly exposed him. If I'm not mistaken, this time you've caused countless Black Tree members to die. You'll be facing hefty fines. Right? As soon as he finished speaking he struck, the blow grazing the thug. Linuan gave him an out. You out of escape routes. Might as well give me young Master Hoyan's coordinates. If I deal with the Black Tree Guild, your fines might be waived. Cornered, the man pleaded. I will tell you everything. Meanwhile a meeting was underway at the guild. This quarter the Black Tree Guild's profits under the Black Tree Corporation rose by 30%. Additionally, the new shop project is in preparation and is expected to reach its target next quarter. He was interrupted. Excuse me, Director Diep. As far as I know you still haven't secured the first shop, right? Director Diep's face clouded this matter, but he affirmed, lucky for us we've found the buyer of the shop. The Black Tree Corporation won't miss any money-making chance. The first shop is already in our pocket. No one will snatch it away. At that moment someone burst in. Director Diep. Bad news, someone is attacking our guild headquarters. Director Diep jumped up. What on earth is happening? At this time many cries of pain rose across the sprawling courtyard. Wherever Linuan went he swung his sword and felled people. After reaching the final gate he saw a formation waiting there. The man weapon ready, warned first, you dare act on Black Tree Guild territory. But Linuan paid no heed and charged forward using his full strength. Don't block me. His teammates watched and asked in puzzlement. Are you really going in alone? Linuan walked on, coldly saying, I hope your coordinate is correct. If not, I'll come look for you. Inside the two opened the data board to announce. Live viewers 2,000 plus. After watching the girl gasped, holy crap, is young Master Hoyan trying to go big again? Young Master Hoyan, let me join the Black Tree Guild, please, there's more drama coming. He puffed up and said, wait until I win the shop. I'll demand a few million from my old man and reward you then. The girl coquettishly protested, young Master Hoyan, you so bad. Trying to steal other people's stuff again. Hearing the noise, young Master Hoyan angrily turned and ordered. Who's making noise out there? What kind of business are you running? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Go check it out now. The underlings immediately agreed, yes sir. Not knowing who it was, they went out to ask, who's the blind one? Before they could get out, the door was smashed open, and they were taken down. What the? Linuan strode in majestically, sword in hand, charging forward. The two of them stood face to face. Young Master Hoyan, still unconcerned, sneered, are you Black Swan? Then more people nearby started making noise. He looked at him and taunted, an attention seeker, let's see how I deal with him. Live viewers 3,500 plus, the show's about to start. Young Master Hoyan is making a move. Who's this unlucky one? This guy looks familiar. After watching, young Master Huan sneered, you there, you want to join the Black Tree Guild? Not everyone qualifies to be my dog. Still smug, he mocked, do this, kneel now and lick my shoes clean and I might consider letting you join. The girl added, young Master Hoyan is giving you a chance. Unexpectedly Linuan didn't waste words and swung his sword to slash him away. The slash shocked young Master Hoyan into panic. He even struck the woman beside him. The system immediately updated viewership, live viewers 5,000 plus. Holy crap, awesome. A strong hero daring to deal with young Master Hoyan. This is Black Tree headquarters. A real man, damn, isn't that a great one? Then Linuan slowly stepped forward and demanded, Shop No 32 is mine. If you dare set foot in my territory, I won't hesitate to destroy the Black Tree Guild. He still posed and challenged, you will destroy the Black Tree Guild. After asking, young Master Hoyan leaned back and laughed smugly. After laughing he continued, I thought you were crazy. Turns out you just an idiot. The system count kept climbing, live viewers 10,000 plus. Holy shit, great one, oh my god, now this is drama. Great one returns to destroy Black Tree. Then young Master Hoyan ordered, someone get out here now for your young master. Immediately a girl strode in shouting, how dare you storm Black Tree Guild headquarters, don't you want to live anymore? Right after that Linuan was surrounded by a large number of people. Seeing this, he smugly said, I've had my eye on your shop, consider it an honor. So many people want to give gifts to me and don't even have the chance. Pleased, young Master Hoyan produced a coin and said, here's the deal, 1 gold coin to transfer your shop to me, then kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, and I won't pursue this matter. As the coin slowly flew toward Linuan's face, the coin hadn't even reached him when it was slashed to pieces. Then he immediately leaped up and unleashed his beast. I have no patience for idiots like you. Go die. The beast pierced through, leaving him bewildered as he asked, "What?" Right after, that strange beast landed on his face, frightening young Master Hyan. Before he could react, the creature attacked him and he screamed. The system immediately announced his health dropped to 0. The others there turned back in fear and asked, "Young Master Hyan, is he dead?" Unexpectedly one man unafraid shouted charge. As they prepared to rush in, they shouted in unison, "Finish." Another hurriedly tapped his phone and said, "Hurry. Inform the guild leader someone's attacking. They re-assaulting our headquarters." Director Deep over there kept saying it must be dirty competition from another company. The Black Tree Guild has contingency plans for unexpected situations. Quick, turn on the projector, find Black Swan's livestream. He also cued a video. Please watch this demonstrates the Black Tree Guild's capabilities. Suddenly Director Deep realized something and looked back. This is. On the other side everyone had been easily defeated by Linuan. Seeing that scene, Director Deep was utterly stunned. Then his face went pale as he asked, "How is this possible?" At the same time the system reported viewership. Live viewers 20,000 plus. This great one isn't just solo boss, slaying but single-handedly assaulting the guild. Holy shit. For real, I've hated the Black Tree for a while. Go great one, this will blow up for sure. He ground his teeth in panic. No, at this rate Black Tree Corporation stock will plummet, and I might lose my chairman position. I absolutely can't let that happen. Unable to accept it, Director Deep began to recover. It must be some mistake. Are the guild guards off duty today? The secretary quickly sprang into action. I will contact the person in charge immediately. He then began calling and barking orders. You brat, I don't care how you do it, make that person stop now. Over there young Master Hyan had been revived and yelled angrily, "Damn it, how dare you kill me and demote me?" Upon returning, he immediately pointed and said, "Stop now, or sooner or later, I will snatch your shop and demote your people to level 1. Linuan, seeing young Master Hyan, turned and asked, "Are you threatening me?" On hearing that, the man still boosted loudly, "That's right, I've always delivered on my words, just try me." And Lin Yuan immediately declared, "If that's your answer, then the Black Tree Guild doesn't need to exist." At once Lin Yuan began to act, activating his offensive spell energy. Moments later the entire place exploded, leaving nothing behind. Through the screen Director Diep couldn't accept it and clutched his head, shouting, "My guild investors." Seeing this, voiced their disappointment. "Director Diep, is this the project you want us to invest in? This is disappointing. I begin to doubt your ability to manage Black Tree Corporation." He bowed and begged, "Everyone, please don't be hasty. The guild's guard team has arrived." Director Deep winced and said, "The lead squad has received the notice and is online, right?" The secretary on the line immediately relayed orders. "Yes, everyone is in position." At that, Director Deep and the others turned back to watch the surveillance screen. Over there the squads charged together shouting, "Brothers, capture that kid." Director Deep promised a 100,000 yuan reward to our people. Understood, understood. As that scene played out the system updated again. Live viewers 30,000 plus. These guys are done. They were notorious for being vicious. In my view they were just going to get slaughtered given the Great One's power. He could probably shred them. Before they moved in, everyone started defending. Quick, block his insect. Young Master Hoyan has already been demoted 5 times in a row. Then things settled back into place and someone admitted, "Damn it. It's happening again." The system also reported his health dropped to 0. After it was over, Lin Yuan still didn't feel threatened, and the outcome remained the same. He then looked up and taunted through the screen. "Weren't you going to demote me to level 1? Why are you hiding in the back? Too afraid to act?" Right after, another group rushed up arrogantly and shouted, "Brothers, like before, act together, finish him." One of them yelled loudly, "Brat." No sooner had he shouted than he leaped up and declared, "We the ones who should be your rivals." But his sword strike was cut in half before it could reach Lin Yuan, leaving him utterly bewildered. Undeterred, they kept charging. "No matter how powerful you are, can you really fight 7 people alone?" Lin Yuan, unafraid, shot back, "Take one of my blows, taste my paralyzing arrow." Lin Yuan charged forward, striking while mocking them. "Your tactics are too clumsy." As soon as he finished, the place seemed to explode again. Then there was a scene of him lying amid the rubble, and the system showed his health dropped to 0. Right after finishing one move, Lin Yuan activated his stealth skill, making the whole crowd break out in a sweat. "Where'd that brat go? Did he run?" At the same time, match comments popped up. "A strong tiger can't beat a pack of wolves. The Great One may be defeated but still glorious. It's not about numbers. In a solo fight no one can match the Great One." At this point young Master Hyan was furious to the point of spitting blood, cursing that he couldn't recover fast enough. "Damn, these dogs, this chaos. If he escapes, Black Tree Guild will lose all face. Find him at all costs." Then suddenly he felt something wet dripping down his head and looked up. Young Master Hoyan couldn't believe he had one day fallen into such a bizarre situation. What? Stealth has been dispelled. At that moment the great beast roared and unleashed the gathered power from its mouth. It caused young Master Huyan's pack of dogs to be fiercely burned. They all returned to square one. When it was done, Linuan cancelled stealth and issued a cold challenge. Anyone else, send them out. Conveniently the resurrection point still has vacancies. At the same time in the real world a crowd rushed to watch the livestream, mouths agape. Holy shit. Didn't expect to see the Great One. If he doesn't act, fine. But once he acts it's a killing move. The Black Tree Guild has encountered a killing god. Even teenage girls couldn't take their eyes off him. How is he so handsome? At this point young Master Huyan cried miserably, hiding in a corner, and only able to text his relatives for help. Dad, come save me quickly. But his father cursed him to his face. Why did I give birth to a useless son like you? You shameless fool. You nearly killed me, do you understand? Reading it, he immediately yelled, you despicable old man, clearly I bought the shop exactly as you arranged. If your intel is faulty, why blame me? He made the old man so furious he nearly vomited anger. You infilial brat. I don't care how you do it, hold that guy for me. A master has been paid a huge sum to be invited and is already on the way. Meanwhile the assassin stood on a branch outside waiting for the right moment. Kid, you caused quite a commotion. Received an urgent commission from the Black Tree Guild. Eliminate target Linuan at hidden, fee 500 gold coins, emergency assignment. So they want me to deal with that guy. Can go to the scene to watch the show. Commission info from the Black Tree Guild was hidden. At the same time others hired by the guild were waiting below. Not only did the Rage Guild show up, even people from the Corpse Disciples Guild arrived. Apparently the Black Tree Guild paid big this time. He looked down and couldn't help grinning. Everyone here knows that guy, this is getting interesting. Then he stepped down to join them. The axe wielder snorted, I just want to finish this quickly, kill that ungrateful bastard. They ran inside, and the assassin bringing up the rear thought to himself, no need to test his strength, now just send the video to the boss. Cut to inside the palace. Linuan was stumping on young Master Huyan until he cried rivers of tears. Even my own father never beat me like this, I'll remember you. By then the commissioned men had already gotten inside, but when they saw the man they were to kill, everyone gaped. His target is him, that madman. Only the assassin grinned with glee. Young master, your backup has arrived. Young Master Huyan saw them and yelled, you just beat me up nicely earlier. Right, charge all of you at once. I want that bastard beaten until he begs for mercy today. Standing before the men sent by Director Diep, but Linuan felt not the slightest ripple inside. At the same time Huyan's lackeys eagerly taunted him. Thinking no one could deal with you, first guild and second guild together, brat. You redone for. Before they could say more, the axe wielder shoved them aside. Then he left with a scowl. Get out, want me to risk my life for this small pay, a bunch of idiots. He then tapped the system and cancelled the Black Tree Guild commission. Young Master Huyan was left gasping. What are you running for? You already cowardly before the fight even starts. Before he could say more, Linuan used an electrified blade to stab him back. To respawn, health dropped to 0. Linuan frowned and asked lightly, you people want to help the Black Tree Guild too? No need for words. Lan Yungyat declined the earlier offer. The Black Tree Guild commission has been cancelled. I trust you had your reasons. No need to lend a hand. Linuan refused. No need, just stand back and watch. Hearing them, young Master Huyan spat blood in anger and snapped, damn it, I paid you to work, not to come watch a play. The assassin there egged him on for fun. Exactly, did you pay us to watch the young master become a joke? Young Master Huyan quickly hid behind the assassin's skirt. At least some of you have sense, get up there. And make sure you kill that bastard. Suddenly Linuan glanced at the man opposite and found him vaguely familiar. You handled those people in the forest, right? I recognize you're throwing stars. The assassin blushed like an 18-year-old girl and giggled, what a petty story. Young Master Huyan was stunned and stepped back. What, you an inside man too? The assassin replied, don't say such ugly things, I didn't accept your commission. I just stopped by to watch the excitement. Then he began recording. It made the man panic, damn it. I won't spare you, remember that. But before he could bolt, he was ambushed by Linuan. By summoning dragons and phoenixes that soared and trampled each one, their hape dropped to 0. Respawned again. At that moment Linuan strolled up and stood before him. Carry on, I'd wager your guildmaster is getting restless. Meanwhile elsewhere, the corporation's stock plunged. Black Leaf caused such a disaster. You must be held responsible for these losses. An assistant, having heard, hurried over Director Diep. He replied through gritted teeth. Enough talk, bring me the gaming headset. If I don't step in to clean up this mess, investors will pull out entirely. I have to restore their confidence. Inside the Black Tree Guild, the Black Tree Guildmaster, Blackleaf, went online. Linuan glanced and asked, you were the Black Tree Guildmaster. He stepped forward to shield his son. Thinking live streams are still live, we must resolve this quickly and leave no flaw for the board to see. And then said, kid, you picked the wrong person. Considering your reflexes are decent, I might consider recruiting you into the Black Tree Guild as a front line captain. But the brat rushed in to ruin it. Old man, stop flattering him. How many of our people are dead and you want peace? Call someone to gut him now. Hearing this, Director Diep couldn't contain himself and shot back at Linuan. You little punk. Don't underestimate the strength of the Black Tree Guild. But the moment the ultimate strike flew out, one of Linuan's subordinates easily blocked it. He sneered, top 10 guildmaster, and this is all you've got. This made him break into a cold sweat. He blocked it with a summon. As the attack faded, Linuan ordered his subordinate to jump out and go all out on him. So what are you going to do now? Forcing him to struggle back and retreat. But Linuan wasn't about to let it go. He produced another subordinate. It's over. Activated the brutal Kai technique, surrounding the enemy dam. Instantly dozens of large explosions erupted across a wide area, causing the whole group to return once more to the respawn point. Director Diep panted, terrified. How can this be? I only blocked one move. This guy's as strong as a monster. We must placate him first. So he resorted to a sneaky, dirty tactic. Wait, we were wrong.